ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome to the ESL Mobile Challenge, where we've got another week of play days to come today and tomorrow, as it is play days 3 and 4. We've already had 1 week all set and done, and now we're on to a new week, and we've got a couple more weeks after that as well. So plenty of action to come this month and next month too. I am Lethal, joining me is Ark, and Ark, we've got a fabulous day of matches to come, haven't we, mate? Fabulous.
Yeah, it's been amazing to watch how the players have been adapting to what is a new meta, starting to get a little bit more settled now in some of their ideas. So very keen to see today what players do bring to the mix, and this leaderboard there as well. Showing now AC Milan Clash are still looking dominant at that top spot with a 4-0.
Yeah, certainly have done indeed. SK and Clash, we're expecting them to be the gatekeepers of this league, you could say, this leaderboard. And you know what, no surprises there, as like you rightly said, Clash top of the table with SK with a game in hand, as well as XO. So look forward to see when those three juggernauts do match up against each other somehow, some way on one of these players. But looking at the bottom half of the table as well, Noble Elite and Navi. We expect Noble Elite to be down there, Navi not so much, maybe a little bit higher. But you've got to remember, teams like Tribe and Navi have, managed to, could say, been playing the big dogs first before they're playing against anyone else around that kind of skill city. So expect Tribe to start pulling back here today.
Yeah, this is exactly the thing to remember. Like, in Playday 1, Navi played up against AC Milan Clash and EXO free agents, and then in Playday 2, they played against EXO free agents and AC Milan Clash. It's definitely been a struggle getting into the swing of things for them today, but I hope it's some good things.
Yeah, I hope so indeed. But these are going to be the matches coming up before your very eyes momentarily. We've got a double dosage of Reply Totem to start off with against Tribe Gaming and EXO free agents. And then straight afterwards, we've got EXO versus Clash, another heavy hitter, which we look forward to see later on. But don't worry, we've got plenty more matches to come, plenty. As we've got Noble Elite against Big, SK against Big, and SK will also be playing against Navi later on this evening. So again, a couple of games which SK will looking to try and pull in the bag, but some difficult matches for Big and Navi, obviously. And speaking of Navi, we do have Noble Elite versus Navi as well. Both these teams looking to try and get those additional W's on the board to add a bit of influence onto the leaderboard.
Yeah, pressure as well to, catch up and make sure they make the most of these opportunities, because, yeah, a bad day today could definitely be something which could lead to a very difficult spot to get out of. But first match being Reply Totem, Soydapreza, Maori, and Maru. Again, a team that, been doing decently, but still a little bit behind some of the front runners. A team that I really enjoy watching play, very, very aggressive play styles, but every now and again, sometimes a bit overly aggressive.
Absolutely. Totem have already played Noble Elite back in Playday 1, but the reason why they've had a couple of those losses as well, because they've had to play the likes of SK, etc. So a real mixed bag of teams have had to match up against coming into this, but now they're going to try and inflict even more damage here, because this will be a big win for them if they defeat Tribe Gaming. You see the names there, Tom, Spen, and Casey. But they are a formidable force to be reckoned with. Tribe Gaming looking to try and secure one of these top 4 spots, are on the lower end of the stick here, but you could say both of them definitely need the W coming into this, because we know it's still early days, a quarter of the league has already passed, but Tribe and Totem need this win in order to, again, be a little bit more of a challenge for those heavy hitters in that top 4, because you wouldn't expect Tribe to be going 1 and 3, but considering the teams they've been up against in the last couple of play days, it's not really too surprising. It could have gone either way. Every second was decisive.
Yeah, Tribe definitely need to pick up this win today. Only got 1 win on the leaderboard, but 2 losses to EXO free agents and SK Gaming. That game between Tribe and EXO free agents went to a 3-2. So very, very close one there. Narrowly missing out, but they're definitely going to want to level things up today and get that 2-2 on the board.
Let's have a look at the maps and bans here, Ark, to see what kind of flavour we're going to get in terms of this kind of matchup. We're going to Factory Rush, Snake Prairie, Double Swish, Hot Potato, and if it goes right towards the very end of set number 5, it will be Julian Beetles. But still seeing the Primo bans here, looks like, Ark, and let's be honest, I'm not surprised.
I think that's wise. Yeah, we saw a lot of Primo in the last stream. Just a lot of players were kind of like just, experimenting with that brawler. It was day 1 of the update and the balance changes. So I think today teams are going to be much more wary of that particular brawler and taking no chances leaving it to the other team. They are blind bans, of course. So ultimately, you don't want to be taking too many risks. So I'm not too surprised to see that on both sides. Frank and Stu as well are the bans to combine with that. So, I mean, Frank is yeah, a hard hitter. I think we saw as well previously how devastating that can be in the spawn of Snake Prairie. So I think that's a pretty wise choice. Very difficult now with the spawning in with no ammo to really kind of like assert your dominance back into the mid. So I think brawlers like Frank are pretty smart bans with these particular maps.
Yeah, I've been watching a couple of the other regions as well, and it looks like they're paving the same way as everyone else in terms of the ban. Seen that Primo Frank ban quite often, maybe a little bit of Poco here and there in the mix. So we are trying to still establish the meta. It's been a week now, so we've had enough information to kind of carry out exactly what they want to do in a lot of these games. But it's quite funny that the bans are almost similar to the day 0, day 1 patch, because we weren't really too sure. We know that people got an idea or a glimpse of what we could expect in the future of the meta for the competitive Brawl Stars scene, but it looks like it seems to kind of, you could say, become a little bit more standard now in terms of what we want to see. So early on we were like, okay, we'll see how these bans affect, going to the following week, but it seems like it has become a lot more established, a lot faster than we actually initially expected.
Yeah, exactly that, and players are going to be looking to counter a lot of these really strong ideas as well. So I'm expecting to see a lot of M's as a background counter to potentially Bull. Who Poco is not banned here as well to consider. So there is still that big tankiness and that bruteness of Bull combined with Poco to consider here. I think brawlers like M's are a really great deterrent of that, and I think that's kind of like the more go-to thing here. Like the ban Primo because ultimately he can close the gap better and faster than any of the other tanks that now earn their super off the back of taking damage, and just kind of cover eventualities and go with something a bit more traditional.
And I'm looking forward just to these teams in general, like just moving away from the brawlers and like how things have been panned out over last week. Just these two teams in general. In terms of win-loss, it's looking pretty bleak. But you got to remember, these two teams have also managed to get rid of, the hard teams like that to fight off like right at the very beginning from the get-go. It's not really the best of starts you want to, kind of have, you could say. But at the same time, you'd rather play against the hard teams first, so it's a little bit easier on yourself going towards the very end of play day 7 and 8 and give you a little bit more confidence later on. So you could see, either side of the coin here. But Totem, I'm looking forward to see what they can do against Tribe. I think they can still see Tribe as a massive threat. I always see these two teams as the ones where they could be bouncing back and forth between that 4th, 5th spot kind of area. Because, like I said, out of all the teams, you normally think, okay, Clash, SK, XO probably. But XO and Tribe were very close. And, remember back last week, Tribe almost took them down, but they got reverse sweats by XO in the end, which was a little bit of a shame, a little bit of a surprise as well. Maybe we're just a tad bit overconfident. But Tribe have to pull the finger out now and realise that actually, yeah, we need to start pulling these W's out of the bag now. And if we start losing to the likes of Totem, then that's going to be pretty much it.
Yeah, absolutely that. And there's a rivalry here that goes back and forth a long way. I've seen in many other third-party events where Totem have actually got the win over Tribe. So definitely, I think this could be a close one to call. We put some predictions out there earlier on today. If you go on Twitter, you'll be able to see some of this for yourselves. But I think this could be a close match. I think that both teams are going to be on, very much on call today, and making sure they've got the communications on point and choosing the right comps for the right maps.
Yeah, the scene has been a little bit hectic last week, so I look forward to see what the outcome of that's going to be over the course of the next couple of days as well. So, guys, about the wait and everything else happening in between, just waiting for a couple of players to connect, and then we'll be underway. But for now, though, thanks for joining us anyway. It is the first series of Playday number 3. We've already had 2, still got 6 more, so still got plenty more action to come, and we do have Playday number 4 coming same time tomorrow as well as the future couple of weeks. I mean, we have the challenge finals with the top 4 teams battling it out for a nice summer, a nice chunk of change here, Ark, going into this. So looking forward to that so far. We've already shown the leaderboard with how things are panned out. XO, Clash and SK are having a dream start. And, a couple of these teams, especially these 2 in particular, looking to, make their life a little bit of a misery heading into the future play days.
Yeah, cause a ruckus, makes some moments count early on. It can really get inside the minds of players, and I think that that's really something to point out is that the mind games that are involved in Brawl Stars, not just in terms of choosing game and kind of like how you're gonna, whether you keep to the same idea, mix it up, or try to kind of throw off your opposition, but in the actual competition as a whole, getting inside the mind of your opposition and giving them more work to do can make a couple of mistakes later down the line. So this early pressure is so important for teams to gain the advantage.
Yeah, I know. These 2 teams haven't been doing the best in that department with the 1-2 and 1-3 so far. But this is what I'm talking about. I see this as probably, I know it's the start of the day, but probably the biggest game. Because you remember, I mentioned the other 3 teams before. SK Clash, of course, the gatekeepers to this to the league, to this leaderboard, to the ESL Mobile Challenge. But I always saw these two teams are the ones splitting between themselves as terms of like who's going to come fourth, who's going to be able to scrape by and then be able to, get into the finals. And the funny enough, it's early days, but this is it really. And whoever wins this could really affect the outcome of their chances to be able to reach their challenge finals at a later date.
This is a really important matchup. Yeah, absolutely that for both of these two teams, because they're not quite in that that top region yet. So massively important for one of them to sort of gain some of that momentum. And I think that as closely matched as they are, it's going to be one that could go all the way here, and that's the dangerous thing. When as time goes on in a series, you have more time to kind of think through strategies, feel out what the opposition's kind of favoring in terms of brawler picks, to try to counteract that with your counters. And that's the thing, really. Both of these two teams are going to want to wrap it up very quickly, but I think that might not be the case today.
I don't think it will be. I reckon it might even go to the 5 sets here. Wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. I think it's more about how Totem are going to play today. The recent form's been very good, been very impressed. I know in this league in particular, we haven't seen the best of them, but again, it's like Tribe. We've had to start off against some very difficult teams to try and pave their way towards getting high up on that leaderboard. But we are going to start things off between Totem and Tribe, and already Tribe are having a very, very good start indeed. They've got that numbers advantage. Already took down 2 of the players in Maru and Brazier. Now you can see her just trying to rejoin the rest of the pack. But now that Spartan will be in Tribe's favour, heading down south.
Well, I like the coal pick from Casey. That's going to actually open up a lot of this protective barrier here in the event of Lou being able to get a really, really strong defense. And they're already directing the bot straight towards the Ike. A really, really nice strategy that we've seen a little bit in the European region. Takes a few shots getting out of the spawn here, but so far that's a very good start for Tribe, and they're able to hold down the mid. Now Tom is just going to try to ricochet some of these shots between replies and now. They're quite hunkered together to get maximum value.
Certainly are indeed. Casey gets one, Tom gets another. Tribe really showing what they're worth here, and they realise that this is definitely going to be a huge, huge game for them. But Brazier being kept all the way back in that left lane, left on 280 HP. Tom has a little bit of a feeling that he's going to be pushing around, and that feeling was definitely noted as using his game sense to make the assumption of where he could be, and found in that was beautiful stuff. Mori taking a fair amount of damage as well. Tom looking to go for the flank, does get one hit in, does go for the second, but Mori just about managing to stay alive as that second bot is coming all the way down. But how good is the defense going to be in comparison to the last one? There's some of the structures already being destroyed, so it's going to make the path easier for the bot to come on in. And there we have it already, a nice clean victory there for Tribe, and that is exactly what we're expecting.
Yeah, I think the sticky syrup mixer gadget there for me was a little bit early. It didn't kind of gain any value from taking hits from the Ike itself. But ultimately, it was going to be a difficult defense. Tribe were just very, very good at staying on their toes. I'm not sure whether anyone even died once in that game. They were very, very good at asserting authority. And I do think that Cold Pick was a really smart one. Cost a difficult brawler to have pay off on Siege. So, but the strategy is there, and it kind of renders Lou not useless, but obviously you're starting to consider for sure. Tom was doing a great job of holding down the left-hand side lane as well.
Yeah, just pretty standard stuff. And the fact that you said that there might be a chance there was no deaths from Tribe, well, the way they were playing, it kind of felt that way because the map control was just ridiculous to say the least. Even then, they still tried to pile on the pressure on Tribe, but players like Tom just smelt it from a mile away, and he was just like, no, you ain't. So literally just push him all the way back on the side every single time. And, we've seen him quite a few times before from Tribe, but they're pretty good at Siege, no matter which map it is. But it depends how Totem are going to adapt here. Will they be able to adapt? Because let's be honest, that was a very strong start. And even if they do adapt, I don't know if it will make that much of a difference.
I think I have to go with the range for control rather than the throw. I didn't really see much value from the Barley, despite I actually quite enjoy seeing that particular brawler as a pick here. I think the range, of Lou as well, not being that long, but ultimately is counterable by other longer range brawlers. Or some aggression, something that's going to really kind of shake Tribe up a little bit here. Could go a long, long way. I think keeping with Bells, actually not what I'm going to do. I was going to suggest that being an idea to put a lot of consideration into, but Piper here is one brawler that can really outrange Lou. So Spencer, and already taking a lot of shots, forcing out the ice block gadget, and actually somehow coming out on top there. That's something that Tribe now have got to take into real consideration because Piper is going to outrange a lot of their comp here.
And you saw Casey as well, just hiding in the bush in that right lane, just waiting for his opportunity. I think he was a little bit surprised, but the opportunity came so soon. And he was like, right, I'll take that, Maury. Don't worry, I'll take it down, no problem. Brazier trying to add a little bit more pressure onto that right lane. Casey's taken a fair amount of damage. Can't push anymore, but it doesn't matter. Spen manages to finish things and clean that up. And Tom also takes a Mori in the process as well. So Maru may be able to try and help out a little bit, but what can he do with the limited amount of ammo to begin with? And look at that, already taking so much damage. And 1% is all that required. And will he be able to clean up? No, he will not. He will actually body block that. 1% no hero. It's going to be a little bit dicey.
Yeah, to say the least. I mean, but this is the thing with the Surge pick that was so risky for me going into this matchup, because ultimately you've really got to gain those stacks early on to increase your range, to increase your speed. Soydebrest didn't get his first until the bot had pretty much annihilated the Ike. So now it just requires one shot, and Tom trying to find on the right-hand side here, and yeah, that's the one that's going to seal the deal. Fantastic work from Tribe, and despite the adaptations, didn't work out for Reply Totem.
Not mucking around, are they, Tribe Arc? Not mucking around in the slice. Trying to give us an early evening here. We don't want early evenings. We want these set fives come out here in there. But good work from Tribe. It's like I said before, like we see teams like Totem like be able to adapt quite well, but all they do is keep the games close. They don't actually, be able to retaliate with any kind of difference in terms of the scoreline. But it's sort of there. What a difference. Tribe have really come out to play. They've obviously realised what we were talking about earlier in terms of the discussion we were having with been able to break back into that top four with, I wouldn't say a poor start. I think it's just the fact that in terms of the teams they Tribe have had to play against coming into this off the get-go was just very, very tough. It's a very hard way to kind of make themselves known towards like play days 3 and 4 now. But now they're playing against Totem, they realise that this is the team we could have to probably clean up or take down early enough to, just in case anything does happen in the future in terms of their influence onto the leaderboard. But Tribe though, yeah, I can't, fault them in the slightest. That was just a fantastic start.
Really, really strong. The game mode really catered towards their playstyle here, I think, and they were very much aware of the ability of loose defense. And as soon as they really eradicated that, I feel like Reply Totem had to focus on getting the first push. Ideally, would have gone a long way. They didn't get a single push, so I think that if they had done that, they might have been able to assert a bit more control, a bit more aggression from them. But they'll always find themselves on the defense, and lose a great brawler for defense and siege, probably the best in my opinion on this particular map on Factory Rush. But if you've got those barriers open and those walls are down, then the bot can just walk directly into the Ike. So that was the strategy from Tribe, and they made it really, really count early on. So a ton of pressure now on Reply Totem, because like you rightly say, Tribe really now want to capitalize on this opportunity here. They know that they've struggled against some of the top contenders in the competition so far, but they've got to make these ones count where it's a more close-up match.
Well, the last time we casted this map, I think you remember what happened here with the nice spawn trapping session for the last 60 seconds. It was pretty bleak for the opponents. I'll try and remember what the matchup was between which teams, but I don't think we're going to see too much of a repeat performance depending on the circumstances at the very start. But Casey does take down Maru, so a good start from them, and we do have the blue star to give them a little bit more edge way as well. So they're going to be pretty happy with their performance so far. Still early days as of yet, but let's see what Totem has planned.
Yeah, it can be so cautious now since those changes into the game, where coming out of your spawn can be very, very hard to obtain control for. Brawlers like Piper especially, who need range to be able to really maximize on damage, can't get out the spawn that easily and require a lot of teamwork and coordination. And we saw a lot of spawn traps with big tanky brawlers like Frank here, and I think is the exact reason why we saw that ban. As you said, nice takedown, but Reply Totem at the moment on the back foot and Tribe in the back of the spawn, so you're gonna have to try to assert some control here. Maui's forced back, but in the meantime, down goes Spen, and that's gonna make a big difference to the leaderboard here in terms of starts.
Oh, big talking point as well. Casey has full 5 stars and the blue star, so that any time he does go down, it's going to be big trouble here for Tribe. But the good thing is, he's using a brawler, has focus on range more than anything, so you won't see him on that front line in case things get a little bit hairy. As Maru and Braze are still on that right side, Mori just looking to see if he can get any pop shots onto Casey. Does get one, and another one could do it here, and still waiting on that left lane as well, but 20 seconds left remaining. There's this final engagement will take place very soon. 15 seconds left though. Mori and Brazier do have time to wait for Maru to catch up and now make this final engagement happen, as Mori and Maru now just push on that left side. We'll find Spen, but Tom's already taken down Mori. Spen's taken down Maru. It's all going Pete Tong here as Brazier gets cleaned up, and that was a lovely way from Tribe to end that first game.
calm and composed, as you've got to be now in those spawns. And, you know, Casey did well to stay alive. He had a big bounty on his head, and definitely Reply Totem would have liked to have got a piece of that. And it required a lot of synergy between Spen and Tom to really hold that down, because it could have been a quick turnaround there very, very easily. I think Casey had a bit of a saving grace to have the jump ready to his disposal, and Tom with some nice supers on the side lanes as well. Yeah, a really, really flying start for Tribe today, showing no signs of slowing.
Yeah, they're not messing around in the slightest, are they? Like, literally, they just want to get in and go home. That's literally what I'm going to feel. It's like they've got a train to catch or something before they head off to the next series. It's ridiculous. But, you know, like you said, just great support. They're not too spread out, helping each other by any means necessary. And you see as well, you know, Casey, or I think it was Casey or Sparrow, I can't remember who it was playing with the Piper, and obviously with the 4 stars, sorry, the 5 stars and the blue star as well. But, you know, again, just making sure you're keeping his distance and just being a right pain in the backside, just doing everything which is required here. And this is exactly what we wanted to see. We haven't seen one close game yet. So Totem really need to rethink a few of their ideas on what they want to do coming into this. And you can see Mori just tempted to go for that blue star. Temptation does get the better of him, and he does manage to get it though, which is what you would love to see. But so far though, it is Tribe with that 2-star lead as Brazer and Mori looking to push up ever so slightly, but Spen is just on that left side. Casey's here to help him here, so at least he can deliver a little bit more damage towards the center and keep Brazer at bay.
I feel like Mara could have gone for the pull there on Tom and just had the support from Soy, because Spen and Casey were not really that close, so he's going to miss the pull there. Disconnect with Tom, but not really anything in terms of damage. Spen goes down in the mid though, and the pick up from Mara is so important, and almost picked up the kill on KC, leaving him on 85 damage there just to heal up from. My goodness me, what a quick explosion of action there from Reply Totem, closing the gap here. And now Tribe are definitely going to have to push this in the next 25 seconds, or this one could be a bit of a turnaround here.
Yeah, KC would have been, well, let's be honest here, they would have been down by 6 stars and would not be loving life going into this final engagement. But speaking of final engagement, Mori finds Spen straight away. This should literally be it here. There are no time to regroup, but Tom does actually take down Maru. Brazer does manage to keep him at bay a little bit longer. Mori does take down KC, but yeah, that's way too much. After that first death, before that initial push, we knew full on them, but that numbers advantage is going to be way too much, and plus they had all the cover in the world to kind of like retaliate in any way, shape or form. So good reply from Totem there.
Yeah, this is what they need to do, and this is what we kind of expect to see more of, actually. This kind of submission to Tribe so far in this series has not really been their normal playstyle. And look at this explosion here. Soiler burst in the mid, and the follow from Mario in the mid as well onto Tom. And then, yeah, Casey got very fortunate there to be surviving on that little shred of HP. Because it gave them a little bit of a cushioning to come back from here, and they made the attempt, and a bit of an overcommitment left from Casey there. But I'm not sure how much difference it would really have made, to be completely honest, just given the positionings and low HP of Tom on the right-hand side there. But yeah, much better from Totem. Much more we want to see from them.
Yeah, I think it was Spen who was taken down first in that last initial engagement, which is a little bit of a shame. But you saw his plan of action there. He was hoping to pretend, but he was going to pull back a little bit further, but instead just stay in the last part of the bushes. But his opponent was more than ready for it. He was just like, okay, you know, you can pretend to walk off, but you know, I know you're towards the end, so it doesn't really going to affect him in the slightest. But I can understand why Spen was trying to hover around that left lane still, which is perfectly understandable. But let's see what happens in this final game of set number 2 as Spen already gets that first kill. Maru does take down Tom in the process, but Brazer also takes down Spen and will grab that first star. So nice little start here for the side of Totem.
Yeah, really good start. They're going to start shutting down these side lanes now and just kind of earning super. Look at this. They're all bunched together, and Tribe are capitalizing on the low HP. Mari is going to come out with the spawn, but with really little to really contribute in terms of his defensive capabilities. And there's some more action going back and forth. And Tribe got the blue star now as well, despite the tied score. They are in the lead.
Yeah, they're going to be in a comfortable position. They're going to be happy. It just depends on how they're going to try and push up. Maru trying to feed his team a little bit of info, bit invalid info really, because he knows that just going to put him, going to be putting back into the center anyway. But Tom does hide around that right lane to see if Maru does push up, but not going to be a great opportunity now. As he does it clean, it's only on 452 HP. Maru does take down another one as well. But you've got to remember, the Tribe still have that 2-star lead and the blue star to their name. So Brazer and Mori looking to try and find an opening on that left lane. But it will not be exploited in the slightest as Spen cleans up Brazer. and make sure he has absolutely no way to come back here. Mari gets cleaned up by Casey. Good job there with the Piper, and Spen also takes down Mori. So pretty much the team up there, 30 seconds left, and no deaths can occur on the side of Totem in this last engagement.
Yeah, they've really got to make this moment count and really make this push happen, but I don't know if they're going to have enough to do it. Really, ultimately, this Tom with a super there's the takedown is so important to do so. Mari on the left is not going to be able to jump away. Either Tribe are looking so good for me right now, and Reply Totem are looking shaky at best.
Yeah, what a way to adapt here, Tribe just looking formidable again. 18-star difference. Couldn't make this stuff up if he tried, and Tribe are now up 2-0 in this series already. It doesn't feel like it. I feel like we've only just done 2 games. Ridiculous.
I mean, that was the chance, really, for Reply Totem to gain back a set, really. They just were not able to make it happen. They had a good early lead as well, and kind of made some moments happen, but Tribe just had just next level aggression. Kind of interesting to see that the bow super totem is still the meta here in this map since the changes to that particular gadget. Now it's a bit of a rework on the timer to tick down over time, so you won't see as much of value from that. So it's going to come down much more down to making those shots count, and Tribe just made more shots count.
Absolutely. I just felt like all the pieces of the puzzle there just worked in their favor. All the timings of their attacks and everything they wanted to do just, you know, literally there's a pinnacle of their performance there, and kind of, you could have saw like a few times Totem got caught off guard by a lot of the attacks that they weren't expecting. But like I said, you know, it seems like every time someone plays against Tribe, they expect all these surprise attacks or any of these little things which makes a huge difference in their gameplay. So good stuff on Tribe, 2-0. Whether they get reverse sweeps, I hope for their sake they don't, because we've already seen it once before, but now it's EXO. Totem, you know, aren't just any other team which aren't that good. You know, they're a very solid team here, and they can really pull out the bag what, you know, EXO have done in the past. So Totem could do it, but yeah, it's just night and day difference from what we've seen from all these players.
Yeah, we saw the first glimmer of hope really in Snake Prairie there. We didn't really see anything to go from Siege, so there's something there, but they're gonna really have to harness it now, because you know, time really is running out, and they're gonna have to really think through their approach going into this next game. They're gonna have to really think through the brawlers that we've already seen Tribe, you know, utilizing well. I think that in terms of like the Piper matchup, I think that it's fair to say that Tribe have been pretty more on point with that particular brawler. I think I remember it being maybe safe zone up next as well, so that's a brawler which could come into the mix on that particular map. Essentially, no, sorry, double swoosh, I stand corrected, for gem grab. So for me, I mean, I'm expecting to see some Amber here to break open some of these bushes, possibly some M's as well. This could be a chance really to go in with some different brawler ideas, as it seems that Reply Totem are going to bring in the Piper here, which, yeah, that's an interesting one for me. That wouldn't be my go-to here, especially already the support from beyond there, from KC running on the Tara, the gadget there. Just it's going to be a bit of a counter to him.
Yeah, with the Piper pick, I feel like it's either going to work really well or just go horribly wrong. There's going to be no in between here, I feel like. But so far, Mari's been making it work, but how long forward is the question. You see, any kind of aggressive play or any kind of aggressive action onto that left flank, it's going to definitely not do Maru any favours. But as long as Mori's there to play support and just giving him a helping hand here, there and everywhere, then he should be okay. But Mori's got to make sure he's in close proximity whenever he's in any kind of trouble. That was a great example of it there. Mori was there, he just wasn't prepared for Casey to push up there. This is what we're talking about. That Piper is going to create some huge advantages, but yeah, it could be huge disadvantages as well, depending on how it works. Maybe the right lane could have been a little bit better instead of going towards the left side.
Oh, Casey's juking wondrously on this left-hand side lane. He's pretty one shot away from Super as well. Spent on the countdown with 10 gems. Mari trying to make something off the right-hand side. Tom coming in for the body blocks will give him a little cushion of support. I don't know whether Totem will be able to get into the positions that they need to be in to stop this counter. Mari, though, oh, missed the first shot. That's not going to be enough, surely. And Tribe then moving on to match point with, I've got to say, for me, I felt like they had the better comp.
But he had the better comp, but also just outplay him as well. Like, you're right about that Piper play 100% in terms of, you know, how it's going to work out in their favor. And like I said, there's no purgatory about it. It just depends on how Tribe deal with it, and you need to deal with it with a fast, aggressive approach and not give too much room to breathe, but also keep tabs on where Mori is positioning himself in case he's giving Maru plenty of room to kind of do what he wants. But you saw there, though, you know, with all the bushes on that left side, they never knew exactly when they were going to come or whether they were going to get approached, and Mori just sadly wasn't prepared to cover Maru in the best of those situations. A little bit of a shame, but you're absolutely right. A Tribe not mucking around in the slightest is on match point, and we're going to have to see if they take it all the way.
Yeah, exactly that. You've got to really utilize the strategy if you're going to go in with Amber and really break open the bush. So yeah, Ems is a good shout. I was going to suggest either Ems or going with Tara. For me, I prefer Tara here, but ultimately, if Soy Breza wants to kind of keep Casey more under control with that, then he can swap lanes or he can stay where he is at the moment as well, but putting pressure on Tom. Bell is viable for sure. I actually prefer Tribe's previous comp to this, and this could be a chance for Reply Totem as they already pick up a hefty amount of kills here, leaving Tom on his own. And now with a chance to gain and re-establish bit control, nice breaking of the bush as well there from Maru. That's going to mean that Tribe have got less places to hide now.
Yeah, Thomas playing is a little bit more different. He's actually got more of an aggressive approach with the Bell compared to when Maru had that Piper. We'll have to see if this works in his favour though. At least he has the advantage with the cover, but this is what I mean though. Look how much support Tom has pushing on up in comparison to the support Maru had before. Both members were just looking to try and creating a massive flank going on. Tom does take down one. Spence actually being cleaned up. Maru is actually on their side, but so many gems across the board on the floor. Will be being picking up nicely. Brazier almost taken down, left on 672 HP. And oh, that last attack from Tom definitely would have finished him up, but sadly for him, he was just out of range.
Nice aggression from Maru, but Spen able to stay alive here and evade. The shot goes down eventually then to Maru. Casey trying to aggress from the left-hand side here, but it's going to leave Tom alone again. Those shots will carry a lot of value. They will ricochet between Maru and Mari, and Soy going on the aggressive, but then overcommits. And this is what we've seen from Totem every now and again. Very aggressive play styles, but not the greatest in terms of control and bringing back the flow of the things. 9 gems in the pocket for Tribe. They need one more, and now Totem really have got to hunker down on this mid. There is no more room for error.
Yes, a major aggression is required. They need to stop him from collecting any more of his gems, just a couple more just to start that countdown. But then again, they're not too far behind either, so they could actually reset this if they desperately require it. Tom is so weak, lived on such low HP, but Tom that at least take down Braze in the end. Maru looking to fall back as fast as he can, with Mori now helping him out and playing that support. Kate does take down Casey in the end. Spen takes down Mori in the process. Maru look at to pick up the rest of his gens, but Spen is so weak. I think Spen expecting to pull back just a little bit quicker. Casey does take down Brazier, so instead of giving room now to make this initial push. Oh, the pull comes in as well. Maru does take down Spen. Tom takes down Maru as well, and Casey takes down Mori. As Brazier now looking to try and make something of this, but there's only 10 seconds left here.
My goodness, we Tom did so well, and I don't know whether there's going to be enough time. There will not be for the Totem to get the gem out of the mid, I don't think. And this should be it for Tribe. They will take it with one final shot. What a turnaround, because Totem almost were able to seal the deal there.
Yeah, it was a little bit worrying, I'm not going to lie. Clenching on my chair, trying to find out exactly how things were going to pan out at the end of that game. Totem, no, very close, very back and forth, but you saw Tribe came out with the more efficient trades, shall we say, and were able to back off nicely afterwards, because of course they couldn't collect enough gems into the center to reset the countdown in anyway. So Tribe though looking very solid indeed compared to what we saw last week.
Yeah, Tom, for me, utilized a lot of that Battle Star power, the positive feedback, the shield that he had, because he overcommitted a little bit on the right-hand side. So Breza closed the gap with his M's, and I think that connecting those shots kept him alive in a lot of instances where he might have otherwise gone down. So, but I would say that more often than not, for me, Trump had the better comps today, and they had the skill to back it up.
They certainly did indeed. You even saw from there on the right lane with the Bell, he just had a lot more support in comparison compared to when he had Piper with Maru as well. Didn't have as much compared to what Tom had. So he was able to be a lot more aggressive with the Bell in comparison. So there's a lot of early engagements he was able to succeed in and do that excess damage and be able to take some of his opponents off guard. So it was lovely to see Tribe winning that series 3-0 against Totem. Of course, not an upset. Both his teams needed that victory, and you saw Tribe had to come out with a W in great fashion as well. But don't worry about it at all in the slightest. We've got more Totem coming up very soon with our second series of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few.
Hello and welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
Hello, thanks for having me. My name is Tado Murray. You can just call me Tado, and I'm the coach for Team Noble Elite.
So let's go all the way back to how you began with Brawl Stars. So did you play it when it first came out, and did you play it, every day, and then decided I'm pretty good at this?
No, I didn't play it before global launch. I started it 2 weeks after global launch, I think. Some friends introduced me to it because they said, hey, look, this is fun. Let's play it together. And so I started playing the game. And then I became hooked on it because I was already into Supercell games from Clash Royale and Clash of Clans at that time. And I played it basically every day for like multiple hours. And then I think half a year ago, I found out that I'm like really, really good when it comes to the strategic aspect of the game. Like not so good at executing the plays, but like really good at thinking and analyzing the game. So that's how I became coach for Noble Elite.
So the transition kind of came naturally to you to go into coaching from playing the game. That's pretty interesting. Now, what would you consider as your team's biggest advantage against your opponents?
I think our advantage is that we are kind of being underestimated, if you would say so, because I think also on the stream you could kind of see that people were kind of thinking of us like an underdog. And where I think that we have some excellent picks in our pocket, and we have some decent knowledge about all the maps and the map pool as well. So I think that's our biggest advantage.
So let's talk about the ESL Mobile Open now, okay? So your record in your ladder, in ladder 2, was 31-14. So you played a lot of matches. Now, do you feel like you have enough practice now at this top level and that you can take on any team?
I think we can take on any team, and like we could even before practicing in the ladder. We are scrimming every day. We are scrimming twice every day. And we are also doing analysis of the games and playing multiple tournaments a week. So I think it's not the lack of practice, if you will. It's more lack of, we are kind of a new team. We've only been playing together for 2 months now, and I only just joined 2 months ago. And so this is kind of our biggest weakness, that we still have to find our play style to fit well together as a team. But I think we made some decent progression, and ESL certainly helped with that, being able to play against all the top teams all the time. And we really used that opportunity. And so I think we are ready to fight now.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Dealing with me is the lovely D-Man, of course. And, you know, you've seen the last series between the likes of Totem and Tribe. That was very quick. Tribe were not mucking about at all. We obviously had a train to catch or something along the lines of that anyway, but it could go from bad to worse here. We've got to play against XO, who are probably pretty much a similar skill level, if not higher than Tribe. And I feel a little bit worried for Totem coming into this. I hope they've warmed up now compared to in that last series.
Your Englishness lets you down, I'm afraid. They got somewhere to go. There's something happening tonight for England. I'm not too sure. But yes, Reply Totem, they are up against it. I think it's safe to say. Obviously going down pretty strongly to Tribe there. Now they're facing XO free agents. It's going to be a tough game. Soydebressa, Mari, and Maru, of course, for them. But obviously the XO free agents, they were the first team to qualify through here for the ESL Mobile Challenge. Through the ladder, #1 team. YD, Cursed, and Yoshi. And of course, we heard from Cursed last week. You know, it was a tough start for XO free agents, in fairness. They didn't have all they wanted to do. Obviously, they did have some tough matches to get things off, but they are the big favourites coming into this one.
They certainly are indeed, continuing with their streak alongside SK and Clash as well. Some people may say that Totem got a little bit outplayed, but also outcomped as well, and a lot of those brawlers here and there. But you're absolutely right in what you said about XO, looking to continue piling on the pressure and keep up in that leaderboard in terms of making sure they can solidify their spot into the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals at a later date. But so we look at the maps and bans here, Lee, as we've got Gem Fort, Safe Zone, Bot Drop, Dry Season, and then if it goes to it, it will be on Super Stadium to finish things off with a little bit of Brawl Ball. But let's have a look at the bans. So we do have a Belt and Frank band, and the Primo and Poco as well. So again, pretty standard bans. I was expecting more Poco Primo leading up to this matchup, and not really too surprising from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously the Frank going out there as well has been a big part of certainly some of the hot zones that we had earlier on. So, you know, it's going to be such a big problem, certainly on Gem Fort and Safe Zone. I'm not convinced by the Frank ban based on the map rotation we have here. I've got to be honest. But then again, we'll see. I guess we'll see. Obviously, the Bell being banned out as well. It is part of the meta. Obviously, we did have the patch drop on us in between play day 1 and 2 last week. So these guys have had a week to get themselves prepped and ready for that. Obviously, it was all about scramble and adjustments last Wednesday to figure out exactly what they're going to work with. And as you mentioned, Poco, Primo, these are the sort of the bans we kind of expected. Poco's kind of been banned through both metas, to be fair. But obviously, with the bruises becoming more prevalent, it's not too surprising to see that. The question is, what do we change? What do we go with here then? Obviously, we just heard from Ark actually talking about the Amber coming into it. Obviously, Max did get a nerf. But Amber definitely could certainly step in there. Obviously, we're starting in... it was Gem Fort to start with, wasn't it? It was we were going into, so Gem Grab. So, which is the renamed Ice Fort, if I'm not mistaken. It's now Gem Fort. They renamed it to in the patch. But yeah, I'm not too surprised to see how this one's going to work out. What are we thinking? I'm thinking a thrower. I'm thinking a thrower or two in there. I'm going to go with Sprout. I think we're going to see some Sprouts here.
We could do.
I might be completely wrong, but I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just thinking of Gem Fort.
You could also be completely wrong. It could be even two, we're not too sure. But you're right there in terms of like how the meta's changed. You know, it takes about a month or two normally for the meta to fully establish itself. Right now, we've just got like an outline of, you know, what to expect and what is to come. And I'm very surprised with how well the players have been able to adapt, because we've seen the similar bans and similar picks we saw from day 0 when we've done like a week later. Yes. So it's going to be very interesting to see the least. And YDE now still trying to defend that left lane, with Maru being very aggressive from the get-go here, D-Man. Maru's now pushed on the center.
Yeah, we're basically back to play-ins, right? Play-ins 1. This is pretty much what it was. Obviously, that's when Gene was being banned non-stop. The Magic Hand was just working too strong, and everybody suddenly went, oh, let's ban all that in there. But we'll see with Soydebressa. I was about to say, we'll see how his stew works out as he just gets popped the second I was about to look at it, because Yoshi is working wonders, and this is a solid start already from Kirsten.
Yeah, this is the problem
from
you see.
Free agents, but cursed as well. So I was looking at him at the time.
It's all good. Now, in all fairness, from XO, every single one of these players are individually so talented, and it's very, very difficult to get the better of them, not just in the initial engagement, but sometimes the fantastic surprise attacks and the unpredictability from a lot of these players and a lot of their teamwork as well. But they've already taken a fair amount of damage in this next initial engagement, but it doesn't really matter. They have time to try and recover and pull back at the same time. They still have those 10 gems. YDE will be on the respawn, but you've got to remember without the ammunition, you won't be able to do as much apart from body block and use that respawn immunity to his advantage. But we'll be able to stay alive here.
The grab,
they won't be able to, and actually be able to collect these gems back. And they do have 7. Yoshi needs to stay alive. So important. But he does, and not push too far forward. Just wait for the rest of his team to make that first initial push.
Massive magic hand there. Absolutely brilliant. Worked out well for Maori, and this has turned this game completely on its arse at the moment. Maori's going to get back in there. Whitey doesn't really know what's going to go on. You can see Maori's going to be able to get himself his 8th and 9th gem. Pulls in Yoshi. Oh my word, this game has just flipped completely around. And it looks like Reply Totem may well be able to take the first game here, and they will. That is going to be job done. Soy Depressor will keep them at bay. And wow, one big super comes out like that, and it changes the game. There's the hook. There's enough. The magic hand working so well for Maori.
Well, that was a massive difference compared to what we saw at the very start. That was ridiculous. I think one of the turning points as well, like I said, one of the players up here is YD, was on the respawn, doesn't have the ammunition to back things up apart from abuse that respawn immunity and body block every way you can to make sure to solidify those gems. There's only a couple seconds left here, D-Man. It was just a little bit of a shame we just couldn't stay alive any longer, but that definitely gave the momentum to swing the way of Totem and just be able to do what they do best and be able to retaliate in a fantastic fashion. Great job.
Yeah, great work as well, because that was Maori obviously getting the pull in there, but it was Maori doing Maru doing the scouting around the outside. So as soon as they knew where that player was with the 8 gems, quick hook straight in. I mean, it was only literally one little bush, so you couldn't miss it with the grab. So I don't know, maybe I could miss it, but someone could miss it. But either way, an absolute great play there. And Reply Totem, yeah, big surprise. Obviously, we just saw them getting swept aside by Tried there. Obviously, they've had a bit of a shout at each other, really, coming out of that and saying, we're not going to go down like that. We're not going to go down that style. And it's funny because we were talking about it last week, how Reply Totem and Noble Elite, Navi to an extent, all these teams that had really bad starts, obviously 0-3 for Tribe as well, were so close. We're so close, despite the fact they had these bad games and these bad results. They were very close every time, despite the fact they were losing the set. So you should never write anyone off in this championship, because obviously there's so many top teams in there. But here we go. Let's get the second game underway.
No, you're completely right. It's only play day 3, still early days as of yet, nowhere near the halfway mark until the end of the week. So still, we'll have to find out how the leaderboard is going to shape up. Maru on that left lane once again, doing a little bit of damage, a little tickle here and there onto YDE, but Mori also did a little bit as well. So just going to keep him a little bit low here and there, just trying to keep him on his toes. Maru now looking to try and push on up to see if he can inflict even more damage and also keeping them low as well. Not doing a huge amount of damage, but making sure to keep him low to make sure that one of his teammates can try and clean up straight afterwards will be absolutely huge. But Maru now needs to pull all the way back here, and neither team's got any kind of huge advantage as of yet, apart from not the damage taken from Brazier and Maru, and it seems to be, pretty similar in terms of damage count, apart from that pull from YDE, as he does finish up Maru there, which is a great start for the side of EXO.
Yeah, it removes, obviously, the fence side that was the barrier that was causing them problems. He was getting a lot of problems from Maru around the side there, and it was almost buying time for, the crossfire from Soy Depressor there. You can see coming in as well. YD tucking in the side there. But Cursed is the man that they're looking for. There's another gem popping out. Remember, the gems come out even either side, but I don't think that's the too worry. But they are looking to focus on Cursed here, trying to escape out the back door. The pressure coming out from Reply Totem, and they get him down again. And YDE's going to try and come in and save the day at the moment. Just delay for the respawns. But Maru may well be able to walk in and collect these up if they want to try and get them to Maori around the side there. In the end, they're just going to separate, pick all of them on 2 or 3 gems as well. So it's going to stack out. And I tell you what, this is looking fantastic. 10 seconds to go. They've got to push.
And if either player gets cleaned up here, that is going to be it for the side of Totem. The countdown will be reset, but looks like they can't do anything. They tried to go in for the flank, but it looks like they have actually been able to get one of the players on the side of Totem. Need to pick up these gems again and go for that countdown once more, which it will begin again. Mario looking to push up the center to find out exactly where they are, just to feed the rest of his teammates info to decide where they should go on that back line. 10 seconds left. Mario, again, still keeping them back. Yoshi and YD are way too weak at this point. They have to recover before they make this push, but will it be able to finish it off? Yes, they do, with plenty of time to spare. And Totem are the ones who take the first set of the series.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. I mean, they had that on lockdown. You know, obviously they allowed all the free agents guys to get in there, get themselves comfortable, but they always had a well-worked crossfire. If you just watch this, I don't know honestly whether that magic hand actually helped or hindered, because it removed the cover from the left side, and then that's when they pushed. They doubled up on that left side, and that's where they start to get this brilliant crossfire in. You know, Soy Depressor on the Amber, absolutely punishing them throughout that, and in the end working out so well. So Reply Totem surprise us all and take down Curse in the first round set.
Yeah, I was very surprised indeed. Again, it was just a game of EXO getting an early advantage and then Totem adapting straight afterwards. One of the key points there as well, we saw YDE pushing up into the center, not fully overextending, but just enough to go, okay, I've got the information I require for my teammates to decide where they want to go and how they're going to push. So then when he sort of, well, I assume he communicated and mentioned they're all going towards the right lane, then that's when they knew they can basically just readjust and just reposition themselves to have some kind of positional advantage, which they did do so very well planned out, very nice, and a lot more of a methodical approach towards the end.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously we're moving on to the next map, which I'm just going to double check what it was. It is going to be high, so it's safe zone we're going over to. So what are Curse going to do here? What are they going to change around? What are they going to adjust? Because I think they've just been surprised. Quite seriously surprised.
Just as much as us.
Just as much as we have, that they just lost that first set to Reply Totem.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit gobsmacked with that start. You know, you said it before, but it's still early days as of yet, so we'll have to see how these Leaderboard will shake up, and Totem doing a fantastic job to begin with. But we've seen this from EXO before. They actually did it against Tribe last week, where they were down 2-0 in reverse sweat. But we'll see what happens. You know, Totem is a complete different team in terms of style compared to Tribe, and I'd like to see what EXO can do here to kind of readjust and rethink, you know, what they want to do coming into the second set. Of course, it is high, so it's a little bit of a different ball game in comparison. We see a lot of mirror matchups depending on the map it's going to be played on. So we see now exactly how things are going to pan out between both of these teams going forward. And I'll be curious to see if Totem can keep up and just be able to continue the pressure like they did in that first set.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out for them. Obviously, a couple of adjustments. We've got the Curse coming in on Piper, so seeing if we can land those big shots. Yeah, Amari, well, I mean, honestly, I'm about to say, you know, the pressure they might be under, but it does look like Reply Totem actually are going to be on the back foot here as Yoshi gets in. This is what we like to see. The shots going straight on towards that safe. Not a lot they can do about this at the moment because they can't seem to stop Colt just getting that pressure down. Finally, they'll back away, but down to 42% already with still nearly 2 minutes to go in this.
Yeah, what a start. It's a nice way to make a statement or make an impact going into this first game of the second set. Mario just going to try and keep YD at bay if he can, but he wants to use that collector to inflict a little bit more damage onto the safe. Not going to happen, as Totem do take down two, but Yoshi just being a nuisance in that right lane, actually been able to delay the push. Mori, you can see in that right lane, again, just trying to stay alive for as long as possible. YD, of course, expected that. Curse does take him down as Mori trying to ball back, but Mori and Brazier have to try and retreat if they can and take away too much damage if they don't get the chance. That's going to be pretty much a team wipe with Mori, Mori last man left standing, with Brazier and Mori now rejoining the rest of the pack. But 23%, you know, having to get 77% in the next minute is going to be very, very difficult, especially after that Colette super. One more super will definitely do it here.
Yeah, is it going to be enough? Just anything to get around the side then. You can see they're building up. It's especially Yoshi's super, as you mentioned, on the Colt there. It doesn't matter when he just takes both of them down. It is wide open. The little tears come out to say. The little emote comes out, and Yoshi absolutely MVP of that one. Fantastic performance. And this is what we expected. Okay, so Curse do get themselves that round back, so they'll settle back into it. And honestly, they just dominated that. I was surprised, actually, that the Mari's Colt was actually as ineffective as Yoshi's.
Yeah, Yoshi was just trying to go for those, not in terms of like the flanks, but just waiting for an opening in that right lane. And he found it every single time, and it was just a little bit of, you know, you could say he's a little bit unaware on the side of Totem, especially with that right lane. It's just such a little thing which actually made a huge impact for EXO to be able to pursue the safe and have to back the entire lineup to stop any kind of excess damage afterwards. It can be a real pain. I know it's a very narrow map, but you've got to remember that one little slip up of, like, you know, any kind of opening to exploit, and teams like EXO will take it and massively take advantage of it overall.
Yeah, absolutely. So the question is what they're going to adjust, what they're going to change. And obviously they had the Colette in there, which, you know, in fairness is a pretty decent pick. But the fact is they just got out-sniped. So with Bell banned, obviously the Piper Jewels didn't go as well. So they maybe want to bring something in with range. Do they go for a Rico, perhaps? I mean, it's not really an ideal map for Rico because you're looking at bouncing the shots and there's not a lot to bounce off on this map at the moment. So it's going to be very interesting how they change this. Maybe they go, I'm trying to think of any bruises that can close the gap. I don't really think of any. Maybe I was about to say maybe a Byron, and sure enough, that's what they're going to bring to the table. So Mari switching over to that and actually bringing the Brock out as well, so completely ditching the Piper.
Yeah, very interesting to say the least. I'm very curious to see how he's going to do with the Brock, and that's a good start for him already. Taking down Yoshi in that right lane. The Colette battle off. You saw it with the Colette duel on that left lane. YDE does manage to win that bout. Cursed in the mid lane. Yoshi having to deal with the Brock, a real pain in the backside, has actually inflicted damage onto the safe and also pulled the lineup back by another 10 seconds. So you can see Maru definitely did his job there, worth his weight in gold, got a lot of value, and also taking down Yoshi. And you can see Cursed as well in the centre half, had to pull back to that right lane, but not before being cleaned up, which is a little bit of a shame. And now Totem with the map control.
Yeah, we'll see how long they can keep hold of it, though, because YD is already looking to get around the side. Yeah, you know, that's the danger. As soon as that super comes in on the Colette, and now YD is just going to be a pain in the backside around the side here. Soydabest has got to deal with this, got to try and get in there. Mario's going to try and go up, but he's going solo, really. Now, already takes himself a big burst there. Yoshi has been a big difference for me. So Soydabest are finally getting involved in this, but look at Yoshi. He's been given all his free time to just work down that safe. 40% to 49, so pretty even at the time, but Yoshi just turns and absolutely obliterates down the Brock. Maori getting picked off as well. Will finally go down, but a much closer game.
Oh, this is, yeah, absolutely. So close. An 8% deficit between both of these teams. Curse just managed to stay alive through that. And as I say, that speak of the devil actually gets cleaned up over adventure time. As Maru now looking to try and stay alive as long as possible in that left lane. YDE does clean him up. Brazier trying to stay alive with Mori as well, but does get a little bit more damage onto that safe before being cleaned up. YDE does the exact same with Colette Super. YDE is still alive, and if he does any more damage, he could actually super into that safe once again. Yeah. Left on 1%, and there we have it. EXO put their first point on the board, and things are all tied up here, D-Man.
Yeah, well timed, all using the supers at the same time. They knew they could just burn that safe down. So it will be 1-1, also tied in sets now. Sort of almost back to where we expected to be, obviously, with EXO free agents, a big favorite coming into this game. I'm not convinced by the Byron change. I've got to be honest, I'm not totally convinced that was the right move, but you know what? Bari almost made it work, and it was close, like 0 to 13%, so it was a pretty darn close game, despite the fact they actually, I would say they had possibly the better Colette there. I don't know. I think it was down to Curse's shots on the Piper making it work in the end. Managed to get a couple of real big snipes working for him. So, where do we go next? I've had to close all my tabs down because Chrome's been playing me up, so I've completely lost my map pool.
Oh, don't worry, I will relay it for you momentarily. But you're right, I still think the Brook play as well earlier on was actually very interesting. I wasn't really too sure at first against the Colt, but it seemed to really work in his favour. But we are going to be doing a bit of siege, a little bit of bot drop if you fancy that, D-Man, going into this third set. And it's looking very good, but EXO played well. I still feel like Totem adapted much better compared to that first game, but at least they're showing a lot of life going to that second game as well. I was a little bit, worried for him in a lot of aspects here and there. But I'm interested to see going into this next one on bot drop for Siege and see if Totem can respond to any of the attacks or anything they can do compared to that last set, because the first game from that last set from XO was just remarkable. Such great stuff and a dominating performance. But this is what XO needed, but Totem need to get this W on the board. They realise how important it is to win this series.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact is they're fading away at the moment in the series. We're only into play day 3 and it's already looking a little scary for them, especially when, obviously top 4 is what they're aiming at. That's where the teams are going to go through. So when they've just lost a game to, say, Tribe, that's certainly a team they're going to be competing with for that 4th place. I know that sounds a little harsh on Tribe, for example, but obviously Tribe have had a really tough start because they played free agents, they played SK, they played Clash. Yeah. So they finally get the win on the board, and you do expect them now to turn that around. Obviously, they've got to play Navi, etc., but they only played the one game today. They're going to be doubling up tomorrow. So you got to expect them to turn that around, because if you think of Tribe's games, they were all incredibly close. Even though they lost, I could argue the Clash game, that wasn't close. But outside of that, they were pretty close games. They had a really good chance. And obviously, everybody has been scrambling throughout. So now when Reply Totem are going to be looking at this and thinking, they're going to be seeing these games and thinking, if we could take a game off someone like Free Agents, we could really mix up that top 4, because everybody's expecting the likes of SK, the likes of Clash, and certainly Free Agents to be up there. Yeah, so we'll see how this works out. This is going to be a tough one.
Certainly is indeed. We're going to see what's going to happen here throughout this 3rd set. Yoshi does take down one, keeping Brazier and Maru back. They can't really do anything, especially with the range as well. They're just trying to not get picked off as this level 2 siege, but we'll be heading the way of Totem. So you could see the guys on XO are going to be pretty happy about that, and also be able to try and slay out their opponents if they can. But doing a fair amount of damage so far, trying to defend and keep the guys at XO at bay. Just using that bot as a shield, that's going to continue on piling on the pressure. Just pushing all the way in here, D-Man. Look at the amount of damage from this first bot as well. Down to 34%. That's a fantastic start.
Yeah, and they've still got the bolt advantage. Now they're finally going to lose out there. But this Pam of YDE working wonders, just smashing it through. Now Mari's going to try and get around the side. That takes Curse down. This will give them the bolt advantage that they're looking for. And this is a good start for Reply Totem. While they have took a heck of a lot of beating on that side and the first bot, it will be them that will get the next bot.
And it will do indeed. It will be level 7, so a little bit of a pain in the backside for them. Brazier's pushing all the way up with that bot as well. Good defense from what we've seen. Already taking a huge chunk of damage that goes towards the icon. Now you can see, look at that. Only 3% done. And you've got to remember, they've got a 2-bolt lead, but it means they've got a little bit of leadway, a little bit of time on their side. They don't have to push in so aggressively or so thoughtlessly and not have any kind of numbers disadvantage, or they can push in as a wolf pack if they want to. But it looks like they're looking for angles here. Is Yoshi looking to try and find an angle on that left side, but with the range and the lack of HP, he needs to be very, very careful. Curse gets taken down. Yoshi trades Brazier. Maru takes down YDE, and Maru is the last player left standing here, and it looks like even though Totem do get this bowl lead and actually the win, will the side of XO be able to defend this off?
This is dangerous. So obviously Free Agents, they managed to get the full team white and Reply Totem, which is why they got the bot down so quickly last time. But this one is dangerous for them. Here you go. The Ike getting absolutely smashed at the back there. Reply Totem will come in. One down, but you can see the damage is already done. They're going to pass 34%. There's no doubt about that. Oh, as I say that, it stops easily tied. Are you serious? How? Oh my word.
When it was going down in 3% increments, I knew straight away. I was like, oh my god, this actually could be a tie.
I mean, just one shot, one bullet, one anything would have tipped it in their favor. But we actually draw. Wow.
A sprinkle of anything, D-Man, could have affected the outcome for either team. But let's have a look at the time moments.
Yeah, because you got Maori here. So if Maori had have stayed on the right side and fired then, instead chose to go left side, so all that time spent traveling around, could have just fired that one or two shots off, would have made the difference. Incredible.
Yeah, maybe even a thrower would have made, all the difference. But
Oh,
of
yeah,
course, they
100%, but,
wouldn't have
yeah.
the same aggression they had going forward. But that was a fantastic way to come at. They're going to be, not surprised, obviously, because, with level 7 Siege bot and the aggression and the angles they had, it looked very, very good. But the fact that it went down to 34% apiece is just absolute madness. So we are going to go back to game number 1 again of set 3, and we're going to see if it's not going to be a tie this round, as we're going to find out who's going to get the better of each other right at the get-go, right at the very start, as Mario trying to keep Curse back in that left lane. Mori trying to help out Razor with YDE. Does manage to clean him up, but Mario trying to face off in this 1v2, trying to back away if he can, and now Totem have that numbers advantage. Could be able to get the bolt advantage as well, but it looks like Yoshi does pick up that last one with only a second left to spare, and it will be a tie in terms of bolt lead, and there will be no siege.
Yeah, we'll see at the moment. It's interesting to see, obviously, last week the whole drama of the patch and nobody will ever play Max again. Oh, wait, 1 week in. Oh, look what we got here. Mario playing Max. It's really interesting to see how, the knee-jerk reactions that do happen when a patch comes through. But, I mean, don't get me wrong, he's obviously not doing so great in it at the moment because they are losing. But the fact is that it's there is always some big knee-jerk reactions. But let's face it, Max was OP, which is why the change had to come through. We'll see, though. But the Crow working well for Soy Depressor there. But at the moment, we can see the bolt lead is going to go in favor of free agents, and they get the first siege bot.
Yeah, that's right. Max was extremely good, especially in the right hands as well. It does depend on what capable hands he was in. As Maru, Mori, and Brazier looking to try and defend off this siege bot as much as possible. Looking very good, take a huge chunk of damage, trying to delay this push if he can. And you can see the damage only dwindled a tiny bit here, just a sprinkle, 98%, only died 2%, so they're going to be pretty happy about that. And one thing they're going to be happier with is the bolt lead. 6 bolts. They can definitely find 6 bolts here, but they need to keep full map control. They are at a numbers disadvantage. Curse just trying to keep away as much as they can. Yoshi just rejoins the rest of the pack. A little bit too late, but could be able to help out here, continue on piling on the pressure, just to try and cushion the blow, you could say. And they actually have done, and only by that 1 bolt will be able to tie it possibly. And yes, they do. They do manage to tie things up. And remember, there's only a 2% difference.
Yeah, this is close because, I mean, what if YDE had gone down there, that would have turned everything around as well. He was on absolutely nothing, and a bit of a duel with Maru on the left-hand side here. What's going on up the north side? Maru's just going around the back. They're making it a difference. They get the shot away. So now YDE has to get some damage down, has to try and push through, can't work it out. And look at that reply totem. Just tuned up on the left side and got a single shot away. I mean, we saw how much that one shot could make a difference in the tie game. This time they come out on top.
It's been a while since I've seen a tie in Siege, and it's been a while since I've seen just a couple percent tickled onto the icon. It's just absolute madness. But what a set we've had so far, just back and forth. You couldn't make up if you tried it, D-Man, and this is exactly what we wanted to see. A little bit worried back in set 2, considering how well EXO played, but Totem adapting again and again really, really well. I'm really excited to see how this next couple of games pans out for both these teams.
I mean, reply Totem, we're going to be thinking this should be 2-1. We should be on to the fourth set here. This should be done. They are looking good right now. Cursed are reeling. Just going to say, Ark, you out there somewhere listening? Because I think he's got Cursed down to beat Clash. It's not looking good so far. They're looking a little off it at the moment. But prediction-wise, you guys at home and us two both here, we've all got that set. It's Ark's the only one went with a difference. We'll see how that plays out. Of course, that's the next matchup. Reply Totem are looking good here in this set compared to how they just looked in the previous game against Tribe.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit surprised here, but it's a good surprise. This is what I like to see. I know Kirsten, the guys are a very, very strong team. They normally turn this around when their back's against the wall, but I don't think they're at that point as of yet. Let's see how this set pans out first. It was very weird to say for this. We had a couple tied sieges, and you saw there that one little bit of damage was able to influence the difference in terms of it being a win or a loss. So a little bit surprised there, but let's have a look at the start strategies and see exactly who's going to pan things out first. A nice little fork there from EXO, but Mario trying to go behind Kirsten, clean him up, but Kirsten just dodging and weaving here to try and stabilize as much as possible and collects the bolt in the process, whilst Yoshi actually takes down 1, takes down 2, and only Brazier left standing on 539 HP as he's just trying to do his best to stay alive, knowing that this first siege bot is not going to be in their favor.
Yeah, and I like the fact that, you know, EXO free agents have said, you know what? That crow's not a bad idea. We're going to do that ourselves. And now they're certainly looking in the driving seat. They are going to get the bot down, but there is a decent chunk of damage already done to that. Wow. 30, it's done. It's done. Game's done. Finished. Wow. Okay.
What is going on?
That was simply a case of getting in, getting the wipe, and they just smashed them.
I don't know what to say to that. It was absolute madness. That was not what I expected at all. I was getting prepared for, you know, a nice, decent matchup. It could be back and forth. We'll see what happens with this next spot. And then literally, just like that with the first one, they just made the magic happen and made the magic work. All the stars aligned and managed to take it out straight away with just one bot. It's just remarkable. EXO just looking very, very solid to tie things up in this set. And honestly, you couldn't make up if you tried. I'm not even going to try and predict what's going to happen in this set because EXO, after what they just did, you don't know how Totem are going to reply.
Aha, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. You don't know how they're going to reply. Well, we'll find out how they're going to reply in just a moment. I like I was saying, the adjustment pulling the crow out definitely was the change for me. Obviously, they pretty much won all their individual duels. Soy Depressor was the only one that was alive on the crow. He was basically up on the right, and he was kind of like in the back of his mind. He's like, should I push around the back? I'm not sure. And then obviously there was conversation in the team. He tried to pull back. Could have got damage down if you looked at the time when he was doubting himself. I think it was Cursed and YDE were both basically on nothing. You know, if he'd have actually gone aggressive, he was on full hit points, may have caught them out, may have got 2 down, would have changed the bolts around, but as it was, you don't expect to lose with the first bot, especially when I think it was only a level 3 bot at that. But here we go. Let's see what adjustments they have made. Okay, the crow once again. The Pam coming out from Soy Depressor this time. So Maru actually switching over to the crow, and Soy Depressor now on the Pam.
Yeah, YD has been on the pan for the last couple of games so far. Mori does take him out straight away. Mori has been cleaned up himself by Yoshi. Brazier actually is the one who trades him out straight afterwards. And Cursed is so weak. Maru's so tempted. Oh, he actually managed to pick him up there, which is good stuff there for Maru as Totem now get that first siege bot. And if they get map control as well as the siege bot heading towards the Ike, then they're going to be pretty happy about that. Already done a nice chunk of damage past the halfway mark. YD looking to try and body block as much as possible, but to see what they can do. Only 4%, so they can be pretty happy about that. And actually gets cleaned up as well, though. Mori just manages to stay alive and full map control, positional advantage going in the favour of Totem.
I gotta be honest, I don't know how Kurtz lost that duel with Mari, because Mari was slowed and everything, and he was just still managed to come out on top. I think the crow shots were just sort of spreading either side of him. They're actually grouped up right now. This is in a good position for Maru to try and get around there. Now the Soy Depressor is going to come up. Let's see where they can get the burst down. There we go. Maru jumps in. That's what we're expecting. And they will get the siege bot off as well, so they got themselves a good wipe here, but they need to get the damage down. They could do with getting Yoshi out. Yoshi's probably got the super available to sort of blow himself away. No, but they can see YD will get a lot of damage done onto that bot. There's the magic hand. That pulls him out the way. That's going to cause a big problem now for EXO free agents. They lose around about 20%.
Yeah, they're going to be happy about it so far. 24% is nothing to really, go crazy about as of yet. But they need to get this next bot, of course. And it's going to be absolute curtains for them going into this next set. YD trying to stay alive the best he can. Maru just diving straight in. Almost took Yoshi with him as well. But Yoshi does get cleaned up. That's going to be a team wipe. And that is going to be it. Totem going to get this next seed bot here, D-Man. And it's going to be 2-1 series in favour of Totem. Who would have thought it?
Oh, and it's a level 10 as well, so it's going to do a lot of damage. They get the magic hand onto YDE as well, so that Pam's not going to be available to stop it. It's going to have to respawn coming in there. Now the damage is going to be done because there's absolutely no reply coming out from EXO free agents. They don't have a siege bot. They can't get anything down. This is Reply Totem making the series 2-1 in their favor. Well done.
Very weird series, but I like a bit of weird, D-Man. Love it. Love to see that Totem be able to spark a little bit of fury from what they had against Tribe and be able to take the anger out onto EXO. EXO on the back front of it. But yeah, I'm very excited to see if Totem do manage to take this series. And we are going to go into set number 4 coming up next to see what EXO can do to respond to everything that Totem have done so far. and it looks like we'll be doing dry season, and it will be a bounty game here, D-Man.
Yeah, so moving on, I mean, this was incredible because obviously we had the tie to start things off at 34% each, which in itself was pretty bonkers. Reply Totem pick up a fantastic second game, but then absolutely got wiped in the third game. And then, of course, we go into a fourth game because of that tie, and Reply Totem coming out on top, actually in full control. So the adjustments, switching brawlers, switching who was playing who. So Mari switched onto the Crow instead of Soydebrest. So Soydebrest going onto the Pam. It definitely seemed to work. Obviously, whether that's brawlers they're more comfortable on or what it was, either way, you know, in terms of lanes that they were in, it definitely worked out for them. So moving on. Okay, I mean, they got a chance of taking the series now. We're 2-1 up to Reply Totem. This is a game they need to win. They absolutely need to win, and it will be disastrous for free agents who are trying to chase the top teams.
Just can't go over that last set. We had a tie, and then a game that happened so fast I didn't even expect it in the slightest. And then a game where literally no percentile difference even occurred, no damage was done to the Ike, and all of a sudden at the end we went back to normal standard play, which made a little bit of a nice change compared to the first 3 games we saw. But yeah, you're right. No, it is a must-win for Totem. I'm very excited to see if they do be able to take the series. If they do, the leaderboard will just literally be like a seismic toss. It'll just be upside down. We're meant to call some of the bits and pieces we'll have to see coming in. But if Totem do win this, I'll be a little bit flabbergasted compared to what we saw from Tribe. But it does mean that either Tribe have just improved dramatically over the last week, or it could be the fact that it's just a rock, paper, scissors kind of scenario with the teams where one takes out another and vice versa with the other teams as well. We'll have to see. But look forward to see going into this next set, as now Mori and Mara just in that left lane, all taking a fair amount of damage. Brazier rightly so with the tick on that backside, and a little bit onto YDE. But I'll say that though, YDE just playing very, very close here, just trying to see if we can tickle Brazier a little bit on that backside. But again, just, you know, going to be seeing a lot of stalemate situations here, but it is going to be Totem who have to initiate that first engagement.
Yeah, and obviously bringing out the roughs, which you'd love to see as well. And we'll see whether it's going to be enough for him. The double rough setup. But just the one blue star collected, obviously, by Yoshi to start things off. Still no one going down. Still no one actually close to going down at the moment. Reply Totem going very aggressive. YDE goes in. Soydebrest, the tick on tick is just, it's such a horrible thing to watch. But the Sprout working well for Mari at the moment. But they're still down 1, well, 3 technically because of that one kill. YDE is still putting the pressure down. Soydebrest is going to make his way up. They're actually this is dangerous. They're grouped in the corner. Yeah, I was about to say Mari can actually just sort of pick them off. The more they get picked in the corner there, Maru and Mari can absolutely punish them because they're going to get that AE spam. 30 seconds to go. This is dangerous. Dangerous for Curse to just back up there. Free agents, apologies, for backing up in that corner.
Yeah, Totem are looking for the spawn trap as well. If they take down one and keep him on the spawn
there it is.
without the ammunition, that's going to be absolutely huge for them here. And why not? They've got no reason to pull back here. A little bit now for the respawn immunity, but they haven't got the ammunition here. They might as well just abuse that if they can. 10 seconds left. Still need 3 stars, but any death on the side of Totem is going to be costly here and will cost them this series as well. We just need to pull back. Should be fine there as long as they play as passive as possible. And Brazier was almost cleaned up, but it didn't matter too much because even if Brazier was cleaned up, they still would have been ahead by 1 star. So there we have it. Totem, match point, D-Man.
Yeah, went aggressive and actually worked out well. You know, they just pushed them back, pushed them back, almost like, you know, like a dog with sheep, effectively, just herding them into the corner. Look, the way that Mari used the Sprout, the block there, almost that was just saying, yes, you are staying in this corner, and then obviously the thrower that is the Sprout can just start lobbing over the damage. Roughs can start getting those bouncy shots going. And they knew exactly what they're doing. Played it absolutely to perfection. Well done, Reply Totem. But what changes are going to go in there? I would like to say get rid of the tick, because I don't think that worked out very well. They may be looking to do the same. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Piper coming in because of the fact they had 2 throwers. So maybe something like that, just get that snipe damage in there. Or maybe even... Maybe Byron? I don't know. No, I'm not too sure about that. Maybe an Amber, I don't know. But something, obviously, with... As soon as you see 2 throwers, you're just going to be like, right, we're just going to assassinate those throwers because it's easily done.
Yeah, I think, you know, of course, when you have less throwers, it's going to create a lot more aggression for the team to be able to do what they can. But the reason why both teams do have to tick is to keep him on the defensive. And it's annoying because, don't get me wrong, like, it can be quite a stale matchup. Like, we see a lot of stalemates. You saw it occur there with the Sprout, it just gave me a little bit more leadway to be able to do that excess damage once they've been pinned into a corner. So don't be surprised if we see it again, but you are right there. I do think at least one comp change will definitely make a little bit of difference. We're seeing both ticks again, which is not too much of a surprise. They've actually brought their own ruffs here, which is not what I expected. But do you see the Sprout as well?
No, they had the roughs. Whitey was on the roughs last time, yeah.
Okay.
They're actually gone with the mirror match now, which is pretty much how it kind of was before. I'm just trying to think of... No, they were mirror match before. Nobody's changed anything, so it is the same as before. But which actually surprised me, because I thought Reply Totem just played it so much better last time. And they're doing the same again. Look, EXO free agents are slowly being pushed back further and further into their sort of spawn area. Again, the shots coming through. This time they don't actually land. So I'm just going to keep my eye. They've actually used Soidebrest on the left side this time instead of the right, which was where Mari was. And he was the one that was basically doing this, just blocking them off. YDE absolutely punished. The second they step forward, the second they get into a dangerous situation, down goes the super, blocks them off, and singles them out. And that's just played to perfection again. You know, match point here, 50 seconds to go. The pressure's on Kirst here to do something. Again, they just force them back, and they're just slowing the game down now. This is Reply Totems to lose.
I like this from Maury. He's on the front line. He's been trying to keep him back so much. Okay, he hasn't done a huge amount of damage, but just having the presence there, just keep him at bay on that back line is just so important. But now they've lost map control. They realise they're, you know, not having a big advantage as they would like to have. So they're just keeping a nice passive setup here. Maury looking to continue to find a little bit of damage across the board. And I think that you've got to remember that Totem will have the advantage here walking into some of these shots, as Maury still trying to do a bit of damage onto Yoshi. It's not looking too good here. This final engagement is coming up, and Brazer trying to get away if he can. But if he stays close, no, it's fine. If he stays close, he should be okay. But left on 420 HP does get cleaned up here. Maru still on the back line. Will he be able to survive it? He should be able to survive it. Will he be able to? Yes, he does. And Totem actually be able to win that. And that's twice in a row. It was so close. But there we have it, D-Man. Totem take the series over EXO 3-1.
I think there was a second left. I think there was maybe 2 seconds. We'll have to look at it in the replay, because obviously they lost Soidebrest on the left side, and suddenly it was, I think it was 7-5, 7-4 in favor of free agents, and then bam, they just got it quickly back on the right side. So keep your eyes peeled. That was a beautiful block. But here's Soidebrest. Soidebrest gets caught out on the left there. He goes down, but then I think Yoshi gets actually, look how low Mario is at the bottom there, but Mari goes in, goes big, goes deep in effectively a 3v1 and gets the kill required, and Reply Totem take the series 3-1. Crazy.
Yeah, it's been ridiculous. The first series, okay, Tribe beat Totem, but like we expected Tribe to do quite well, but not as well as like a 3-0 only drop in the game. I was a little bit of a surprise there, but this has already been the upset of the day. Will we have any more upsets later on? We don't know. We could be. Still got 5 more matches left to come, guys, so make sure you don't go anywhere. Ark will be back in the hot seat with D-Man, so stay tuned. Now makes the deficit.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm Lee Smith, and joining me is Ark once again as we move on after what was, I mean, that's a big upset, right? The free agents lose their first set of the first game, I should say. Not even the set. They've lost everything. 3-1. They lost.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's predictions were wrong. Even the community,
Yes.
the audience, they're watching at home. You all thought that EXO were going to come out on top. Well, you're wrong. The one saving grace that I've got is that I predicted that EXO are going to be Clash. Now, if that happens, I will be probably able to stand a fighting chance. But yeah, not the turnout that we all expected, but nonetheless, the one that is the case. Wiley, Kirst, and Yoshi are going to have to up their game going into this giant matchup next. And yeah, not the start that they really wanted to have going into such an important game.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting, right? You're coming into a game like this, especially against Clash, who have not dropped a single set. 12-0 in sets. They literally swept everyone aside 3-0 last week. 4 games already won. Top of the table team at the moment, Lene, IKS, and Guille. So, you know, they have been absolutely magnificent so far. So, you know, it's always that interesting one, right? If you've just lost a game, you're coming back into this. Is that where you're playing to your strengths, or have you now started arguing with each other, or even worse, gone completely quiet? That's even the worst thing, I think, when nobody's talking at all.
That's a really, really valid point. Absolutely. It can really play on your mind, and you start to, you know, sometimes blame one another or just not communicate effectively. Either way, the maps and modes. Kaboom Canyon will be the first map for Heist off that sneaky fields for Brawl Ball. Hotzone will be parallel plays, and Siege Factory Rush Purple Paradise could be interesting to see with these new meta changes. The bounty and the bans are also in.
Yeah. I mean, at least it's the 5th map, right? We may not get there, but I think we had it on the 3rd map in at some point soon. But yeah, the Poco and Primo kind of flat out expecting that all the way through the day. And as we talking about, actually, with the Gene coming in, getting stronger and stronger, and Jesse also being taken out there. So obviously he's been getting strong as well.
Yeah, some interesting bands. I think the El Primo Poco is probably the more expected band for me, at least. Gene, I think, from Clash is a really, really solid choice to take out as well. Just underrated brawler, we don't see too banned too often, but one that can thrive in parallel plays and sneaky fields, so I can absolutely understand the thought processes behind that. But ultimately, you know, Clash are out on top. They are number 1 on the leaderboards, like you rightly said. No sets dropped. I think the only loss that EXO free agents had taken prior to that last matchup with Totem was to FA Trio and Ladder 1. So they have got that saving grace. They've been very consistent. It's just a case of now whether that last defeat is going to play on their minds, or whether they're going to come in really fresh to the mark against Clash.
Yeah, and for Clash, this is the first top 3 team that they've played, right? So obviously, you know, they've swept aside everybody else. They beat Big, Navi, then it's Noble Elite and Tribe. So, you know, they absolutely dominated. I would say, on a normal day, this is the first real test they're going to get. But the fact is that, you know, EXO have just lost to Reply Totem. They're going to be reeling at that. It's always one of those things. And honestly, in fairness to Reply Totem, you know, they deserve that win. That was a pretty well fought game, you know, overall. It wasn't a fluke. They didn't just, you know, get the right brawler picks and catch them off guard on the day. You know, that was a well fought victory. So now free agents are going to be coming into this one kind of having to think. I mean, you never know how teams are going to adjust when patches like this come out. Obviously, they've had a week effectively to practice for it, but it definitely can play on your mind, and maybe you just take a little bit more of adjustment to get into the meta and get the flow going in your team.
Now, this is the classic combo between Byron and Colette for EXO, which I think is the wise one. However, I do like the B pick from Guille as well. I think that can be a good one here with some quick and swift takedowns. Lenen on the left-hand side, they're trying to connect, but Why did you can pretty nicely for me. The aggression, although it must be said, coming from Clash at the moment, is that could prove costly if they're able to make their positioning, zone really nicely in the mid here with a takedown and follow up some to Yoshi. Great pressure early on from Clash.
Yeah, they're catching YD off guard there. And also well worked from Lene there, destroying obviously the cover on that left-hand side. That's going to cause all many problems. Curse does a little sidestep, but in the end, Lene catches him off guard. And now they're starting to get just a couple of shots onto that safe. Obviously, you can see Lene just getting close enough. Guille is just going to back away. Chaos working it well, and they have a great crossfire working out with the Bell and the Piper working well. It's just sort of basically doubling up on targets. It's catching people completely off guard.
Yeah, Curse doing well to keep his distance. Those Bell shots are going to be wrecking havoc for Clash for sure. I do like their pick with that. Shots from Guille, shots as well from Guy Chaos as well.
Oh, wow,
an entire
okay.
T-wipe for Clash. Chances now to place even more damage on that safe. They're going to ricochet onto Curse at the same time. 48% damage early on, and I've got to say, Exo Frisians have not been able to really get past the mid now. Why are they trying to think about it? But they've got to recollect themselves quickly to come back in this matchup.
And as they get the damage down, they can't get past Chaos. The Gatekeeper just holds them strong. I love the switch that they did a moment ago with Lene and Guille, just switching positions from mid to side. And Lene's just going to run on through 40 seconds. He knows he's going to go down. He will get the respawn, but he gets another couple of shots off there. Yoshi finally gets a little bit of damage onto Clash's side there. 17 hit points for Guille at the back there on the B, but he still lands the shot onto Curse. And Free Agents with 20 seconds left with it all to do.
And that is the wipe as well. A little trickle from Exo there, but not really enough to really do much. They've got to really get the team wipe and quick if they're going to be able to bring back this deficit. I just cannot see how. Why are they going to jump in aggressively onto Chaos, gets the takedown, but yeah, Lenan just going to continue those shots. Taking down, this is the final push for Exo, not going to be enough. A great start for Clash, coming out of the gate swinging.
They get a couple of shots off towards the end there, a little sign of hope, maybe. I'm just wondering what we're going to see. Almost certainly, maybe the Colette change. Will they switch into basically a mirror match that Clash had there? Or is there anything else they can do? Because obviously they already had the range, but I got to feel that the Bell and Piper is almost a must.
It's a really, really strong comp. Yeah, I mean, Byron and Colette has always proved a real trouble for teams to shake.
Byron, sorry, yeah.
And it's a much more kind of like traditional comp that I'd expect, but that additional range from Chaos as well with the Bell Picker and the Piper in coordination with that, it makes it really challenging. I always say with Bell, it's one of those brawlers which encourages you to have to play a certain way. You can't bunch up and you can't do things that you would otherwise want to. So I still really think the Bell's in a great place, and I think that could be a consideration to moving into our next game.
Yeah, I think wasn't Bell. Was he banned? I can't even see it. Where Brawler bans? There they are. Found them. Go down to play day
Gene,
3. Was
Poco,
not
El Primo,
banned, so it is
Jesse.
totally available. Yeah, so totally available. Because obviously was banned out multiple times and was banned out in the previous matchup, but it's available this time around. So we'll see whether they do manage to switch things up. There we go. There is the Bell, but it's the Bell and Byron. It's not the Piper. So sticking with that Colette, trying to make it work.
Yeah, the pressure, you see how Clash is just communicating so effectively to get this shut down the right-hand side, leaving Yoshi on the left, and now he's just juking these shots, but does so very gracefully. It must be said to stay in position there because it would have allowed Guille to move up, and that could have been even worse for Exo there. As a result, they're able to hold a bit of control here. Some shots do connect with Guille as well, but Chaos still in the mid, making those ones count at the same time. And Clash just waiting for a moment. They're very, very good at playing the long game in Brawl and just holding down control. Another take down the right-hand side will give a big advantage. Let's see how they move up.
Is Lene just going to go in, get a couple of shots, super destroy that right side, and then you'll probably see him switch sides as well, but at the moment he doesn't even need to. Oh, he's just landing shot after shot after shot. So good at the moment. Just 2% is all that they've been able to do so far. Now Yoshi finally gets that shot away, but he's got to get past Chaos, who has been an absolute raid boss so far in this matchup. And again, just dominating control in the mid, but Curse may well come to it, and it will, and he will finally drop down.
There's not too much in it, but again, Exo are definitely struggling to maintain control of the mid, and that's the thing. If you can get that control, you can assert so much pressure onto the spawn, and that's what Exo have been struggling to get so far. Break there from Lenan will open up the mid as well. Bear that one in mind as the pressure continuing on, but there goes down Whitey again. And we're just seeing more consistency so far from Clash, just able to just confirm a lot of these takedowns and then apply pressure accordingly.
Well, almost walking straight into Chaos there. I think couldn't really miss that shot. Lands it again to YDE, but now it's down to Lene to try and land some shots. They're getting pressured here a little bit with 40 seconds to go. YDE will go in there, but Lene will just remove the cover back away and take down YDE in the process. does try and wait for some hit points to recover, but EXO free agent starting to pile the pressure on. Chance here with 30 seconds to go to try and get some damage down.
Oh, that's a great chance as well. The mark on Lenan is going to prove costly as well. He's able to absorb more damage as a result of that placement. And the damage now, only 5% in it. Wide of a shot here, 2% left. Chooses to go for IKEA, so we should be getting maybe some shots on the safe ones to try to keep them low on the advance of the push that's to come. Only 4%, and this is surely going to take the body blocking of a champion. And it's not going to be enough. 2%, 10%. Clash will take the first set.
They tried to body block as best they could. They realized they were in danger, but yeah, you can't shot when there's multiple angles coming at you. So great start there, and Clash start where they pretty much left off last week. They carry on their perfect set record and continue through. So first set goes to them, and here's how it all played out. It was definitely a much better reply in the end there, but the damage was done early.
Yeah, that was the thing, and that's what EXO needed to really kind of establish early on, was that mid-control to assert that pressure that they needed. It just came a little bit too late. Rule sign a glimmer, though, so going into the next matchup, that could come back in full circle. It didn't end on a low, it ended on a bit of a high despite the loss, so they're going to have to harness a lot of that positivity because, again, Clash are looking very strong today as we've seen in previous weeks.
And the downside is we're going to Brawl Ball, which, for Clash is kind of like their strongest. However, they did lose to Noble Elite on Brawl Ball last week. No, they only lost one game on it. Tell a lie, they lost one game, not the set on it. Yeah, so they lost one game. Okay, maybe not so good for free agency here, because Brawl Ball for Clash has been one of their strongest points, no doubt about it.
Yeah, we've seen some very, very fast games happening, and Clash have been responsible for many of them. I mean, one advantage to EXO in that respect is that it's Sneaky Fields, which has a lot of unpredictability as well. But for that reason, I mean, you can pretty much expect to see a lot of Sandys and, brawlers like Tara and things that can kind of really take people by surprise. Rosa here is a really, really great brute for the mid, to have to use that tankiness and the unfriendly versus gadget as well to shop your opposition. So there's definitely some elements here that could go in EXO's favor, but again, Clash do look at a lot of those tanky comps. This is the meta that kind of naturally shifts in their favor. So that's the only thing for me that I've got to be a little bit reserved for, because I think Rosa here could be a good way to go.
Yeah, we'll see. Of course, we're going to get that on your screens in just a second. Sneaky Fields, as you mentioned, will be tricky, but we know how good Clash can be on Brawl Ball. Let's get it on your screens right now as we get things underway. We get a max out. Oh, well, we're back into Max's Stu's time, but let's not forget about Frank, of course. Leguie on that Frank. He's going to be smashing people, getting those big stuns in. Doesn't work out this time, but Yoshi already taking a big chunk of damage.
Yeah, Whitey's pick of M's here is smart, but Guille has got so much ability to push this situation with that tankiness, and of course, taking damage will only serve to earn super over time as well. So looking to play it slow here as Lenon makes a push there. Speed will connect with Curse, but the smash will also. Let's see what happens if the ball tries to get out. Obviously, coming back into the spawn, Curse is going to struggle a little bit here, and Clash have got a lot of HP despite the Poco ban, utilizing their positioning really well for me so far.
Chaos caught up there by YDE, but you can see Guille constantly trying to get through, get that stun down. Nene will just bop in, get one down, and quickly out again. But the ball has been shifted into the bottom right corner now, so without the amount of cover available to them, Chaos is going to sneak forward. So now when there's a Rosa on top of you, that's a dangerous time, as Guille will catch one round the side, catches Curse out. Chaos, the super just about holding on long enough to get the kill in there, but they're still unable to get close and get that ball into the net.
I think Whitey could maybe have won that lane himself, actually, but the trade was there, and that's going to still keep the pressure onto EXO. No goal so far, must be said. 1 minute remaining. The speed of Max will go a long, long way in overtime if they can utilize that, but they've got to hold on a while before we even reach that point. A missed shot there from Gear that could prove costly. 2 of Clash are down now. 2 of EXO are still up, and the shot could come through at any moment. If Yoshi can just play this safe and get the takedown of Lenon, or at least apply some pressure, Kirsten position here could be really difficult for Gear to shake, especially with those shadows coming in, but it's actually going to be the Healing Shade star power, so more heals as opposed to any kind of aggression from a Black Portal, on the other side of things.
The pressure just relentless, though. Chaos will get them pushed down, but now with the Rosa up close and personal, can't quite get within range of Yoshi. Will get taken down as well. A much closer game. 15 seconds on the clock here. If they can keep maybe the kills continuing, Clash will be down 2-3, and you can see that finally going to get the respawns in there. Lene's going to clear himself away. Will get picked off and sniped down. Chaos is also going to get dropped. A real big chance here now to try and get forward with the ball. He's in a position. Yoshi tries to get the pass to him. Got to get Lene down once again. That Stu's going to be the real speedy one that's able to block it. You can see Chaos already trying to be defensive. Will get the ball passed to him. In the corner, Gie being taken so low. YDE should have him down on the Ems. He will. Pushes into the side, but the ball's been thrown in the complete corner. Now Kurt's going to go for it. The pass move has to come in. YDE's there into Yoshi and over the line. Eventually, free agents will pick up their first game here in the set.
Wow, was that exciting to watch. I mean, you know, Exofringe knew they had the comp for overtime, but they had to get to overtime, and the whole game they were on defense. Clash were just, they had so much HP, and I've got to say, I was impressed. I mean, you know, Exo had to really utilize a lot of their abilities to counter Chaos there, because that shield really could come in at any moment. Yeah, he could have really stunned a great deal than he did in that game. I've got to say, I was impressed.
Yeah, massive work from YDE on Ems there. I think we're probably going to see the Rosa change, maybe. The Frank may stick. I'm not too sure whether we'll see the Apostle Ems coming out for Clash as well, or whether they change it up. I can never really guess with Clash where they're going to go, because you never know. Sometimes they just bring a random Mortis out of nowhere, despite the fact everyone's saying, you can't play Mortis, it's not possible. Obviously, despite the changes, the Nave still makes that work somewhere, somehow. You're not going to see it in this game, though, don't worry. But yeah, YDE, honestly, for me on Ems was mega there.
You say don't worry, you're going to see it. I don't know, man. You might eat your words. I mean, Lenant likes to bring it out and cause the ruckus. You never know. They're not going to change the Rosa. They are going to bring in the Max.
Just a Frank.
Yeah, dropping out the Frank as well for Ems. I kind of feel like actually Max did really, really well for EXO for the last game. Surprisingly so to me, because of all the tanks that were on the field. So, you know, clearly Clash like that same idea. And they're going to have to make it work. Yoshi with a nice takedown on the left-hand side. And Curse does find Chaos and loses the interaction. Chaos now will be healing up as a result of plant life as the star power, so he's going to be on full health again pretty soon. Has super, as has Lenan. This is looking bleak for EXO. They're going to have to defend this really, really well now.
Yeah, I like this. This change here means that IKS doesn't need to chase it. He's just going to be that big bruiser in the middle there, and that's exactly what they're planning to do. He goes in, just wrecks those low hit point brawlers, gets around the corner. They finally get the ball, but is it too late? Gier's going to get the pass in. Kurt's just going to get smashed in the face once again by Chaos. Chaos must have that super available. The Nave tries to run it over and will do just that. Gets the first goal.
I thought that was almost going to be a defense there. Lovely friend zone, a gadget from White to make the knockback happen, but somehow Clash found the gap, and Chaos going in now with shield is going to be a really difficult one to shake. Yoshi did a great job on defense, but with two people spawning back in for EXO, how are they going to defend this? Good pocket for the ball. That's a good start.
Yeah, and Lene wisely just choosing, okay, let's just back away, reset. Let's get Guille back in the picture. And Chaos will come down once again. Chaos really causing a ruckus for them. Guille will get himself the kill on the left side now. Chaos is going to get into YDE's face. As you see, there's the knockback, but it's not enough. Chaos just too strong, too tanky on that Rosa. And the danger, of course, on this map, that it is such short range, and that's buying time for Chaos just to pretty much get in their faces and get those punches in bunches.
She's got speed. They're going to need that to close this gap quickly, because there's only 35 seconds, and Clash with a goal will take this game if they continue to hold EXO back in this spawn. While he's trying to find some connecting shots, but it's actually Gear who does on him, and Chaos has shield again. So I don't see how EXO are going to get out of this. They're going to have to get a team wipe, and it's going to have to happen now.
Chaos does manage to hit the super down, but YDE will come out on top. That's going to be Guille down. Curse pushes forwards. It's all down to Lene to defend now. Just got to keep him at bay. Here's the spawns coming back in. Guille gets around the side. Does enough damage. Curse can't get the ball over the line. YDE gets blocked on the line. Yoshi's going for the chase, but he gets the kick away. And Clash will take this game as we tie the series.
Wow. I gotta hand it to EXO for that final push, because they had the clock against them, and when you're under that kind of pressure to make it count can be really difficult, and they almost got that goal. But again, you know, Clash are just showing so much dominance today. More often than not, they're just in the forefront of the map and in the Exo spawn, and you know, that was that moment there, and very little in that. I think Whitey may have just been behind the line, but not by much. This moment here was great. The push was fantastic, but just enough defensive capabilities then for iChaos to do his thing.
Yeah, get the double down and get the tap away as well. Just enough to get it out of, I think it was Whitey's that was around there on the max. So, okay. What sort of adjustments? Okay, what can we think of here? Because the Rosa worked brilliantly for iChaos this time around. Obviously, the transition with the Frank, it buys up the time, the movement, and effectively puts that Rosa dead center and causing them a problem. Do they go with the Bruiser themselves here, perhaps, free agents?
I would suggest that they do. I don't feel like they're going. Oh, actually,
yes.
Cursed is actually
but a big change.
Quite the Frank, actually, and I'm impressed. I felt like they were going to be stubborn because they didn't adapt to it on the second game. So probably feeling like they could make a similar comp kind of work still. But Frank here for Cursed could be a big one, but they got to shut iChaos down. You can already see how much he's going to struggle as a result of that super. So shutting Cursed down is definitely going to be the priority for Clash here.
Well, they do manage to get him down. Big change. Oh, Lene just going to try and run this one. Yoshi, he might be able to just run straight past him. That's what he's trying to do. Not going to work. Counter chaos. We'll just slow things down once again. Keep the damage down. Thumb down from Yoshi.
Cass doesn't want to break the mid here. He wants to use a bit of it. He's going to go for it now. Does connect. Really importantly so by Chaos. But can White bring up the ball? He's actually going to leave it down there. And that could be difficult for Exo to defend here. And obviously, there's going to be a respawn coming in for Clash. So they need to try to work through that mid-control to bring the ball back forwards, to bring this to a more even pace. Because, again, this is a familiar position for Exo. Despite their ability to be able to defend these as successful as they are, it must be said, definitely not where they want to be right now.
The pace and mobility that Clash are showing is very impressive. Here, there's a big hit, though. Curse managed to catch Lene off guard there. Guille just going to try and do what he can. Obviously, trying to slow them down as much as he can. Looking to try and toss a couple of those bombs out, doing what he can. But Lene's back at his feet there. And they're getting some real good crossfire onto Curse here. Now they have to deal with Yoshi. The speed's just going to run it through. But no! Blocked on the line. And Chaos stands strong once again.
Look at how quick Clash are to the mark here on the counter push. London did so well there to evade the Frank smash. Curse for speed though, and the tanking is coming through. He's gonna go for a hit. Does connect, gets super. Oh, that was almost amazing. It didn't happen. Lanat now coming back with the ball. Can he make something of this? The pass to Whitey, no.
Gets the one down. Gear's going to have the super. Tosses it out. It's going to be Cursed is the real problem. He has to deal with Yoshi, though. Gets Yoshi down. The respawn's going to come through. Chaos gets another down. YDE will come back in, but if he can keep this spawn death timers down at the moment. Chaos in the corner. YDE once again eating shots. They're splitting them. Chaos goes in, slowing them all down. The big super from Guille. The pass, the goal. And it will be Clash taking this set once again.
Oh, I'm right in the nick of time too. I think I'm right in saying it was the hype star power there on the M's to keep the healing coming in for iChaos in position there, but I'd like to see the replay on that. But my goodness me, what an eventful match of Brawl that we just witnessed. That was so intense, D-Man.
Absolutely. And you know, I was kind of semi-questioning the Barley pick at the start, but Guille just makes it work. And, you know, these are just Clash things, I gotta say, to be honest. You know, Curse was effectively chasing the game the whole time on the Frank pick. Did get a lot of damage down there, but I think iChaos was just the MVP in that series for me, that set. And now, of course, we see at 2-0, suddenly we're back to normality for Clash, right? We're back to normal. We're going to move on to parallel plays now, the hot zone map. So are we going to see another 3-0? Are we going to see Clash keeping their perfect record?
Yeah, I mean, they're looking like they're on path to do so. I mean, like, this is exactly where they're comfortable, and they would very, very much like to leave today continuing that streak on. I think, you know, Hot Zone is actually a tricky mode for them to maintain it on. There's some unpredictabilities there to consider, and you know, parallel play is not the easiest of maps. You know, you can go on the offensive very, very early on, and that does change the dynamics of how things unfold quite greatly. So I think that, you know, if Exo are going to break that streak, this is the game mode to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. They've definitely got to try and sort something out, though, because they're in danger of losing yet another game. And after losing to Reply Totem, that's going to be pretty disastrous, putting them on 3-2 if that's the case. And for Clash, they'll be 5-0. Home and dry, looking grand here. Even at Playday 3, you know, they've still got to have that mega match. Actually, I believe, you know, it's a back-to-back against SK as well on Playday 4 and 5. So that's definitely going to be an interesting one, of course. That's going to be the big game so far. SK, of course, yet to come later on today. But for now, I mean, free agents, they're not having a good day. They're not having a good day, but they've definitely looked better. It's ironic when I say they've looked better against Clash than they did against Reply Totem. It's strange to say such a thing.
Yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes, you know, you can make a couple of little mistakes or just maybe underestimate your opposition a little bit and it can prove costly. I mean, you mentioned that it could be disastrous. It's disastrous for my predictions, D-Man. I am down already on the previous one and I'm looking like I might be on a loss already today on a -2. But, you know, I've got to say, you know, Clash are a very, very difficult team to beat. World class, as we all know. So, you know, EXO are going to have to bring out some big dogs. They're going to bring out one dog that's going to be kind of rough for Whitey, but they're going to have to, you know, they're going to have to look a little bit deeper than that to bring this one back. This is going to be a difficult one, an uphill struggle, but one that they've done before and have had reverse sweeps over Clash in the past. But, you know, will today continue that same idea?
Yeah, so mirror match set up between the two. Let's see who can execute it the best. Lene's the one that's got aggressive. Meanwhile, on YDE down the side, will actually come out on top. Didn't expect that one. Meanwhile, of course, they are keeping strong at the top there. Guille's just about staying in the zone, in and out, in and out. But the problem is the fact they've lost so much down the bottom here to Lene. And Lene, if he can come out on top against YDE, this is going to be disastrous already for free agents. But they have managed to gain control of the north side, which is great for them. They get Lene cleared out. This has to be a great one for EXO free agents.
I like Yoshi on this too. I wonder whether if Curse hadn't popped the gadget, he may have stayed on his feet in that last instance there. But either way, able to retake the zone very, very quickly. Yoshi just dashing around and dancing, and that's going to be a really difficult target for Clash to hit. They're going to ricochet off to of Curse to do just that. But look at this. This was a very, very quick game, and again, you know, this might end the streak, D-Man.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves yet. We know that Clash can definitely turn things around, but that was a great start. You know, when Lene came out on top down the bottom there, I thought that was going to work well for them. But, you know, the double up on the north side absolutely paid off. And it did leave, I think it was Gear that was solo for a long time. Chaos got sniped off. You can see how low Chaos is there, 53 hit points. So it did get picked off. And that just gave them massive control on this north zone.
Yeah, I mean, again, Yoshi was being so aggressive on that zone as well, and early to consider it as being, you know, objective to capture from the team's discussions in the background. So I think that this time round, though, Clash might be a little bit more savvy to that idea and look to kind of maybe even change some brawlers up to reflect it. I think Bell's a great one. Just wasn't really working for Clash that much, to be fair. I mean, I think they should probably keep with it. I think it's a safe bet to have. Range is never a bad thing, and especially in you know, hot zone, clustering up is quite common, which is why you see as well the field promotion from the rough star power there on Whitey. But I think Lenan going with the Stu here is a wise choice as well, Gear, with the roughs here. So yeah, mirror matchup. You know, if you can't beat it, just match it, right?
Yeah, continuing where they pretty much left off. It didn't work out so well in the last game, but maybe they'll just make the adjustments, get their... I think they need to be looking to get the pick maybe onto Yoshi right here, and that's when they can turn the aggression. Yes, so you're going to see the defensive line. Guille's going to stay back there on the roughs while Lene and Chaos goes forward. They do get cursed off, but YDE using those ball bags to just keep himself safe at the moment. Chaos just sniping them down, and now he's in trouble, and instantly he puts a set 4 down.
Yeah, Bella's a great deterrent of those sandbags, and those shots will ricochet 3 times now since the patch, so not as infinitely as they used to, but now definitely EXO on the back foot, get to defend this, Clash are low, but yeah, it's going to be a very difficult one, and they've got to get some control back to be able to assert their authority here.
Guille very low, has to go back in defensive mode, yet to get a toe down at the moment in the south hot zone. You can see 50 to 51 both locked out and got their relative side complete. Now, Lene going down. Chaos taking some damage there. Yoshi also, though, taking it in the face. It's all about who can land those skill shots. And Chaos, in the end, will go down. Still plenty of time in this one, but I gotta be honest, EXO free agents are starting to put the damage down. As they say that, they get picked off on there, and Guille now has good control on this right side. It's gonna buy the time for Chaos and Lene to get involved, but again, they just can't get there in time.
Nice pressure here from Yoshi. He's dancing so nicely as Stu. He gets taken down the end, but it will allow Kirsten and Wise to consider pushing the left side. Wiley coming back here to defend Lenan. Honestly, one dash is all it will take for the scoreline to be reflected in Clash's favor here, and it's just Wise here to defend it. I'm surprised, to be fair, that Clash just didn't get that 1% then, but ultimately, you know, it's going to be something which could come back around. If EXO can finish this game on a 1% scoreline and still be in control till the end, I mean, this would be incredible, but the pressure now massively. Yoshi can't dash forwards, he's not going to super and stun at the same time. Curse now will cap a little bit of percentage, and that could go a long way here for EXO.
Yeah, it's going to be Clash that are on the defensive, and they have to work something well here, or could be seeing their perfect record falling here to EXO free agents, and is looking great so far. 67%. Chaos is going to try and step around the side, but they realize they have to clear Curse out here. It's not happening. Guille goes down, and that is a wipe. That is a wipe, and that will absolutely be game. Brilliant stuff there from EXO free agents. They will pick up the set. Eat your words, Steve-Man, eat your words. It was only cool. I had a feeling, I just had a gut feeling, but still though, gotta be said, EXO getting back into the swing of things, coming back to life. That could be a big blow to Clash's ego here. I think this one is not over just yet. I mean, despite the streak being ended, you know, Clash more than capable of coming back here, but depends how much they value that streak. Yeah, and if you look at it, I think it's Chaos on the left here. He misses 2 or 3 shots, which obviously got them time, and then Curse comes around the side, and then just really nice execution on the teamwork there of both Curse and Yoshi, picking them both off, getting the clean wipe, and that was their first set that Clash have lost in 5 games. Incredible result, but it is still 2-1 in Clash's favor. We're now going to move on to Factory Rush over on Siege, so we'll see how they can work out on this one, because honestly, Brawl Ball was pretty close as well. This could be 2-1 in Curse's favor. I keep saying Curse, in free agent's favor.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you know, a much more control-based game mode, it must be said, and one that I think, for me, being brutally honest, I think, you know, for me, EXO here are probably more comfortable in Siege. But then again, you know, Clash are very aggressive. If they can get that early push and hold the control that they need, then they might be able to take this here. But, you know, coming back into the mix, you know, off the back of Hot Zone was a massively important moment for EXO, and one they're going to have to continue the consistency of to stay in this one, because, yeah, Clash are going to want to, you know, end this one now, go home early, and, yeah, see the day out.
Just to remind you of the bans as well, Poco Primo, Gene and Jesse banned out. Poco Primo by free agents, and Gene and Jesse by Clash. Game getting underway. Let's have a look at it once again as we move on to the 4th set in the series here in Siege.
I'm not surprised to see the Lou there for me from Whitey. A great brawl on the defense. Not being played, it must be said, by Clash, which is kind of interesting to me, given how well Lou can fare on defense, and also not going in for wall breaker, but a really important left-hand side lane takedown from Guille will give a bolt in favor of Clash. 1-1 here, tied up a little bit. One being back there from Lenan will shift it, but maybe not until the next round, because that's going to be a tie.
Yeah, so didn't manage to get it back in time. And Curse going very aggressive, working out well there. And now he's going to cut the pressure down onto Guille. Gets away with it, gets the kill, and now he can turn and pick up all the bolts. And that's going to give a real big advantage. Actually, it's going to tie things back up if they can keep hold of these 2 bolts. They will. YDE, no! Oh, he's managed to tie it. Okay.
I'll get by picked up on Yoshi. I'm surprised we didn't see an ice block there. That could have been an idea just to bank the bolt for security, but Yoshi there able to pick up the slack in the bolt again. Gear Force back so low in terms of his HP, and Whitey continuing that mid lane pressure onto Lenan. So I've got to say, a lot of control, but I am worried that whoever gets this first push might be in trouble for the final one, because when the bolts are this closely matched, the last one could be the big one. Let's see what happens here. The bolt does not get banked, and Lenan's super low, but they will go into his pocket, but they've got to defend a level 8 bot now.
Yeah, we'll see how they can do it. We can see the pressure coming through, and immediately Yoshi gets Lene down. That's going to be impressive. Look at Lene. Yoshi's got a free shot around the side there, putting the damage down. The siege bot will drop, but Lene managed to catch them off guard in the end. So Curse does finally go down. But now they have an 8-bolt lead, and we know that Clash works well on this. They are very good going in the last siege with a big bolt lead, and that's generally where they turn it. If you think of the Tribe game last week in Playday 2, that is where they turned the screws. Tribe came out on top in the first 2 sieges, came in with the pressure, but then when it hits the last bot, it is all about Clash, and now it's going to be a huge one. Level 14, and let's see what pressure they put down. Keep your eye on Lene.
Yeah, and also from Wiley there for the slowdown. Does connect with the bot. Lenan's going to be trying to go around the side whilst it's distracted. Try to get some shots. Gets the takedown on Wiley. Yoshi coming in for support. I don't think it's going to be enough. That is going to be Clash then taking that game. And then, wow. I mean, what a comeback.
It's what they do. It is just what they do on Siege. Every time I watch Clash on Siege, they will let the first bot go down. They will happily back away from it, and they'll say, you know what? Actually, they were probably happy with a tie. They maybe even looked to tie it again. They almost did. But then they will just absolutely turn it on towards the end and always dominate in the last siege.
I was surprised at why it didn't use the area denial there on that bot, that final control-based moment, because Curse went down on the push, and then I felt like that could have been an ideal time to delay the advance onto some of the bolts, but he was very cautious to hold on to it for the defense. They knew it was going to be coming in if they didn't get the control, so I can see why he didn't, but I feel like that could have gone maybe a different way had Curse stayed up, had Wiley used that a little bit to delay the advance, but it is what it is. EXO now massively on the back foot.
So, match point. Match point. Here we are again. Here we go again. We're going to get straight in your screens. They're not messing about. They're going straight in there, which tells me they're probably going with the same brawlers generally when they come so quick. No, we're going to see the Barley switch over. So it's going to be a Barley v Barley on the left-hand side. The Bell also in there against the Lou. So Lou getting picked off in the double stews.
Timing not quite there on the ice block for Wiley there, and he saw the end of a bullet for it. Yoshi under pressure as well. They want to get this bolt, but yeah, that's the overcommit from Yoshi. Curse then has to pick up and will concede a bit of damage. The defense is going to come in, and Wiley does not have super, so this could be a chance for Clash to capitalize.
Well, this is unusual. I'm just going to throw it out there. Clash don't normally go for the first bot, but I guess when it's available, they make it work for them. It is going to get tied up for a brief period of time there, but it is just going to walk in and get maybe a single swing. Nope, didn't get a single swing away. There we go. It was just a weak bot to start things off. Gia and Cursed, I think they double supered each other on the left side there, the double barleys. YDE should go down here, and he absolutely will. And ball control very much in the hands of Clash.
I like this strategy from Clash. Just keep the control and just not necessarily have to get too much going on the bot side of things. They have got a little bit of damage though, but at the same time, all they care about is this control. As long as they've got control, no bolts will be banked by EXO, and therefore no push, and it can only really go one way. EXO have got to up their pace. Why needs to slow this down? Early there because he was about to go down, so that was the wise thing, but yeah, the bot almost redirecting itself there. It's going to get tightly pinched against the wall. But again, no wall breakers. It's only down to really Gear to get some damage here. And Wiley should be able to respawn now and hopefully defend this bot from connecting. A couple of swipes, but it's not over yet.
A couple of swipes maybe all it needs, because they just can make sure they keep that bolt control as well. With 15 seconds to go, it is going to be Clash that keep hold of it, because at the moment, free agents can't manage to break out. Yoshi with the sad face as well. He's going to try and go aggressive onto Gie, and even that didn't work. That doesn't work out. The big cheesy grin from Chaos. Thank you very much. Job done. And now you can see Curse. Curse is just going to go for it. He's just going to super onto the Ike. It's just not going to do enough, unfortunately. You know, as much damage as the dot does, it simply won't be enough to match what the bot can bring to the table. You can see 89% to 69. And in the end, it's just going to be simply Clash taking the series 3-1. But I got to be honest, free agents made them work for it towards the end there. And, of course, broke their perfect score line record.
But in the grand scheme of things, it was a little dent on the ego, wasn't it? I mean, you know, number one's where you want to be at. I mean, SK are slightly behind, not by much, so they've got 2 games today. I'll be keen to see whether they're able to make something of that, but what a performance from Clash. They have just been so consistent in this competition, and they have just done so well. You know, exit free agents, despite, you know, lost against Reply Totem, they are not an easy team to beat, and they've lost to them in the past, but Clash made it count today.
Yeah, solid performance. Well done to Clash. They go 5-0 at the top. And if I'm not mistaken, it's 15-1 in sets as well. Incredible result. We'll see more from them tomorrow. But coming up next is going to be Noble Elite versus Big after the break.
Hello and welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
My name is Dean Sahinovic, or alias Nidin. I'm a player for Big, and therefore all of my mates are.
So let's go all the way back and let's start at Brawl Stars. Like when you first started playing, and like, did you play as soon as the beta came out? And you know, how many hours a day would you be playing?
I mean, actually I did. I was like playing since 2017. I think even the first week from the beta itself, and I played I think like a half a year, but then kind of format changed, so I stopped it again and started it like I think 1 month or something before the global release again, as I thought like, why not going in there again? I have an account already. I have some advantages to the other players who would start playing it, so why not just using it and like maybe get better than them? So basically from there on, I kind of started playing a lot. Actually, I think I played like, I don't know, 3 hours for sure per day, and then like nowadays it's like for sure more than 5 even. So yeah, this is kind of how it's going.
I mean, so talking off the back of that then, 3 hours a day, now you're on about 5 hours a day. When was the transition from like casual player to pro player? I mean, did you get contacted by an organization, or did you form, you know, a team with some of your friends?
Well, basically at the beginning I was like in a clan back then, and they wanted to do an esports team, so I started off there. But after like a couple of weeks, I think it kind of stopped again, so I had a break of it. But then I started again with a friend of mine, and since then like I'm kind of in the esports section, scrimming a lot then, and from there on I think it started to get like more of my during playtime, I guess.
So what would you consider is your team's biggest advantage against your opponents going into the ESL Mobile Open?
I mean, basically, I think we are all pretty good friends, and this is for sure the advantage, as we kind of synergize on not only play style then, but also on like a mental state, and I think that's helping us a lot there. And of course, like we're scrimming as much as the others people, but I think we're like getting more time into that as we're trying to analyze as well and so on. Like basically, we just try to reach the top here.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello, you lovely people, and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Joining with me is Ark, and I have just made my return back from a nice little break, getting ready for this next matchup between Noble, Elite, and Big. We've already had the EXO saga. We've had the Reply Totem saga. It's been very, very strange, like in terms of the day, how things have panned out so far, which I'd love to see, because I'm a bit of an upset now and again. I absolutely love it, but we are going to see how Big come up against Noble Elite. Noble Elite probably seen as one of the bottom teams here going forward. Don't get me wrong, they are known like in terms of like how they are in the competitive scene, but there's a lot of juggernauts in this in the ESL Mobile Challenge. But so far they've shown a little bit of flair here and there, but still looking for their first W on the board.
Yep, just sitting in just below, or just above rather, Navi and below Reply Totem. It's been a bit of a slow start to the competition so far. They really would love to pick up a dub against Big, but I've got to say, last week, Big were playing immensely well. Needing, Lars, and Sugar Snort, they are a team that are coming out to win, and there's some really great strategy last week, it must be said as well, with that Frank spawn trip. I believe it was their team. They went on the aggressive in State Prairie. They really like to utilize a lot of their aggression, but also keep calculated too. So I think, as far as the predictions are concerned, everyone's voting for Big today, but that's what makes me want the upsets from Noble Elite.
Yeah, Nadine, he's been coming out a swinging Arc, swinging the last couple of play days. It's been mad, some of the stuff he's been doing. But you're right there, for Noble Elite, or for both of these teams to continue on, Noble Elite need a win at this point. They've already got 4 losses to their name. They need to make something happen. Today could be the day to do it here. We'll have to see going into the game modes and maps coming up. We've got Shooting Star to kick things off, Hard Rock Mine, Backyard Bowl, Splits. If we get that far, Nuts and Bolts for a little bit of siege here, and just having a cheeky look to see exactly what is on in terms of the bands. We've got the Primo surprise, as well as the Poco and the Bell. So yeah, nice little mix up here and there. And again, we've had these bands before, or very similar bands, shall we say, and it's not really too surprising, even after a week of the established meta.
Yeah, Noble Elite are in 7th position, like you rightly say, with 4 losses and 0 wins. So a lot for them to do. Big are rocking 2 wins with 1 loss, and they're sitting in 4th place. So that gives a bit of context as to what it means for both of these two teams. I think the El Primo ban for me is pretty smart. Again, just not taking any chances on that one. Getting Poco out of the mix as well does mean that any other remaining tanks that want to be used are going to have less healing at their disposal. And Bell, I got to say, seeing already played today, we can just see how the success rates are for her, and definitely one to get out the mix.
Yeah, certainly will do indeed. It's like these bands are becoming quite, it's talking about the establishment of the meta the last week and how things have panned out. I'm still very impressed with the fact that even on the very first day, leading into play day number 1 or play number 2, for example, it was just incredible to see they've already been able to outline and picture point exactly what they feel like is going to come for the future of Brawl Stars and just how things will pan out on a lot of these maps overall. And it's great to see. But what we expected is expected, like Primo being banned like left, right, and centre. That is no surprise, I think it's just more the second ban, exactly who they're gonna think about. I think it's gonna be more. The only context we're gonna have is it depends on what their strengths and weaknesses are, or if they play to maybe their opponent's weaknesses. Why you may see a couple of bans here and there which are repeated, which means that they want to play to their strengths, or maybe if we see something different every single time from the same team, then of course they're playing to other teams' weaknesses. Depends on how much research the analyst or the coach does for each of these teams, and that's where it's going to be a massive changing point in terms of how they come up in some of these matchups. But yeah, you're right, no, Big looking very good so far with a 2-1 in terms of scoreline going into that leaderboard. But you got to remember, when they play against the heavy hitters, the losses are going to come in. The L's will start flowing through, left, right, and centre once again. But Noble Elite, they need to sort themselves out now. Really have to.
Yeah, they've got to come in today really fully prepared and prepped and done their homework in that respect, and just look back through games and to see any kind of patterns occurring. Obviously, like you rightly say, the analysts play a key role in the brawler making choices and decisions for the comps. Players' preferences as well comes into play as well here, so they're going to have to play to those strengths, but also prepare for their weaknesses at the same time here. Shooting Star up first. Again, we saw this Leon pick before, it didn't work out. it's going to be, again, the same idea going with Noble Elite, who are going with the more traditional comp, the comp that I would suggest running. Piper outranges Leon at the end of the day, but if John here can close the gap onto Sugar, then it might do something, but I just don't know about this Leon pick, man. I just don't know.
Believe it or not, I don't know either, but I suppose we'll find out nonetheless. As you know, that Noble Elite, they're the ones who are going to be okay with that blue star. Big realise, but they're going to have to make the first or maybe last initial engagement, depending on how long this stalemate occurs for the next 80 seconds. As John now looking to push into the centre of the beat on that front line to make life a little bit of a misery here for Lars, but you can see Lars is going to be okay, especially with the support of Nadine. I talked about how Nadine's been coming out swinging in a lot of these games in the past couple of play days, and he really has been. But speaking of swinging, Melnie's actually come out against Lars on top in that first engagement, so they're going to be quite pleased about that, as Lars still looking to try and make something happen with that tick, and nothing too much as of yet, pretty standard, but that final initial engagement is going to be coming up very shortly, and I look forward to see how big are going to do and how much damage they can do before they push on up aggressively.
Do you know what? John is playing very well. This is the thing. Like, Leon here should not work. I'm not going to lie. It's not the go-to in any way. You never see it. But he's making it work. He's very much aware of the strengths and weaknesses of that particular brawler in this map. Very good at tanking a lot of these shots. Melanie tried to last hurrah the peep, and Andrew missed it as well. It's going to come back around, though, connecting with Melanie. And that's going to turn the tide here. The stars are still in favor of Noble Elite, but for how long?
Yeah, Noble Elite up by 6 stars, so no deaths until his next engagement occurs. Sugar's still up on 176 HP, but he needs to make a push and support in some way if he can, but looks like he will not be able to. Sadly, he took way too much damage in that first initial push. Was a little bit of a shame there, but there we have it though. Noble Elite with a good start. Not what we surprised, not what we expected, shall we say, Art.
Leon greater than Piper in Shooting Star. There you have it. Super impressive. But if you look at some of the plays there, they made sense. You know, John was using the clone gadget there to tank a lot of things and to counteract the peep. You see that the last hurrah didn't quite connect and it came back around. But nonetheless, you know, Noble Elite staying in control and, you know, bigger on a big scoreline right now, right? So this is the chance then. If Noble Elite can continue that on, I'm going to say that they might choose to go in with Leon again. I mean, it worked, so why not? Maybe they'll go back to something more traditional this time around with the Piper pick and try to go with the mirror comp and see how that plays out for them. But yeah, what an interesting start to the day between these two teams.
Yeah, I don't know what people must have thought about that pick. They're probably thinking, like, what's he playing at? Like, what is he actually playing at? Like, what is his goal by the end of this? But I'm not going to even mention that now because he actually done pretty well considering what he had to put himself through against that Nani in that left lane. But yeah, it's formidable. It was incredible, say the least. Like, you know, no doubt about it. But you know, let's see if they can continue putting that tempo on. Let's see what they can do to not only get that first blue star, but also maybe get the first kill to complement that blue star further. We'll have to see as John now is going to be pushing on up again against Sugar. It's tickled him just a tad, but he's been tickled a little bit more here as he's still looking to inflict a bit more damage, but looks like that will not be happening. But you can see Big looking to, you know, already force out that first engagement already with Melanie with that blue star to his name, just trying to stand behind that structure as long as he possibly can to recover. But still not looking too bad here, as already seen Nadine taking a fair amount with Lars also trying to recover. So I feel like Big right now are getting out damaged here, but nothing really too much to say here apart from Big on the back foot and may need to make that initial push once again.
Big bringing out the Gene, I guess, in response to the Leon. I mean, I would have done it myself. I would have stayed, oh, nice takedown there with Shift the Stars, but then a return takedown back in favor. The ticket coming in does take down John as well. Keep coming back in. Couldn't even speak. I was laughing too much because it's so back and forth. Return to Senator's connect. I think the idea of the Gene is to counter the Leon in some way to make John Keep his distance there. But I would just put the Pipe in that lane and keep the Nanny on the right hand side lane to square off. But ultimately, the star line is in favor now of Pick. So the push has got to come from Noble Elite. The clone projector going in. They're not going to really do too much, but the pinch is looking pretty tight for me from Noble Elite here. They could make this count.
Yeah, they've got a lot of positional advantage here. This should be their time to go. They need to try and force out the situation if they can, but they can't, which is a little bit strange to say the least. Maybe they weren't coordinating as well as they would like to. They seemed a a tad bit staggered, and they managed to trap him into a corner there. Lars does take down Melanie in the end, just to make matters worse now for Noble Elite. John being a little bit cheeky with the flank on that left lane, pushing on all the way up. He's done a little bit of damage. Andre gets one. He may be able to get a second if he can, but the pull comes in. Nadim basically saying, no, you're right, mate. You're going to get cleaned up nicely, and that is going to be tied up for the set already, as Big responds very well with that adaptation.
Yeah, I mean, I think John made a mistake there going in on his own. I think that as soon as he came out of that invisibility, he was going to get like targeted very, very quickly and early on. But that's the thing with this Leon idea, is you've got to find those right moments. You've got to get super as well early and really target someone quickly. And it wasn't really working for Noble Elite that time round. I think that Big, with a bit more of an awareness of that brawler, were able to demonstrate their ability to take it down. They got to kind of work around that. I think we might see Noble Elite shift away from that this time around.
Just a little bit strange towards the end when Noble Elite had quite a lot of positional advantage, even when he managed to scoop him into that top left corner. I'm not really too sure exactly what happened. I think one took a bit too much damage than expected. They already fully recovered, and I think they were just like, yeah, right, let's just retreat. We're not going to have any more of a part of this here. But you've got to remember that they're the ones who had to, plan the next engagement, a final engagement, you could say. And it was just a little bit strange that they decided to back away. Maybe it could be due to ammunition, could be something else. I'm not really too sure in the slightest why they backed up as of then. But Big do respond in a big way as they managed to tie up the set, and now we'll see if they can, of course, take the set here. So they're going to be pretty pleased with their performance so far. The adaptation was absolutely key. I do agree with you with what you said about the awareness as well. With some of the players, it seemed a little bit, well, not a little bit, but it was a lot better in comparison to what we saw in the past. So the Blue Star goes in favor of Big for the first time in this set, where we've actually seen Noble Elite actually take it the first 2 times round. And we can see if Melanie can force something out here, trying to take a little bit of damage, but taking way too much. 560 HP, just managed to stay alive surprisingly enough, but still needs to recover. John also in a bad position in that left lane with the Pam, and does also manage to survive. So few close quarter series in there, few close marks where they could have easily got cleaned up, but just managed to get away at the nick of time as Nadine gets that first kill. John having to back away again. It's going to be a real pain in the backside for them here to try and catch up.
I think it sums up reading the Twitch chat. I am Precious speechless. I think I would say the same. Max, Pam, and Jean for me in Shooting Star is something that I have not seen, but that might break open the mid in a way which could go in their favor. I mean, I'm all for these crazy, wacky ideas. I do like to see myself proved wrong. I mean, for me, though, Nanny and Tick and Piper, you just cannot go wrong. But, I mean, at the moment, Noble Elite are rewriting the books before our very eyes. I mean, this could go either way, and it could be the thing which really threw off Big. It's not what you'd expect to see, but a takedown there of John is going to enhance the scoreline, 4 stars in their favor. So little time now for Noble Elite to respond with this idea, but a healing station here or there could tank a Nanny Peeper, or just kind of serve to hunker down on some really good heals. Let's see what happens here. The pinch is inbound, and Big is struggling against it.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise. 15 seconds left. They're trapped into a corner with no way out so far. Melanie's about to push on in. John Gassy gets Sugar. And this could be looking very bleak here for Big. Melanie gets 1, and that's going to be 2 taken down. If Big somehow get 1 more, they might be okay, but Melanie's going to keep him at bay. Will they survive? Yes, they will. And Noble Elite take that first set. Yeah, very peculiar composition, I think we'll have to say here, but normally when you see that drastic of a change in terms of composition, normally it's either 1, you're mechanically getting absolutely slapped about with, or 2, you make that change just to hope to counter in some way. But the thing is though, like with this composition, you have to be very, very confident with it, as in like you've been using this composition quite a lot in scrims leading up to this moment. So a little bit of a surprise, don't get me wrong, I feel exactly the same, but of course with the Tick, if you manage to put on enough, well, apply enough pressure with that aggression, then I suppose it's technically like a 2v3 really.
I'm still recording off the back of that label. Just give me a minute. Give me a minute. Yeah.
Do you want to take this next set so you can recuperate a little bit?
Yeah. I don't know what I just witnessed, but I'm intrigued massively by it. I mean, again, I will always question things that I feel are out of place, but if they work, then maybe it means that I'm the one missing the trick, and that's always to me something that I welcome. And Yeah, I mean, they were very, very slow and patient with that pinch. I think that the power behind that comp really did come from their ability to herd everyone into that corner. And you saw even at the end, their player just in the corner, would have been an ideal takedown, but not able to be taken down based on the heals and the gadget that was at their disposal to stay in the mix. And weird and wacky and wonderful, all the W's. I love it. Let's see if they win.
Yeah, nice bit of diversity, versatility, whatever you want to call it. Normally, if anyone else said, they'd be like, oh, they're throwing. Like, what on earth's going on here? But no, it worked wonders for them, which I was quite surprised about. It's like I said, it will give that lineup like a huge amount of aggression going forward. But if you manage to get in range close enough, it gives, brawlers like the Tick massive issues. It becomes pretty much not invalid, but literally obsolete in that kind of situation when they're getting up back close on shoes. So what can you do? It kind of technically feels like a 2v3. It depends on, not to the positional advantage, but you all have to go in sync at the right moment, the right time. They did it right towards the very end. So I'm still a little bit surprised as you are. I can understand where you're coming from. It's a bit debatable as to what we saw, but I'm not going to change the fact that they actually got the W in the end. And now we're going to go on to Gem Grab, and now we're going to see if Noble Elite can continue this. We've had a tad bit of a wacky day. We've seen EXO lose to Totem earlier on after they got destroyed against Tribe, and EXO actually took down Tribe, one of the first play days in one of the first matches. But see if Noble Elite can also create an upset for themselves, with Nadine just being a little bit of a cheeky nail on that left side with the Mortis. But they already knew he was still there hanging about just a little bit too long, overstayed his welcome. He was just waiting for an opportunity to push on there. And now we're going to see almost a tie game in the gems, but Noble Elite have actually got a 2-gem lead, and see if it can continue putting on the pressure.
Fast doing well here. I like the aggressive comp that we're seeing from Big, and Needing coming in as well with even more of that aggression, following up and dashing from there and evading the shots from the Rico as well. I do like the way that was played out, but now the control back with Noble Elite, and they're going to look for a pull surely here to break open some of the map. Andre's on call for that one, as the field promotion from the Ruffs of John will be giving everyone a bit more of a tanky HP buff. Oh, and he was nice connecting super there as well. Needine is now the target. Goes down. Gems back in favor then of Noble Elite, and as quickly as that, the pressure is reversed.
Yeah, they need to keep tabs on this Rosa as well. Be careful Lars doesn't go out of place here, but he hasn't really done much with Rosa. He's trying his best to tank. Don't get me wrong, tanking all the damage, but can't really retaliate in any way straight after this. But look at this, so Nadine's coming, flanking all the way down that left lane. He realises that he's there. He needs to be cleaned up momentarily, but if they would gang up on him in some way, that could be a perfect chance for them. Nadine does take down one, though. Will he take down two? No, he will not, but he's inflicted so much damage, and it depends on what Sugar and Lars want to do with it. Want to make the push, don't want to wait. They have to wait now as managed to get the pull in as Sugar takes down John, and now this is looking very good now for Big, in comparison to the first half of this game.
Great slow pace there. Sugar could go for the pull actually on the gem carry. Chose to just deflate the get out of the spawn. Dean coming in with more aggression, but it's not going to pay off this time, and that could be crucial here. Let's see what happens as Noble Elite take back control of the mid. Melony's going to absolutely be looking to shut down Lars here on that left-hand side yet. Trying to find him, seek him out though. Lars low, but the gems are tied up now. Now's the countdown. Needine going in, connects with the super, gets the gems. Oh, and the pull from Sugar is there as well. Every single gem is with Big, and countdown is inbound for them.
Oh, that's literally got to be it. Lars needs to back away ASAP, so does Nadine. They've already done the damage and managed to waste enough time in that center area. Great stuff from there. Nadine had some great plays with himself with those cheeky flanks onto that left lane. Of course, he saw Lars wasn't doing a huge amount to begin with, was tanking a lot of the damage, yes, but wasn't retaliating in any way in terms of the aggression, because he was always caught off guard every single time. I wouldn't say caught off guard, but just being a bit predictable in terms of pushing on from the front line. But made up for it towards the end with that Rose, and waiting for John to peek on through towards the bushes on the side of Big, and there we have it then. Much better performance from Big from what we've seen compared to what we saw in that first half of the game. Literally night and day.
Really impressed with Dean there, just going in just with his eyes on the prize. A couple of moments where he actually gave gems, I think, or went a bit too on the aggressive, but when it mattered most, he hit the mark. And I think it works really well with Lars having all that HP to be able to gradually push, whereas Dean can go in and just kind of get behind things, and you saw just how difficult it was for Noble Elite to get out of that corner. Sugar with the pull, I think that was an interesting idea. He could have actually gone for the gems, you see, but they were obviously playing the slow game, and that's the message that I really get from Big, is that they are quite methodical, quite calculated and not too spontaneous. They're talking through their ideas, and they're obviously, making those plays based on their calculations on how it's going to affect things. And that's the dangerous thing. Slow and steady wins the race, remember. So despite being on the back foot here from that match in Bounty, which, to be fair, wasn't what we expected, and I'm sure no doubt not what Big were expecting to see. Now they feel like they're a little bit more at home in this territory.
Yeah, certainly have done indeed. I know what you mean, though. They play a very, very standard game in a lot of these modes. You don't really see too many, weird things out in the woodwork or anything like that. You may see a few unorthodox flanks here and there, but I know what you mean. They do play very, very standard. So when you see something a little bit different or off or strange or off meta, then you're like, oh, okay, that's a bit peculiar. You expect them to play as standard as possible, like I've already mentioned. But yeah, big managed to come up from that. Like I said before, Lars didn't have a good show to begin with the Rosa, but did much, much better towards the end, especially right at the very end. Able to take down one of the players off guard as they were kind of, you could say, overextending a little bit too much. I think both players were trying to push on up to get at least that fraction of a second to be able to make that initial push. But against a Rosa, you got absolutely no chance. As literally daring him to come and overextend there. But let's have a look and see what's going to happen in this next game. See if Big can maybe even take the set. We'll have to see. Lars has already had a bit of damage taken from him. Nadine just pushing up quite fine to that left lane to see if anyone is knocking on the door, but Melny's already knocked and opened the door and said hello. Yeah, I'm doing good, thanks. I'm going to clean you up nicely, with Lars having to back away once again. Sugar still looking to see if he can hide behind that structure and be able to push on up with the surge as well. And you may have noticed that the Rosa is not there anymore, so Lars must have realised that even though he did quite well right at the very end, he didn't get enough value in order to keep her into this next game.
Bounty with great control on that Rico. I'm a bit biased. Rico's one of my favorite brawler picks. I'm not going to lie. I love playing Rico today in some of the challenge go modes. But he's just getting all the right angles. The search adaptation from Big is not a bad one. I think that search can work really well here. But you've got to get those stacks, and you've got to stay alive to maintain those stacks as well and apply that pressure that you need to do. As a result, we're seeing the gems in favor so far of Noble Elite. That takedown on the left-hand side with Melny there will allow a little bit of a shift towards Big. And Dean coming in with a super of his own gets the takedown. 2 gems are sitting there. Audrey's got to be patient and slow to obtain them because Lars comes in. Oh, but where Melny as well. Oh, Dean is the last man standing.
Oh, Nadine can actually get cleaned up here. Oh, he just misses that last shot, and Nadine does back away in that right lane. That could have gone either way, as every second was definitely decisive then, but Nadine made the right play, of course, just backing up and not overstaying his welcome. He was a little bit tempted to collect the rest of the gems, but knew that he did not want to in the slightest. But look how weak he is, 147 HP, still dishing the damage, but he has to wait for Sugar to return, and of course, wait for Lars to rejoin with the rest of the pack, as John with the 9 gems, still looking to dish additional damage here, as Andre MENA, of course, better to jump in as well, looking to try and back away if they can, and they cannot afford any mistakes here with Big trying to push on up. Andre just waiting on the front line, as well as John as well. Melny just waiting to see if they push up on that right lane with only 5 seconds left to push. Needs to come in now if they can make anything happen, and no, they do not, sadly. Only out by 1 gem, as Noble Elite do tie the set here, and we'll see if they can also take the set as well. We never know.
This is a really exciting matchup. I've got to say, I'm seeing things I didn't expect to see. I'm seeing plays that I didn't expect to see, and some lovely moments in that game. Melny was going to town, and that great moment where everyone was just going off, and just that pull from Lars for me was so great, and that super cycling there as well. It could have gone either way. It really could have done it. That just allowed then John to come back into the mid. Such an important moment, and Melny was largely responsible for it.
Oh, of course, especially right at the very end in that right lane, just as Matt Present said, just making him think that he's going to go for the flank anytime now, and he just didn't. He just did that on purpose just to waste enough time, and he had 4 or 5 seconds left, and that's literally going to be it. So, yeah, he did, some good slaying ability. He also wasted a huge amount of time to stop Big from being able to make any kind of impact towards the very end, and yeah, helped him save the day, literally saved that set. And will he do it again? You never know. And with this high skill caliber of play and what he's like as a player, it wouldn't surprise me if he does save the day once again. We'll have to see, but let's see what happens in this first initial push. Speak of the devil, Melny is already on that front line on the left lane. It's taken a little bit of damage, but looking to see if he can pick up that next gem as well. Hasn't done it as of yet, but Andre's actually done it for him, where it should be okay. Lars already pushing on up, and Melny with the mortars gets that kill onto Lars. Lars took down Andre as well in the process.
We are seeing some weird stuff from Noble Elite. Bull, Byron, Mortis idea from them. And it's already John who's being targeted. Staying alive, nice though. Jukes the shot from last days in the mix, allowing then the takedown of Melny on the bottom. He's still behind. He's been able to heal up in the process. And look at the way that the pinch is coming in. The Stomper gadget there for the slowdown. Didn't get to pick up anything from it, but nonetheless, I'm sure Big right now definitely feeling this as a nice cycle. Does connect onto Sugar, keeping him low in terms of HP. Melny staying in position. A weird and wacky idea, and it seems to be paying off so far.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what John does with the bull rush. He does get it, but again, he's not getting, you know, the value worth its weight in gold yet, which is a bit of a shame, as now he's going to come up on a respawn. But Melny does take down one, and that is going to be so important from here, as now Melny looking to try and stay alive with Andre in that left lane there, just giving us the thumbs up just to let us know that they're going to be A-okay going into this set. And that is remarkable. I'm not going to lie, I don't think, you know, in terms of the ball, it actually didn't really make too much of a difference, but the other two were just doing so well, it didn't actually matter. So, you know, is this a parallel universe? This is Noble Elite winning against Big 2-0 right now.
I mean, it was a bad time for Big to go out with the Sprout. I mean, that is a bull that's really going to struggle against the bull, in all fairness to them. But ultimately, I just don't think at this moment, because I know that I don't, you know, I just have no idea what Noble Elite are going to bring out the bag next. And this is a Big that we've not seen before. Like, they're a bit on the back foot. They're a bit shaken, a bit stirred, as I feel myself. And, you know, this is an amazing thing. And something that I really hope that the Noble Elite continue this idea forwards, and it continues to work out well for them, because I love diverse ideas. And, you know, in the game, we see a lot of stalemate ideas and brawlers that just come at the go-tos all the time. So when you see something new and fresh, it really is very invigorating. So I've got to hand it to them so far. And yeah, I mean, in terms of our predictions today, this is just all over the place, Lethal. There's no way of telling where it's going to head next.
Yeah, it makes you sick, doesn't it? You know, all my predictions are down the toilet by now from what we've seen so far. But Noble Elite, that's right. If you're just joining us, Noble Elite are currently up 2-0 in the series against Big. Definitely something we did not expect in the slightest. You obviously can see from our predictions as well as to why we thought that in terms of our thought process. But yeah, Big have come up trumps in a few of the games here and there to try and keep it as close as possible. But this is definitely a massive surprise. Melny's just been doing absolute work. Not just the sustainability with the Mortis or anything like that, but you know, how he just be able to make the entire team, every single one of the opponents on Big to waste so much time and do little bits and pieces here and there just to make the magic work every single time. He's doing such a great job, and very level-headed guy as well from what we've seen in every single one of these games. It's just been an absolute pleasure to watch. Definitely worth his weight in gold here, but hopefully he'll be able to continue that consistency going into this next set, maybe even final set here.
Yeah, maybe. And again, you know, if you want to keep up with the predictions, make sure to head over to Twitter at ESL Brawl Stars and at ESL Mobile. You can see what we've put down there for today, as well as the audience at
Don't
home.
look at him.
You don't look, yeah, no. It's not good for our egos at this point in time. But, you know, it just goes to show, you know, like, I do love that approach, because it just goes to show, like, how wrong sometimes we can all be. And, I think that's a really important thing, to not always, you know, be thinking that we know it all and be learning as we go. But definitely a lot of upsets and shocks that we've seen today. But Big are still in this one. They've got a few saving graces here with a big wide open map and some long range brawlers to their disposal. So let's see if they can make the comeback now.
Yeah, they certainly have the potential to do it, so I'm not going to count Big at all in the slightest as of yet. Andre takes down Lars, Melny takes down Sugar, so this is a room for them to not make the push, but just add a little bit of aggression on. Andre and Melny can't push as of yet. They're just trying to recover from that last bout, as Lars is still on the left side with that collect to see if it can inflict a little bit of damage and use his super for excess damage afterwards. Nadine taking a fair amount as well. But let's see what we can do with the Pam here, taking, you know, be able to take that damage, pushing up on the front line, as well as be able to do any damage, of course, straight afterwards. But Nadine's trying to do as much as he can with that pipe. Hasn't found a huge amount as of yet. Did well at the start, but not really found anything too crazy. But as I said, that 2 shots in the row for Nadine taking down Melny. And this is where they have a little bit of issue so far, as Lars already pushing up with the ball, but it's trying to back away once again. And both teams here just playing a lot of caution going into this.
Let's see if Arju can get another super, because it's a great deterrent of the Piper shots and something which then Noble Elite can hunker down behind. A bit of a miss, I think, from Lars, but the follow-up was fantastic. It's got to be said, but can Dean get the ball through? The Lars pass to Sugar. He's got super. Can he make the shot, though? John did well there to assert the pressure, and definitely we saw Big think better of it. Lars goes down now. The slowing toxin from John does a wondrous job. What an amazing defense from Noble Elite there, and the control just as quickly as that back into their favor.
John just went no holds barred, super aggressive then, but Lars takes down Melny, now got a numbers disadvantage. Andre and John need to try and back away if they can't. Andre just trying to stay up for as long as he can, of course trying to dish the damage as well. 15 seconds left, and this is where it could be a little bit of a problem here, a little bit worried considering how open this map's going to be. Not like it's been open anyway in the centre half, let's be real here, Ark. And Nadine could definitely let things get a little bit out of hand with the amount of damage he can do. It's all about how much of an aim star he can be in this next engagement. So we'll go straight into overtime. All three players of Noble Elite have already taken way too much damage, and this is looking very bleak, but looking very good so far for Big. But can Nadine be able to get any pipe shots out of them in any way? Almost takes down Melny, but Andre actually gets a body shot there, left on 44 HP, trying to push on up as far as they can, but will they be able to? No, they will not. It looks like it will be a stalemate once again with 35 seconds left.
Healing station just in the nick of time, and a really important shot tank there from Arju to keep Melny in the mix. Let's see what can happen here. Another one that's placed higher up the map could do wonders for Noble Elite here, but they've got to earn it. And this is a great thing to say about Big, is that they realize that. They know that when that healing station is not there and the super's not ready to hand, they've got to pounce, and they are pouncing and doing just that. Needing, missed shot to the left. Not sure if that was to be a jump away to go more on the aggressive or what, but the ball, regardless, will remain in that pocket. And I think we're going to be having a tie.
So we'll do indeed. That was very interesting. You're talking about the little strategy you're saying about with the healing as well. Perfectly understandable. They tried to do what they can, they couldn't. And that's the thing with Nadine. He was hitting a lot of his shots quite well. Wasn't hitting everything, of course, because they would have been a score and there would be no problem. But yeah, Nadine had, I think Big had a lot to rely on with Nadine. Of course, with the range and the damage output he can do. It's very, very difficult, especially when you're trying to hit those projectiles from such a long range. Yeah, sure, you've got the range, but it's very difficult to hit from time and time again, especially when you're dealing with someone like Andre, especially with the Pam as well, just in your face, trying to be an absolute real pain in the backside to not give you the opportunity to be able to make these shots occur or make these shots happen here. So, yeah, definitely very back and forth. I'm interested to see what kind of comp changes they make, but Noble Elite do survive, and we'll see if they can be able to take this first game, maybe.
They were looking better for me, actually, that game. They had much more chances for themselves, more shots on goal, and they were very much showing signs of awareness to me of when to really go on the aggressive and when to come back on the defensive, which is a great sign. I think that if they can try to break the mid a little bit earlier on in this game and try to then find a goal off the back of that. Yeah, no changes. I didn't, for some reason, expect there would be. I feel like this is actually quite a good idea with Andrew, running the healing abilities that he is, and the turret going to defect against the Piper. I think that B here is a really good choice as well, by some slowdown as well John. And Lars as well, did make some good plays. I thought that he missed the super in the last matchup. He did actually connect it, and that's why we saw a big impact off the back of that. But already, Noble Elite getting hunkered down right in the spawn area for Big. If healing going down, but that might not be enough to keep everyone in the mix. Oh, but great jukes will, and that's a great opportunity then for Noble Elite.
Oh, certainly is indeed. He's going to try and pass in if they can, but what timing! What timing is that? As he was taken out on the goal line and actually took the shot just before it even happened. And this is what I mean by objective efficiency. As long as you're doing the objective and the slaying at the exact same time, these are the kind of wonders you normally get. So what a great opening goal here for Noble Elite, and this is definitely going to put the pressure onto Big, but Nadine does get that first kill onto Melny. It also takes down John as Andre is the last person left standing. Sugar's going to be sitting back for now, though, just being a little bit cautious just in case, destroy for structure and be able to give himself a little bit of leadway later on.
Well, they're going to hold this defense, and Arju goes down here. The pressure really is on John. He can't. Oh, but she didn't quite get the ball in time, and that was just enough to get John into the mix for the save. So a bit of a miss there for me from Big, because if that had been faster, that might have been a different story. For now, it's still Noble Elite on the defense, but Big are just looking like a little bit shakier than they were, and that goal might be the reason.
Yeah, but that's some great pushes, but yeah, the shots have definitely been debatable. John has just trying to recover here. Andre looking to go on that front line, take the damage, also inflict some at the same time, but it's taken way too much here. Needs to get away if he can, even with the healing. And Nadine does take down Andre in the end, so John needs to take a level of caution here, as Melanie is going to be with him to keep some of them back here, but only 25 seconds left until anything can occur. Big need to get this goal. It will be gained for Noble Elite, but Sugar's flanking from that right side, see if he can make anything occur, but that could be it though. Melanie takes down Lars. Nadine still trying to hit some of his shots, does take down Melanie finally, but Andre just been a real pain, making sure that this goal does not occur. Did try and take that shot. John was there, passes it back into the right corner, and that's going to be it. Noble Elite do take the first game. Took a fair amount of time, finally got there in the end, and there we have it. Noble Elite on match point here, Og.
And doing it in a wondrous fashion. I mean, they have really done a ton of preparation, and they've been experimenting, and they've been thinking things through, and just kind of almost looking at like what the anti-meta that moment there from Melody, I did not see coming, by the way. That was a huge surprise to me, and I just really think that they are making some interesting choices. Maybe not the go-tos that we're expecting to see necessarily, but as long as they work, that's really all that matters when it comes to the scoreline. And predictions are all on Big from myself, you, and D-Man, and the audience at home. But Noble Elite came out, saw that vault. Right, well, you know what? We're going to mess up your predictions right here, right now, and get ourselves off the mark. Great to see.
I don't mind, because it's not just me who's wrong, or it's you wrong. We're all wrong. Me, you, in the chat, we can all be wrong together. It's fine. We're a nice, tight-knit family and community. We can all be wrong. It's all right. I like to be right, but I can't be right this time. How dare me? How dare me? It's all right. I can accept when I'm wrong. I can't sometimes, but this time I will. But yeah, nobody. They are a match point. Big. It annoys me because Big, they make some great pushes, but it's just some of the shots are questionable. Does that make sense at all? Like, sometimes they do really well in terms of the decision making when it comes to the slaying power, but with the objective, it's just a little bit strange to say the least. But I'm very excited to see if Big can come back. Like I said, even though they're a game down, it is match point. They are 2-0 in the series down as well. I do feel like they can make this work somehow, some way. But let's see. Andre and John just hugging that right lane, just trying to survive and wait for maybe Lars to push on up. Does do a fair amount of damage here, and it definitely worked wonders for him. Melnie's still very far back in the left lane as well, getting heavily out damaged. You can see how angry he's getting. I don't blame him in the slightest, with the Piper just on him like anything else. Nadine does get that first shot. This is what I expected. Managed to get the numbers advantage by a mile, and also be able to push up at the same time. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, much more like the Big that we know. And again, Big have some big victories, in the past weeks. Apply Totem and others against Navi as well. So they really, are an experienced team that have got big, wins under their belt. And Noble Elite have yet to get the one, but they might be making a statement today, because Melody finds the gap and ties it up. Oh my word! Noble Elite today are just doing so well. It's gotta be said.
Yeah, I still feel like that shouldn't have happened. Like, there was players there. Maybe they assumed he wasn't going to take the shot. Maybe they assumed he was going to dribble it. I don't know. Maybe just a little bit out of place. Just a little bit of a mistake from Big. But yeah, you're right. Melanie, again, the saving grace for Noble Elite. Lars pushing up on that right lane, but Melnie's like, I'm right. I'm going to be pushing straight in, but that's not going to do him any do's, as Nadine does take him down. John and Andre just looking to stay alive. It is all tied up. Nadine takes down John. This is going to be their opening here to maybe inflict some more damage, while Sugar rejoins the rest of the pack. Melanie looking on that left lane, still to do a little bit of damage to Nadine, but Nadine's only taking a little bit here and there, as the stalemate is going to continue for the next 30 seconds.
They're going to hold control, but this is where the field promotion that John is rocking there is going to come into play, because the longer time ticks, the more HP they're going to have, as long as they stay in the mix, and those supply drops coming in as well for more additional HP, and there's also for the damage buff that it brings as well. So I've got to say, I feel like this comp is meant to last over time, but the credit's got to be given to Big, who are just continuing the pressure. But they've got to get some kills. They've got to start to get some takedowns if they're going to slow this strategy, because I've got to say, I worry for Big right now. It's working so well for Noble Elite, and look at that takedown there as well. It's a 3 versus 2. The pass through for Melody could be connecting here. Oh, what a chance! Wow. And it's scored by Melody. What a great display of synergy, communication on point for Noble Elite.
I loved it. Melny was just more than prepared. He went straight up the front line, not do the excess damage, but to make sure that he's there, ready to put that shot in before anyone could do it on the respawn. Noble Elite, I took back everything I said at the beginning. I was a little bit worried them coming into the ESL Mobile Challenge, considering the start they've had, but I'm very, very happy for them to finally be able to, make a statement here to say we're ready to play with the big boys as well. And, speaking of big boys, big, it's a shame for them. It just wasn't their day. It didn't seem to be the same team we would normally see. They're now 2 for 2, I believe. And it's good to see that Noble Elite with the first W. And we're going to see him again, actually. I think we'll see him in the next series. But, speaking of the next series, we're going to talk about that a little bit later. But, guys, what do you think? 3-0 for Noble Elite. Who would have thought it? We definitely didn't guess it. I'm telling you that right now. But we've still got plenty more action to come. So don't go anywhere, as we'll see you in a few minutes.
Too much in camera.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm joined by D-Man this time round, and D-Man, that series, this day has just been really weird. I love weird, especially if it's good weird, but looking at that last series, Noble Elite beating Big 3-0. That's definitely not something we predicted at all in the slightest.
And I got to be honest, what a big yikes in the defense for that goal that went through. It's like, what happened to the defense? Where did he go? It's just like, it just slotted it straight past. I don't even know how they managed to score, but we were all sat. I saw everyone in chat. We were just looking at it. It's like, how did they just let that in? But yeah, I mean, full credit to Noble Elite. We've said it all the way through. This is a stacked tournament, 8 fantastic teams. And in fairness, we said it at the start of the day. Last week, if you look at Playday 1 and 2, yes, Noble Elite didn't get the results, but they looked so close to getting those results every time. So I'm not surprised to finally see them turning it around and get that big win.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time, really. I'm still a little bit surprised against a team like Big as well. We've had a very good start, but nobody have obviously had a little bit of a chat and said, yeah, you know, if we want to make an impact in this tournament, we need to do it ASAP. But speaking of Big, we're going to see him once again here, D-Man. Nadine, Larson, Sugar Snort. Normally one of the heavy hitters is Nadine, a very, very good player. Normally one of the game changers I like to call here. And, you know, I was going to say excited to see them play in that last series. Didn't see a lot from them, but they could do what Totem did earlier and cause a little bit of a ruckus, as we saw them do really well against EXO after their heavy defeat against Tribe. But will they though? You know, if this isn't EXO or any team like that here, D-Man, it is, of course, the likes of SK with Skyrix, Jeton and Semantic. Very, very strong team. One of the highest consistent teams here in the ESL Mobile Challenge, and it's going to be very, very tough for them to try and topple them after that performance in the last series.
Yeah, when you've just been 3-0 by Noble Elite, the last thing you want is to face SK Gaming in your next matchup. I think it's safe to say. SK Gaming obviously yet to lose so far. 3-0 in the first 2 play days. They obviously played 3 games, so they can only win 3-0. So they got 2 today back-to-back. Big and Navi just after this. SK, you know, by and far, when it comes to tournament play, have been the best team in Europe. You know, even alongside Clash, I would say, you know, they've looked absolutely comfortable. Now, the big thing is, obviously, we've had a lot of the meta change, and that's why we're seeing the bans as they are. But Harry, the map's going to be interesting.
Certainly are indeed, as we've got Ring of Fire to start off with, some assembly required, Snake Prairie, Gem Fort, and if it goes to distance, it will be Hot Potato for a little bit of heist. But looking at the ball bans so far, we see the Byron and the Ems, and we do see the Poco and the Primo. Poco, the Primo, yeah, standard, you know, nothing something we see all the time, but to the Byron and the Ems, yeah, a tad different from what we normally see. Definitely SK either playing to their, I think they do play to the opposition's weaknesses a lot more to rather than benefit themselves from their strengths.
Yeah, and I actually agree with the Ems ban. I feel like Ems is starting to become one of the stronger brawlers out there with the way the meta shifted, obviously with, you know, the potential for bruises, etc., like Frank and like Rosa. And Ems is a good counter to them. So maybe that's something we're seeing possibly from SK here. Maybe they're thinking, okay, we're going to remove that and maybe go with one of those big bruises. But we'll see, though. Obviously, you know, let's face it, we've had a lot of knee-jerk reactions from the patch to begin with, because obviously that's the standard. When there's a nerf, you know, everybody cries havoc and the sky is falling, etc. But now we're a week in, we're starting to see Max back in play. You know, we're starting to see a lot of the brawlers that were supposedly never going to be possible to play again, all starting to come back into it. So who knows these days?
Oh yeah, like I have to completely agree with you. Primo was a meme like for a long time, and now it's the complete opposite of that. You're right. Like it's weird.
We just saw Leon, for Christ's sake.
I know. That was just strange in itself, but it worked. It shouldn't have done. It really shouldn't have done, but it absolutely did. Like I said, today's been really strange. You would have thought everything that's happened today, I feel like should have happened on the Day Zero patch last week. It shouldn't have established more, and then the teams you won't expect to come through actually come through in the end. It's been very weird, but it's been working out well. I suppose a lot of these teams have been scrimming with these odd compositions, saving it to bring out in the woodwork against a lot of these heavy hitters, and it's been working out wonders for them, which is great to see, really. Nice bit of diversity coming on in, but let's have a look and find out exactly who's going to be the ones to be able to make an impact from the get-go in this first set between SK and Big. And Big definitely need this, but you've got to remember, though, like I said before, SK are one of the most consistent teams in the Brawl Stars competitive scene, so it's going to be a very tough nut to crack here.
Yeah, and Skyrix's surge is absolutely something to behold, because he's normally godlike on this brawler. Semantic just trying to find Nadine in the rushes there, is going to get the start, and Semantic just doing a great job of dodging what effectively a blind shot, so just got to making sure he keeps moving as much as he can. Skyrix just taking that front side. Does get picked off by Lars, though. Nadine with the shot as well. And now Sugar trying to be aggressive. And Semantic will just give up the coverage at the moment in the hot zone. But Sugar should go down here to Jeton on the right-hand side. And now Skyrix will find Lars. And that's going to give SK full control once again.
Yeah, Jeton was expecting that from miles away, pretty much. It's just a matter of time really till Sugar was taken down, standing for him. Nice little push, but just didn't happen in the slightest. Semantic still holding that zone, but look at the difference, 75% to the 5%. And you know, I said about the consistency before, this is a team who very, very rarely have an off day here. Nadine taking way too much damage, as he did not have to give any value with that Bell, sadly. Finally able to take him out from the middle, but the damage has already been done. 90% to the 5% of SK, and Big need at least 3 or 4 team wipes before they could come back. But let's be real here, D-Man, it's not going to happen as SK get the first game in the first set.
Yeah, just about as strong a start as you can get. Honestly, that was just dominant. Dominant performance, dominant from SK, as we kind of expected coming into this one. You know, we know they're strong, and honestly, they just executed that perfectly. Yeah. I'm a little worried for Big in this one. I don't know what exactly we're going to see to change it, because other than just a small blip, even when, you know, they were up against it, Semantic still dodged all the shots. You know, they just had full control.
They certainly did. Nadine did some good shots here and there, but Semantic just doing a fantastic job just holding the zone, and his damage dealing has been extremely good as well. Sugar, you know, bless him, a couple of times he did try that left lane flank, like at least twice, did the same thing again, but just nothing worked. He just tried to force the situation to happen. You know, don't get me wrong, I think his confidence was really good, just pushing on in to try and see if he can make magic work, but it just did not. It was very stalemating a lot of the times. It was just more SK just wasn't even forcing out the mistakes in the first place. It was just waiting for, you know, for the mistakes to occur as it was coming along. Because once you've got the zone, it's literally Big who have to make the first initial push every single time. And that's what they did, and sadly, they didn't come out trumps. And that deficit of 95% was just ridiculous, to say the least. But let's see if Big can adapt in some kind of, in some way, somehow.
Yeah, and I was just wondering if they were going to do something to challenge the Lou, but instead they brought a Lou of their own, and now we've got the full mirror match going on here. Sugar on the left-hand side there. Lars going to get picked off by Skyrix. Oh, he just comes through and says, thanks, I'll take both of you on. And we start where we left off. This is going to be a quick first set, I feel here. Skyrix on Surge is just so damn good.
Mate, it could be a quick series at this rate. It could be, considering how things are going. Sugar's managed to break through into that left lane, but now what can he do with it? Jetton's actually being proactive and taking down someone else and letting Sugar just flank on by if he wants to. Yeah, Sugar's taking down Jetton, but Skyrix still has the zone. Skyrix managed to have great support there from Semantic. He can't push in any further, but luckily for him, he still has the range of the Bell. Nadine's now pushing into the center, realizes that some objective needs to happen here. Skyrix takes down Lars. Skyrix now going to be going back into the circle, but it looks like Semantic will be the one doing that anyway. Skyrix just continuing to hold on the pressure for Sugar as well, and that little 2-for-1, he's going to be absolutely loving it. Well, 2-for-0 really, considering he managed to stay alive, but Nadine is the one who also has to stay alive. He could actually be taken down by Sugar if he gets one more shot off. No, it doesn't even matter. Semantic is the one that takes down Nadine, so it's going from bad to worse here, D-Man, and this could be pretty much said and done.
Yeah, they finally focus and get Skyrix picked off there and finally get the work done. But it's just cost them so much time. The ice block obviously coming out from Jetton, just working wonders and obviously blocking out that left side. So full control really by SK throughout this game.
Yeah, it certainly is indeed. It's just absolutely remarkable. The fact that they gathered, 20-25% total over across 2 games on a map like that, where it's actually very difficult to kind of force out the situation to happen for your opponents, is just remarkable. It really, really is. And just everything we've seen from SK, just the pure fundamentals and mechanics, the fact that it was a mirror matchup and they still really couldn't do anything. I hope for Big, they got something up their sleeve here, because they're going to need some counter compositions here and there to make something happen, or maybe hopefully play to their strengths in some way. But yeah, they tried to force out a lot of situations, but they just couldn't. They really couldn't. The bait and switching from SK is so good.
And I gotta feel, if you're coming up against a team like SK and you know that they're very good and they've got that comp down, I just don't think mirror matching is going to work, because they already have that comp on lockdown effectively. They know how to play it. So as soon as you basically mirror match it, you're playing into their strengths. So they know exactly what they're up against, and I just feel that you've got to maybe try and dig a little deeper, find some brawlers that you can try and match it with, try and counter it with, because you know when you do a mirror match like that, you're just basically giving them the game. It's really as much as that. It does mean we move on. Of course, we're going on to Siege now. Some assembly required. SK are pretty strong on Siege. I don't really know. I don't really know what to say about this. This is a little bit of a worry.
I definitely can. I think they went on like a 30-40 win streak at one point, and then eventually had that one. I think I told you about that last time, didn't I? And okay, yeah, sure, the streak's been done. It's finished, but it's still going to be on the back of their minds. They're like, bigger probably think, oh, for Christ's sake, we know got to play them on their best game mode after that devastating loss where we gained about 20% overall across 2 games of Hot Zone. They're probably thinking like, you know, it's pretty much done here. Like, don't be surprised if this ends up being 4 games in a row for SK going into 3rd set.
Yeah, absolutely. SK obviously have a pretty busy night ahead of themselves as well. Obviously, they're playing... who are they playing after this one? They're playing another game straight after this, aren't they? They're going into Navi after this one as well. So maybe they're just, you know, they're seeing how Clash have done and thinking, you know what, if they're as dominant as they are, they've only dropped 1 set so far. SK dropped 2 sets, by the way, so far. They looked a little shaky last week, but still closed the game out really strong. Let's have a look how they go, though, as we move into Siege. It is going to be this time out, the Frank coming out there with the Bull. We didn't even mention the Bull. Bull was used so much last week. It was obviously ended up being almost a ban once the Playday 2 got underway and the patch came out. And, of course, the Genie in there up against the Colette.
Yeah, we've seen 2 balls actually come out here, which you rightly said, you know, it's not something we normally see. We saw a ball once in one of the other previous series, but didn't get enough value from that ball, really. So we'll have to see what he can do here as the bot will be heading towards Big. We can see how much they can delay this bot before it gets to the Ike, and it's already going straight on in, looking very good here for the guys on SK. Surely this ain't going to be a one and done straight away. No, it will not, but we'll take a fair amount of damage, and it's still been able to do a huge amount. But the first bot, 53% here, D-man. My word.
Skyrix was just plucking them as they spawned. It's just like, yes, I will have you, and you. Yes, thank you very much. I'll take you all down. SK Gaming finally drop a player there as Nadine comes in. Sugar's still around the side here. He will get picked off there. And Skyrix just absolutely looking dominant now. But will Jeton go down? No, not today.
Yeah, considering they don't start with any ammunition, you've got Frank, where it has one of the biggest HPs to start with as well on the spawn there. It's like, oh, for Christ's sake. As Skyrix takes down one, Jeton takes down another. Surely this is going to be it. The bot's still got a fair amount of life left in the tank before it cleans it up. And yes, it does. A very clean, but also very quick victory there for SK.
I think they're in a hurry, boys. I think they're in a hurry. At the moment, they are... Ready. I feel that tilted might not be the right word for Big right now. Obviously, after losing to Noble Elite 3-0, it was always going to be a tough call. But there you go, the hook onto Nadine there. I mean, Nadine did try and do what he could, but I'm hard pressed to think what they can do to turn this around. To like, what can they do? Because SK just seem to be playing so well right now. It's not like, you know, the comms are working well, but they're hitting all the skill shots. They're hitting everything right now. This is a problem. This is a problem for anyone. I think if Clash were facing SK in this form right now, they would also have a problem.
Yeah, I kind of understand what you're trying to say. You're trying to figure out a way of how Big can turn this around completely on its head and just make it a little bit more competitive from what we've seen for the last 3 games. I can understand where you're coming from, but Big right now are so far down the bottom of the well, you can't even see them at this point. That's what I kind of feel like here. Going into Siege as well, it's very, very difficult to say what they can do in terms of, like, especially against the Frank as well, like on the spawn, like you rightly mentioned. When you're against someone with 10,900 HP on the spawn when you've got no ammo, you're literally like, yeah, it's just ridiculous to say the least. Skyrix has already got that first kill onto Lars. Does have the first spot as well. Nadine and Sugar trying to delay it as much as he can. Nadine gets taken down in that process, but the Siege bot still taking a fair amount of damage. It's a lot better defense here from the side of Big, but still going to take a fair amount.
Hold on a minute. I thought Carl was broken now and nerfed and was not able to be played in tournaments. And oh, what semantics on it. Okay, well, there we go. So what a surprise, working out well. Wait, is that...
Certainly is indeed. And, you know, didn't do a huge amount there, but still did a huge chunk of damage to some of those players.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
I'm sure Ems is banned. Ems was banned. How are they playing Ems? Yes, SK banned Ems.
I think that all classes are lost anyway, but I think we'll have to see what happens. But I think either way, if they have selected Ems, then it will be a ban straight up.
Lars right there. It's like, hello.
But the ball coming in down south anyway towards the side of SK. Good defense from them, only taking down 15%. But remember, they do have that Bolt lead by 3. As now we're going to see what Big can do to try and continue holding this map control. Sugar does take down Semantic, and Skyrex still on that north side. Will be able to clean up Lars. Will he be able to? Yes, he does. And Jettin, it seems like even with the M's pick, I don't think they're going to worry too much anyway. Semantic does one bit of damage. Will be able to do a second if he wants to, but it's the Sugar's Sosa, which just barely missed out on that last shot from the Cole of Semantic.
I love the irony, though, that obviously the reason the M's was banned, right? Because it's really good against the Bruiser Champions brawlers that they were just using a minute ago.
Yeah.
But SK are not using that, so it's kind of counted anyway. Even if it's banned, it doesn't matter. SK is still going to beat you when you use banned brawlers, and SK will take this game and this set and make it quick 2-0.
Yeah, short but sweet work here, made it very, very quick. 4 games in a row, looking to go into that third set now. And we're going to have a look and see what is going to be on the first set. It's going to be Snake Prairie with a bit of bounty. So we'll see what they could do, see if they could change anything up. But yeah, the chances are next to none. It's a tall order, to say the least.
Yeah, so, I mean, it would have been a default loss for Big anyway.
Yeah.
But SK won it regardless, despite the fact they used that banned brawler. So, yeah, as you say, we're going to be moving on to Bounty next. And in all honesty, SK have just looked so strong. Like, I'm really interested to see what you can go with. Like, I feel that Surge is getting to a point for Skyrex where it may be like a targeted ban. I don't know. I feel like it's just such a strong brawler for him. But the problem is that it does feel like SK have a really deep brawler pool they can dip into. As we just proved there, like they completely changed the composition. So Big are basically guessing when they're coming into a game as to what they're facing. So they tried the M's even though it was banned, expected to be up against the Frank, etc., and it wasn't to be the case.
Yeah, they've got a wealth of knowledge in the brawler pool, like you've already mentioned. So, yeah, even if he doesn't get the opportunity to switch to Surge or whatever, he'll be like, okay, I'll just choose someone else where I'm almost 100% in comparison. Like, you know, it's not going to bother them in the slightest. But that's what's really scary. It's the fact that it's that high-level consistency like I'm talking about before. You could ban their, you know, most popular brawlers coming into whatever matchup, and they still will be able to do the exact same damage or the exact same pressure they do to you every single time. And that's the scary thing about SK. But let's see if they can change things up a little bit here. A lot more elements of unpredictability coming into this matchup, especially for Bounty as well. So we'll see if Big can be able to make any changes here. They obviously don't want to go out on a 6-game streak loss, and that's what SK are definitely looking for as they get the first kill on the board, pick up the blue star as well just to make matters worse, and now looking to see if they can stop the pressure coming from Big as the aggression will continue on. But as I say, that Skyrex has taken down the Dean, and now they're at a numbers disadvantage.
I like the double bow. Obviously, bow had a big change as well. Is super, obviously, the totem does whittle down over time now as well. But you see Semantic there just clearing that coverage and basically buying SK all the cover they need. 7-0 up. It does mean that Sugar needs to walk out of the cover. Now you can see he's going to walk onto the edge there, but it's going to give him the opening. And Semantic almost catching Nadine down already. Skyrex is going to be pushing onto Super. They know that he's there. Goes aggressive, makes it work, pushes him down. 9-0, job done.
Oh, Jettin does get taken down, so now it's going to be 4 stars lost, but doesn't change the fact that Semantic takes down Lars straight afterwards. So all of SK there looking very, very solid, but it's got to be a little bit of caution here. Nadine's pushing on a little bit too deep as Sugar just on the back foot, just hiding behind that structure just to try and get away with Nadine there. You could see that Nadine was just looking to try and pile on a lot of early pressure in that last engagement, but it just didn't happen. 30 seconds left, and it looks like from my calculations they need to get every single one of these players down on SK without taking a death, and this is looking fantastic so far as Lars and Nadine takes them both down. There's only 2 stars in it here, D-Man.
Yeah, very close. Really good push on the right-hand side, but Nadine will get picked off. Now they got the aggression. Now that Skyrex knows, obviously he can just give himself up effectively, go for Sugar in a straight-up duel on the left side. A little snipe from Semantic almost paying off there, but Jettin will get the cards out. And that is going to be Skyrex picking up the final kill as well. 23-13 in the end. It looked like a really great start from SK, but Big pushed them.
Yeah, they certainly did, man, to get a full-on team wipe with any deaths at all in the slightest in order to be able to take over in terms of the star count. But yeah, you saw there, things excelled or accelerated a little bit too quickly there towards the end for SK. They made things made matters worse there in terms of the star count, 23-13. But a lineup from SK, you saw a couple of elements of flair from Big, some overextension which should not have happened here and there as well. But you know, they had to try and force out the situation if they could to create some dents in the armor. They just couldn't. They really couldn't. SK looking to go on that 6-game win streak to take the series 3-0, and I believe they'll be 5-0 on the leaderboard in terms of the standings if they win this.
No, 4-0. They've only had 3 games in their first week, so this would be their 4th. But match point, yeah, as you say here, I'm really not too sure what they could change here. Obviously, you could go with a bruiser that could maybe try and sneak through the long grass, but honestly, SK going to stay the same as are Big, so no changes really from this one. So it's going to be the Tara face-off on the right, the bow face-off on the left, and the 2 Pipers sniping each other in the mid. This time, Sugar does go aggressive, but takes the backup shot from Semantic. Will work out for him. He even goes to Blue Star, but that was picked up by Nadine, and they now draw 5-5.
Skyrix looking at cheekily going into that left lane, but will get punished for it. Sadly for him, Lars does take him down, but you remember that Semantic and Jetten are still here, but they can't push as of yet. Sugar's almost taken down. Jetten does manage to clean him up. Nadine's in that center side, looking to see if he can inflict a little bit of damage onto Skyrix before he pushes on back into that left lane, but he does not. So look at this from Nadine though, looking to see if he can take down Jetten there, but Skyrix is pushing straight in, and you saw that Nadine had to pull on all the way back. He definitely overstayed his welcome, but at least he had a super to back on from Skyrix's attack. But Skyrix is actually not too far away from him, so he's taking a fair amount of damage. Jetten looking to push on up. Semantic on that left lane as well, doing a load for himself, and Sugar's only on 444 HP. Lars has pushed all the way up as well. Managed to survive, 560 HP. Nadine takes down Jetten as well, as Semantic has to pull all the way back, with Big having that 3-star lead.
That's really aggressive from Nadine there. The Blue Star, of course, with SK, if Semantic would have found him, that would have possibly given them a real chance at the game there. But now, Jetten and Skyrix are going to be the hit squad around the right side. Keep your eye on Nadine. Snipe shot comes in. Semantic eats a big old bite of it. But SK do manage to get the 1 kill. 14 seconds and counting. They don't really have the hit points, but they've got to push if they want it here. Skyrix is going to be the fake. He goes around the side. Jetten tries to push around the right there. Now Semantic trying to back him up here. They're looking to try and single out Sugar on the left side. Not going to be enough time. Big will take this one. We're tied 1 apiece.
You can see SK were just going back and forth. They were actually testing Big to see if they would open up or be able to, you know, come out in the open, not hide behind those 2 structures. You saw it back and forth each and every time, but they were just dancing with death pretty much. They knew that as long as I hide for enough time, that shouldn't be fine. They wouldn't have enough DPS to continue the push back aggressively. But you were right though, what you said, D-Man. They've already took a fair amount of damage before that last engagement. Didn't make it too comfortable for them to make that initial push anyway, but it had to happen. And they were just hoping that Big were going to make a mistake right at the very end, but they didn't. They were just playing it very safe, took a little caution, and finally win that first game. I don't think it's going to make a huge amount of difference coming into this, but at least it may give them a little bit.
Yeah, you do appear to be a bit lagged there. I hope it's not just me, or maybe it's you. I'm not too sure. Either way, we're getting a little bit of lag between the two of us, but hopefully the players don't have any lag, that's for sure, because Absolutely. We have a potential game on our hands here as we move in. I'm pretty sure we're going to see both players, both teams sticking to the same. Let's see, SK on the same. Let's have a look at Big as we get a view of them. Yes, absolutely staying the same, and why not? It has been a pretty close game so far between the two. This little duel, I love it on the right hand side. In fact, both sides really. Skyrix Sugar having a great old bow duel there, and Lars Jetten having a great old tower up duel, while Semantic and Nadine continue to try and get involved with the snipe. Lars, I thought he was going to go for the blue side, but I think Nadine will get it here. Will pick it up, and instantly caught by Skyrix, and look how aggressive Jetten goes off the back of it.
Oh, so much patience and discipline from SK. They've been waiting for such a long time for them to push for that blue star. Finally, they did it, and then they instantly jumped on him. We're waiting for that blood in the water, but Nadine in that right lane did a fair amount of damage to Skyrix. He's pulling all the way back. Has also actually done a bit to Semantic as well. So this is a window of opportunity for them to exploit, but they've already recovered here. So no, not really too much for them to say, but Semantic takes down Nadine, which is great, and Jetten takes down Lars as well. Just going from bad to worse once again. 7-star lead, and they have the blue star as well, and time is starting to run out here. Time of the essence.
Oh, Semantic just railing Nadine on the left side there. Railgun, you see, did he get that? Did he get that? 25th anniversary to Quake. I'm just throwing it out there, getting in there. But Jet looking around on the Lars. That's going to catch him offside. Lars will turn it around. Does get Jet down. A couple of much needed stars there, but 30 seconds to go, and Semantic lands. Let another banger and makes it 15-5.
Oh, he certainly did indeed. That is literally going to be it. The only way they can do anything now is just have a full-on team wipe with no deaths. But is it going to happen? Not after that first shot from Semantic onto Sugar. But they have to make this push however they see fit. 5 seconds left. There's going to be nowhere near enough DPS, especially with Jettin and Semantic getting those kills, and Skyrix as well. It's actually going to be a team wipe in favour of SK. And what a way to clean things up. Took him to the second match point, and SK have another series win underneath their belt and make matters worse for the rest of the pack in the leaderboard, and now go up to second.
Another 3-0 for them. Another solid performance for SK. And that takes them to, I think it's 12-2, I believe, overall in sets as well. So solid performance from SK. I don't think we expected anything less, especially after seeing SK, Big losing out to Noble Elite a moment ago. Definitely weren't at the races in the first 2 games. They finally turned up here in Bounty, but it was just a little too late in the end, which means SK can now move on with a clean slate as they go face Navi. Solid performance.
That's right, indeed. SK versus Navi is going to be the next series coming up. And then the last series of the night will be Noble Elite versus Navi. So a double dose of Navi for you Navi fans out there in the chat. So make sure you guys do not go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Hello and welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Pedro Haro, SK Gaming Brawl Stars coach. We qualify for this league on the first ladder, but on the plane, not on the direct spot of the first spot on the ladder. We are here to rock the league. We're trying to rock the league, and yeah, we're looking forward to start already.
So, what would you consider to be your team's biggest advantage against your opponents?
I would say team play, though we are a kind of new team in February already, still, and we have make a really good connection between the players, and I think our strongest point is team play.
So you ended up 5th in the first ladder, right? But you had one of the best records. You had 15-2 in terms of your games played. So do you feel like you simply didn't play enough matches, or was that a tactical decision?
I think we didn't play enough to. At first, our goal was the first spot of the ladder, right? But I think we didn't. Was our fault. We didn't focus it properly because we rush a lot, we grind a lot at the first days, and then on the second, third, and second week when we faced a team, and one loss on those stages of the ladder was really painful for us because we were on the top and we lost a lot of points. I think was our problem not facing this ladder properly, and then we just decided to aim for the ladder and not for the playing and not for the top one.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to ESL Mobile Challenge. Only Demon Smith and back on this hot seat is Ark, who's just got a bit of brain freeze, because that game was pretty quick. SK are in no mood to hang around tonight, it seems.
I had an ice cream and I was watching the games and I'm thinking, I haven't got time for this. I need to really like up my pace. And yeah, like thanks for that, SK. Cheers.
Just cramming it down your mouth there. But yeah, SK Gaming, honestly, we're looking so strong there. Skyrix, Jet, and Semantic, you know, you could call a highlight for all three of these players throughout that last best of five, sorry. 3-set series. They all had moments like, if you think of Jet on Bounty was so strong, Semantic was absolutely smashing it with the Piper, Skyrix on the Surge. It's like, I don't really know where there's a weakness with this team right now.
Yeah, they really are the #1 team to beat right now. I mean, Clash is still #1 on the leaderboards, but I've got to say, the way the SK are playing right now, let's see how they fare against Navi, MMA, BBGs, and Jason, looking to stop the Giants in their tracks, but it is going to be a tough one for them today. They're going to have to bring out all the stops to slow SK.
Yeah, Navi are totally capable of pulling out a big performance here, and SK, you know, they've dropped sets in the past. They've already dropped 2 so far in the first 4 games that they've had within this tournament structure, the round robin structure, effectively. But they're going to have to step it up. I mean, Navi are playing back-to-back as well. We should point that out. They're playing Noble Elite, obviously, after this one. So they're going to want to go into that series with a strong result. Even if it's not a win, they want to have a strong showing and really try and pick a set or 2 off SK.
Yeah, they've had a real tough start. They played up against Extra Free Agents and Clash and Tribe, and they're now going to have to face them against SK. We're giving them no chances to breathe here. Going into our first game mode being Brawl Backyard Bowl with the first map. After that, Parallel Plays in Hot Zone, Hard Rock Mine, and Gem Grab after that. And if we get that far, Safe Zone for Heist, Shooting Star for Bounty. Pretty nice map pool, actually, must say. And the bans as well, ban on both sides.
Yeah, I feel like they've kind of banned you out here, Ark, with the Byron Bell ban. Yeah. It's like they've just said, no, Ark's casting again. Let's get rid of these two. We don't want him talking about that. Of course, the Gene also in there. We just saw how strong SK were with the Gene a moment ago. Obviously, Gene was banned out a lot throughout the play-ins as well, so not too surprised to see that. It does mean that Ems is back on the table, so don't worry, guys. You can play it again. It's a short, little bit of a brain fart, I think, for Big there in that last game.
Under pressure, and yeah, when those things happen, it can slip your mind. But ultimately, at the end of the day, though, I think that I think that there's a chance to brush off the dust, but maybe not for long. You know, SK are not going to be waiting around. They're going to want to get stuck in really, really quickly to make their mark. And once they have that lead, which we'll yet to see, but would imagine that they are going to give Navi a real hard time with this one. They've got to continue that same idea of just kind of keeping their oppositions a bit demoralized. Navi need to get off the mark. They need to get a win today. If they don't, it's going to be a difficult day for them.
Well, chat beat me to it, but I got to be honest, Primo, for the first time tonight, is actually open, along with Poco as well, I should say.
Yeah, and I don't know how that's going to fare. I mean, that's going to... what I can say for certain is that we're going to see a lot of over-the-head throws, a lot of suplexes, and a lot of heals to back it up with. And what I will say as well about Primo is that it has become a little bit more refined in the time that the players have had to adapt to the new meta. And I think it's a brawler which can obviously thrive in a lot of modes, but it's very also map and mode dependent now that players have had a chance to really seek out the weaknesses. And yeah, which is why we're not going to see it straight off the bat here. And similar comps, roughs for Navi, Pro for SK. Let's see how this one goes.
Well, speaking of the Crow, Jetton's off. Where is he going? He's going around the backside there. Manages to get through. And going to slow Jason down, of course. A long way to go in this game, and I think might be a little poke back and forward. That was a nice little peek there. BBG's managing to find Skyrix. Semantic just slowing things down, and wow, Jetten goes deep, goes diving in. Great little juke, great little dive, sidestep there. Jason gets caught up. Jetten looking to try and get the pass over to Semantic here. They're trying to move the ball. Jetten gets another shot through. The ball comes in. It's on the line. Oh, it's blocked by Jason.
Oh, well, I mean, I said that SK were going to come out, swinging with all their might, and they did just that. I mean, that is a quick defense needed by Navi, but they did do just that as well. So credit to them for that. That ball was on the line, and that looked very precarious to me.
Well, goal line technology in action here as Semantic just looking to peek down on Jason once again there. Snipe back and forward, trying to fake that ball out, essentially. Deciding to stick it back in that corner. The second Jason went aggressive, and now he's going to try and bait him in. Trying to bait Jason to go for this one. Semantic sidesteps, but he's getting focused on. Will get picked off. And now Navi looking to go aggressive here. Jetten getting pushed. Jetten getting low. Oh, just sidesteps, but will be picked off. And Navi can push now. The spawn's coming back in there. Semantic back up. But now it's Navi on the aggression.
Yeah, watch out for MMA. He's running air superiority. He'll be able to break the walls in the mid here. He wants his super. He's got to stay in position, though, and earn it in the process. That's the challenge here. Sandbags being used to great effect as well, but the threat is not over for SK. Jason is going to go down to Semantic. That will relieve some pressure, but now MMA has that super. Will he use it, though? Or will he defend this even? Semantic's going in. Oh, BBG! Just about there.
I mean, I was questioning why Navi decided to pass Jetten the ball in the first place. It's just like, what are you doing? But he manages to put it back there. Now we're in overtime. Obviously, all the walls going away. And now it is an open field. MMA going to try and bait something out from this one with the roughs to try and pick off Jetten here. But it's SK that are pressing. They're forcing him behind the line. MMA's out on his own. He's surely going to get singled out here. You can see Semantic going aggressive. There's the kill onto MMA. It was almost inevitable that was going to happen, and Navi just shrank away from SK there and gave them the field.
Yeah, with overtime, you want to be in a good spot for it, and just a couple of mistakes here, a little bit of a slip through on the side lane there, and SK will punish you for it. I mean, they were taking no chances. They were playing it slow and cautious, actually, but because Semantic could have gone for a shot or got super, but they were just like, nope, we're just going to get the wipe and play it like textbook, and there you have it. SK up to a flying start.
Well, it was so close right here. The spawn, it bounced on the line, hit the box, bobbled out. So close for SK early on, but in the end, it went into overtime, and this is where the damage was done. Navi, BBG, 12 hit points there. And then, of course, in the end, they do clear out the line. So SK take the first game in this set. But, of course, we have many more to go.
You see just how close that was for Navi on the defense. And it could have been a different case. We may not have even got to overtime. But some still good signs for me from Navi, despite the loss. I mean, they were, for the most part, keeping good control and awareness to not overcommitting, I would say. I think that SK were shutting down a lot of side channel lanes. We saw that like Honey Molasses on the right hand side being used to great effect there to just keep Navi back. So yeah, I think this is maybe going to be closer than I thought. I mean, it's not an easy thing to take SK into overtime in Brawl Ball on a wide open map. So I think that they did well. I think they're going to have to up their game though, because SK are definitely looking to have a really fast and frantic pace today.
I wonder what changes they're going to make there. In all honesty, it looked like it worked pretty well for Navi. The game plan was there. They just shrank away in overtime and left, I think it was BBG that was on the left side that was just left basically in the lurch as they basically ran behind the line and said, we're off, boys. We'll give it up for you guys. But let's see if they make any adjustments this time around. SK keep it the same. There is changes, though, for Navi.
Big ones, yeah, Squeak. I mean, it's not often. I don't know how I feel about Squeak here myself. But ultimately, especially not with Semantic there, good shutdown there from Jason and awareness to it. I think that Ruffs out of the mix here is wise. Or if you're going to sort of do anything to Ruffs and maintain it, I would probably suggest going with the field promotion as opposed to the air superiority. It doesn't really help to serve in overtime, and if you're not going to break those defensive lines, as we didn't really see from MMA in the last game, it makes sense to me. But again, I think Semantic here, doing a good amount of pressure as the Stu and Scarex now back on the defense. But a great chance here for Navi if they can capitalize from it. But that's not the best of starts. MMA goes down. That will allow SK to then recollect.
Oh, he went deep. Jen went deep, went looking for that one. He's in a great position. Now they just need to get the pass through. MMA with the respawn. Skyrix in a great position. Squeak will just slow them down there for BBGS, and he can sort of throw over the ledge, and that's really the benefit of bringing the Squeak in here, getting that thrower. They realized they were pressured against these boxes. Try and get that breakdown as much as they can. And now Jetten, though, if he can get into BBG's face, it will only be one way that will go. And Jetten on the Crow is just biding his time. I feel like they're waiting to finish off MMA on the right here before they go aggressive.
Yeah, and he's doing a great job of staying alive, got to be said. I mean, he could have easily taken just one shot and gone down there. But again, SK playing a slow and just calculated game for me right now.
Here comes the pressure.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's going to be enough, though. Scarix is alone here. He's going to go down to low HP, which will allow Jason to force him back. Now, MMA is going to have to really look to maybe super this ball away here, as he has got super as Stu being the prime person to do it. I wonder whether he will, though.
Yeah, they did a really good job at just delaying them there. BBG's managing to get them paused out for a moment. MMA went way too aggressive on that one. Isn't going to get punished for it, though. Manages to somehow get away. Jetten, in the end, will manage to find him down. Now Semantic goes in. Jetten dives in over the wall, but BBGs will save the ball. It was trying to be a quick pass up and over dive there. Oh, I thought BBG was going to run for it. I think he is. He's thinking about going for it, trying to squeeze it in there, but over time, he has to think about this one logically, and now he's got to defend. He's the only man left. No chance.
No chance at all. And that was the thing. They're overcommitting just a little bit on the offense and just not paying close attention to the timer, because ultimately when his teammates were down, he didn't have any kind of speed to his advantage to bring himself back into the mix to defend. It would have been a tough thing to defend on his own, don't get me wrong, but ultimately he was out of position to do so, and Semantic knew that, went straight for the corner, didn't take any chances. SK are just playing it very, very well right now. They're not just going in for a quick win, but they're playing the long game, and they are absolutely, at the moment for me, the stronger team.
Yeah, but that was definitely close. There was no doubt about it, but they did take it 2-0 in that set, so 1-0 up now in the series. Next up will be the Hot Zone on Parallel Plays, both obviously overtimes for SK there. So we ran the distance, definitely a much closer game than we saw with the big game. So Parallel Plays, we saw it earlier on. I think it was the Clash game, wasn't it? We had the Parallel Plays on earlier on. Yes, it was. It was Free Agents versus Clash. That one being a solid game for both sides, honestly. And I feel like, wasn't it Parallel Plays where Free Agents got a game back?
It was, yeah, it was. They were behind 2-0, and then they had that little saving grace. And this is why I say, your Hot Zone is a game mode which can really cater the losing side sometimes. It's got a bit of unpredictability, just because of the way it can play out with those zones being on separate sides of the map. And brawlers like Mortis can do a wondrous job at just kind of being a worthy distraction and going straight onto the aggressive. Start the spawn, of course, since the changes to the ammo when you respawn in, having to replenish over time, but ultimately one that when you're in position can be a tricky one to shake. So it could be a chance for Navi really to kind of utilize some of those strategies and kind of like cause a bit of a stir for SK. We've got a couple of brawlers that were banned last time in that series that aren't this time, like Jesse, so that could go a long way. I think though we might see Scarex back on the surge.
Yeah, I want to throw it out to chat there, saying about, possibly the most annoying brawler in the game, Squeak there. I'm gonna offer you Mr. P, because that's definitely an annoying one as well.
That is a good counter. Yeah, good counter in terms of annoyance, I would say. Maybe not in Brawl, but yeah, I don't know about the Squeak pick for me. I don't know whether Squeak really has found himself in the competitive meta right now. We've seen a few instances of it, and every time that I've seen it, it hasn't really done the greatest. It could be easily overwhelmed, I would say, and yeah, I think Navi kind of paid the price for that just a little bit. But ultimately, I don't think we'll see any of that this time round. I think that maybe some other choices would be better suited, but ultimately, this is an unpredictable game mode, and one which they've got to utilize their advantage in that respect.
Yeah, clearly, obviously, deciding where they're going with this one. Parallel Plays can offer multiple advantages. I'm trying to think back to what we had. We had a Stew. I'm pretty sure we had a Surge
Primo
in there. Well, Primo is definitely obviously on the cards. I mean, that's going to be the big difference. Primo and Poco both are available. And actually, for Hot Zone, is very viable.
Yeah. Tanky and stubborn in that zone, and that can be something which I think can be countered, obviously, if you're in the right position to do so. Brawlers like Ems are great at doing that, but ultimately, if you're hugging the wall and really evading a lot of those shots, then what can you really do? We're not going to see it, though, from SK. They're going to bring out Rust with S superiority there, just to bring up the HP, and go straight on the defense. That's actually not a bad strategy. To just stay purely on defense when you're running that star power on the roughs. But ultimately, when you're all closely together, it's gonna serve to benefit you in the long run. But Jason going straight in with the primo. He thinks that tanking this is what's gonna win them the game.
Well, we'll see whether it works out there. Skyrix does come out on top. Jason down. BBG's getting pressured on the right-hand side here. The Pam from Jetten putting the spray down. And it is Semantics Jesse that will land the killer shot there, and actually putting a lot of pressure onto MMA here. Will manage to take him down, gets the zone in and control there, puts the turret quickly down with the super, and Jason already in trouble. Will finally get close enough, but this is looking great for SK now, locking down this north zone at the moment, as Semantic once again puts BBG to the sword and MMA. Down goes the turret. This is problematic for Navi now.
Oh, Semantic is on fire right now. I mean, he's glowing because of the Ruffs buff, but I mean, just in terms of how he's playing the game, he's absolutely on fire. That buff will go a long, long way, though, give him some additional damage to his disposal and some more HP, and he is a thorn in the sides. I've got to say, I think Navi were expecting the Primo going in with Gale. I think it's a very underrated brawler right now in terms of choices that you can have, and a great deterrent for tanks. So that would explain their idea and thought process with that. But look how much Semantic is just doing there. Pretty much all on his own. It's a marvel to watch, isn't it?
He what Skyrix and Jen just backed away, saying, "You got this under control, mate. We've got full faith in you." And Semantic just kites around, leaves the Primo for dust, and says, "See ya, peace. I'm just gonna back away now." Complete control in the end there. Started off strong for Navi, obviously looking out their own zone, but barely touching the south hot zone there. And look at Semantic working.
Yeah, he was honestly the biggest of thorns in the side of Navi there, and just they couldn't shake him. They get the turret down. I saw that ban earlier today and thought that's probably the map that's catered towards, and you can see just why now, looking at just how well Semantic was able to utilize that particular brawler. Jesse in parallel plays is a dangerous thing, and especially if you've got brawlers that kind of can't really get to the turret or have any range to really take care of that. It's a great thing to hunker down on that aggressive top right zone, and Semantic just played it pitch perfect.
Yeah, just to answer the questions, obviously chat talking about the fact they didn't go for their own zone, they went aggressive for it. I feel that was the right play. They know they're very good players, that's the fact. I don't know about an ego play, I don't think so. I think it's just simply they're confident. Yes, obviously you've got to have a bit of an ego in there to be that good in the first place, and sure they're going to have that. But the fact is, it paid off. They went aggressive, they 3'd up, they won the duels, they dealt with the Primo quickly, and then they 3v2'd into the corner. Okay, Semantic, you're there, you can hold it. They backed away and said, thank you very much, we'll just take control of this. I think it was just a well-worked strat from SK there. I'm very interested to see what we're going to see as a counter here. Maybe switch that Primo out, because obviously he just couldn't get close enough.
Yeah, and for me, a lot of that strategy came down to the Ruffs, and I think that's exactly why it worked so well. I mean, Pam is pretty tanky as it is, with those heals on top of that, and the HP buff coming in by staying in close proximity. You're going to be a really tough team to take down. By giving the supply drop to Semantic first to allow him to go off on his own and be a bit of a lone wolf, he had the additional damage, he had the additional HP as well, and he was just able to stay alive and in the mix to utilize those abilities. So I would absolutely agree with that. It was very calculated by SK, and by far a massive part of their strategy going with the comp that they did.
Yeah, it was the tactic, and it paid off, and it absolutely worked, and it was brilliant. Let's see what else they can bring to the table here, as Navi are up against it right now in this second matchup. For Navi, what sort of adjustments would we make from this one? Do we just mirror them? I'm not sure about mirroring them, because SK don't tend to bring the same strat twice, so tend to switch it up, and there it is! Rico, a surge, and why not? Just completely change it up here.
But this is why SK is so great, because I think that they went in the comp that they did in the first time round knowing that Navi were going to just expect the Primo. Now they swapped to the Primo, but combining Poker, which I was surprised to not see from Navi in the last game. And, you know, ScarX, as we know, as Surge is just on point every step of the way. So I think that SK running a really, really dangerous comp now. ScarX just coming back a little bit to defend and take care of Jason, while Semantic goes on the aggressive. Just not able to get a heal off in time, but ultimately will be still something to be taken care of on the other side of things. And you know, once ScarX caps that zone, there's going to be a healthy lead in favor of SK.
Yes, the Primo, I got it, the Rico, it's the skin. It does look very much like Rico, I'm not going to lie. But, you know what, the Primo, Semantic, he just had fun with Jess, and why not give him a go on this one? Jet also coming in there. They've almost locked out their own zone down the south side, so Jetting at the moment, just building up that super. In comes Semantic once again. Now, Navi have locked their own one out. It's their turn to go aggressive, but they've got to come out on top. Jason does get Skyrix down, but chooses not to head south because look at this. SK have gained control of the north.
And how is BBG's going to get out of that? How is anyone going to get out of that? The heals from Jetton, the positioning from Semantic, the jump in onto MMA, and BBG's just goes down there.
God.
This is pitch perfect decision making from SK, and the mind games behind it as well that led up to this comp were just very, very smart.
Jason caught around the side there. Semantic will be able to lock him down. He pokes it out, and they've taken so long to get Jet now. The Poco working well. Semantic's just waiting to pounce on someone. Gets spotted out by BBGs. Jetting back up on his feet. Gets a bit of damage around the back there. A lot of pressure here, but it doesn't matter. Job done. You can see Semantic just standing around the side, and that ties up the set once again. Now 2-0 SK Gaming. Still fully in control, and this is what I was talking about with Harry. I feel that the biggest benefit that SK have is their brawler pool. They have the ability to pull comp after comp after comp out and have full control, and it just keeps the opposition guessing.
Yeah, the mind games, and I'm sure Pedro, no doubt, in the background playing a big role in that, as we saw in the interview there. A huge factor in SK's decision making, and that's what I think. You know, they're so good at utilizing and just discussing through ideas. I often listen to a lot of their team talk, and it's like really, really interesting to hear how they communicate very calmly, but also a lot of hype as well in the voicings that they do and the decisions that they decide to relay. So, you know, they are looking just to me like just another day in the office, right? Just another day at work, and just, you know, back to business, guys, and just like, you know, looking to wrap up quickly. Navi have got a lot of work to do here.
Well, we're moving on to Hard Rock Mine. It's not going to be an easy one, that's for sure, for the gem grab. It is obviously a map we've played umpteen times throughout the play-ins and the ladder itself. Obviously, the players do tend to favor it as well. So I'm a little worried for them. Now, remember, Gene is banned. Are we going to see some Ambers maybe coming out here? Maybe a Tower or a Sandy?
Yeah, Sandy would be a bad shout. Not a brawler that's kind of thrived since the tank meta kind of came into existence.
Was Ems banned? Ems is
not banned,
right?
Yeah,
so Ems is
Gene,
definitely,
Bell and Bell. Yeah, so Ems is definitely an option here, and one that could be considered. I mean, gem carrier wise, yeah, Gene and Bell would be the go-tos here for me. So yeah, I think that there's some techie brawlers like Rosa could do well. We saw that already today. Some Rico side lanes I do love to see. Let's see. Okay, Piper and B for Navi, and yeah, the tankiness from SK, the boldness of this idea. I don't know if it's going to pay off. B is going to, yeah, look at that.
Yeah. I'm not sold on this. The Poco coming in with the Bull and the Primo. We'll see. I mean, they've got to get close enough. That's the problem. And I'm not sure they will. I think this is going to be Navi's. I think this might be the first one that they pick up tonight.
I think you'd be right.
But unless they get triple call like that with the Oh, no way!
This is the thing where if SK, I was going to say if they were able to regain control, if they did that, step one down tick. They've now got to get rid of this situation here. They have broken up a lot of the bush, which they would have liked to have probably kept, I think, with this comp to try to be a bit sneaky within those bushes. They're going to have to utilize a lot of the map now. MMA going to slow this maybe, does connect, but goes down before it. And look how SK is making this work. Now they've got control. Skyrix will go down into BBGs. Can Samantha get out of this one?
I know this is working. They're going to chase down Semantic. Semantic surely going to get picked off in the corner. No! Dodges left, right. Now Skyrix comes in. The gems are quickly picked up by Jet and BBG on absolutely nothing here. Jet just waits for that super to come out. They chase him down, picks the gems back up. And I don't even know how SK have made this one work. They get countered, but they still manage to make it count. 10-0 so far. 11-2, sorry. And... well, MMA, he can't go around this corner. BBG is going to be the one that has to try it. Not going to happen. Skyrix just man blocks it.
I want to say a really subtle move there from Jet in there just to bait out the Rico shot, knowing that BBG was so low on HP that his teammates could then follow up from the side lane with the ball. It's really nice to hold on to the gem countdown. I mean, it's one of those comps where, you know, if you're able to control it from range and keep it at bay, you're okay. But the second you lose control and you find yourself like kind of caught up in the corner, you know, and Skyrix was very, very good at closing the gap as the ball there as well. That moment there from Semantic for me, though. Oh, that was the turning point. It's got to be said.
Yeah, the triple catch with the primo elbow was definitely the point. There was no doubt about it. And because he caught 3 of them, he got his super almost instantly straight after it and caught them again. So it was just nothing they could do about that. Then Skyrix obviously with the slam in the corner there, paying off well for him. And now they're going to completely change it up. You know they are. They're going to ditch all those. We're probably going to get Surge come out or something like that. Maybe I don't know who was banned. Bell and Byron were banned, so we're not going to see them. Yeah, just completely change it, and no doubt. And poor old Navi are just guessing as to what they're going to face next.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. I think the Surge could well be on the cards here. Maybe Stu as well. We know what Semantic can do with that particular brawler. You know, SK all have like just great ability to play a lot of these big heavy hitters, but also to just keep the opposition guessing as to when they're going to bring them out. And that's the thing. To make that comp work the way that they did was really, really nice to see. I wonder now how they're going to approach this last game. But match point for SK. They are looking to bring out Ruffs. Can you do with Piper? And Semantic can absolutely pop off with Piper. And look at what Navi were thinking. They're like, okay, yeah, we see you, and we're gonna copy you.
Yeah, so they managed to get the or almost mirror off against them, but countering back to it. So MMA trying to run away from this one. The Poco not going to work out. Skyrix going to come back around the side with the Ruffs, and well, Jetton working well on the Rico. Jason not able to get close enough. Like, I don't know why they would switch and say, yes, let's copy that. What a great idea, because it shouldn't have worked for SK. They made it work, and for some reason, Navi said, that's a great idea. Let's do that.
I think they're going to struggle. There's so much range on this case come right now. They're hitting their shots. Jason going to try and be the player to go in and on the aggressive. It just doesn't pay off for him at all. Taken down so swiftly. SK holding mid control. Like the way that Skyrix as well broke off the left-hand side corner earlier on with the air superiority, just to make sure that everything's open. Oh, and the Valley coming in from Jetson. BBG's goes down short equally as quickly. SK have made it look easy today.
Yeah, that was a one-way traffic, I'm afraid, this one. Don't really know. Olga, please have a word with your boys in between games. Have a little bit of a shuffle, because that was not a wise choice to pick the same comp, because it shouldn't have worked for SK. So why pick into it? I don't know. I guess they were reading into something, but you knew SK were definitely going to change it. They're not a team that will come out with the same comps back to back quite often. They will almost always switch it up, and this was just a one-way game. So SK will take it 3-0. Dominant stuff from them. All 6 games going their way, and it was close. In fairness, on Brawl Ball, that was probably the closest that it was. And then they obviously go through. They're going to be 5-0 up. Sorry. Joining Clash on the top of the table. They will be just 1 point, or well, they'll be on the same points, but 1 set behind though, because Clash are on 15-1 and SK will be on 15-2.
Yeah, exactly. That could be a big factor here as well. But I mean, at the same time, that is a giant achievement. I mean, at the moment, it's Clash and SK that everyone wants to beat, that everyone seems to be struggling to beat. So, I think that the key here is going to be on some of the up and comers to be able to up their pace and try and find some weak areas. But it's such an exciting competition.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. SK sweeping everyone aside once again. We'll be back after the break. It's going to be Noble Elite up against Navi for the final game of the night. See you in a few.
Hello and welcome to the ESL Mobile Open. Can you please introduce yourself and your team?
Yeah, hello. I am Rol. I am the coach of AC Milan class. Well, my teams are Trevor, Chaos, Lenine, and Guille. And this time we want to win the ESL Mobile.
So we've already spoken about the fact that you're a coach as well, but I mean, you must have been playing this game since it first came out. Like, were you playing, every day? Were you playing multiple hours?
Yeah, I started in the beta. I started in the beta, but I left the game like 1 month later. And then when it's get global, I come back to the game and I start looking competitive, playing all the days. And this is how, since that, I have been playing like all days. And now this is what I do. All the days I enter, I do some games, and I finish.
So when you did your transition to coaching, how was that? Like, what was the decision to do that?
Well, there was a time that I was not so good as a player, but I really like to help my team and with my friends. And they told me, hey, what about you can be a coach or an analyst, something like this, and you can help us? So I started with that. Then I met RT Gaming. That was an organization that told me, do you want to join us? And I was really good there. And this is how I have been in like little teams. And now I am here in AC Milan.
I mean, what an amazing jump, right? So
yeah.
What do you consider to be your team's biggest advantage against your opponents?
Well, I think we can... I don't know, perhaps we have a good analyst and a good staff to prepare all the matches. And there are teams that they only have players and no staff. And I think that our staff is so good. So I think with that and the players that they are one of the best players in Europe, I think we can do a good work.
Tribe Gaming, they knocked you out of play, all right? They knocked you out of the play-ins, but you still made it through the ESL Benelux Championship. So how do you feel about that? How was that winning?
I mean, basically, ESL Benelux were just like insanely good feelings, as like it's one thing I played last year as well already, and I was like only getting, I think, 3rd place or 4th place. I'm not pretty sure about that one, but now like I managed to win it, you know, and like even get an advantage now that I can play ESL Mobile still in the end without qualifying any other way. So it's helping me a lot, and I feel like really, really great for my team for sure too.
Well, now we can look into the future, right? Because the challenge season is fast approaching, right? And the revenge match against Tribe Gaming, it's on the cards, isn't it? So what have you been working on to make sure that you don't make the same mistakes as you did before?
Basically, we scrimmed even more and harder than usually. We analyzed way more, and like even had a look at the enemies' comms and so on for sure too, to kind of get to know what they're thinking in the game and kind of analyze their gameplay as well, so we in the end can actually beat them, know what to do against them and how to react to certain things.
Well, as we approach the challenge season, the more you think about it, who are you most looking forward to facing off against out of all the teams that are competing?
I mean, basically what I don't want to face at all is SK. I don't know, like they're dominating in general, like just the European scene so hard. And it's like we didn't win once against them till now. So it's for sure a team we don't want to face. But if it's a team to face for sure, it's like for sure team 1.5 or 2 team. So basically like maybe Totem or something like these.
Okay, well, I mean, it's food for thought, because I think that you have the confidence there. You've won the ESL Benelux, so now it's all about just approaching the challenge season, get aggressive, and just go face off against some of the biggest teams in the game, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Exactly,
sure.
right. Well, is there anything that you would like to say before I let you go to your fans who've been supporting you throughout this journey up to this point?
Basically, we know like it was pretty hard times sometimes, and now in Queso Cup and other tournaments as well, we dropped out and so on. But in the end, we still like happy that you still cheer us up, still kind of from like want to cheer us up, as I said. And I don't know, like just having so much fun cheering. And let's hope you still do it nowadays, because now it shows who are the real fans in these hard times. So yeah, watch us, cheers up.
Well, thanks so much for joining me, and best of luck in the challenge season.
Thank you a lot.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello, you beautiful people, and welcome back to another match in the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm Lee. For joining me is Ark, and we've got another doozy, of course. It's going to be Navi versus Noble Elite. And, you know, we were talking about Noble Elite before, and they did really well against Big, like really well. It was, I expect it to be a close series, maybe go in favour of Big, like 3-1 as a kind of rough prediction, you could say. But Noble Elite looking very solid here. Probably the best I've seen them perform in quite a while.
Really interesting ideas. I'm curious to see whether those ideas might struggle against some of their other oppositions as we go through the competition. However, I've got to say, you know, their ability to keep mixing things up today has really impressed me. Andre, John, and Melanie. And Melanie was playing a fantastic lane for me today as well, with the Rico on that hard rock mine, and just everyone's working very, very well harmoniously together. Navi's a pretty fierce competition for them. It's going to be said. Navi are definitely going to be one which they're going to want to take down today.
Certainly do indeed get themselves up in the table, especially in the rankings. Melanie definitely one of the MVPs, we have to say, especially in that series earlier on. But let's go to Navi, MMA, BBGs, Jason, and their coach Augie. Every single one of them have done, you know, really well in past competitions, etc., etc. But this is where, of course, for them, it's also a must-win because we haven't seen too much of them as of yet, which is a little bit of a surprise because Navi, you know, big name, and we've got some big players here. MMA, I've seen him clutch so many different games in so many different competitions. Definitely got the X factor for this team as well. And it's surprising we haven't really seen a lot of that as of yet. But it's like I said before, that I don't see this team as, you know, a league format kind of team, more of an open bracket kind of team where, you know, after a few chances and after a few games when they were actually warmed up and ready to go, especially like in a double elimination bracket, they create those Cinderella stories and losers. They create those upsets in the winners bracket as they pile it on through. They get better and better as time goes on, but in a league format, you don't really get that chance. You have like one, maybe two matches, and whatever you've done that day, that's it, it's done. You can't just, you know, continue on forward and be able to do or try and win, you know, any additional matches because that's literally it. They don't really start warming up in the tournament format until like later on, which is a little bit of a shame, but we'll see if they can change things up as Noble Elite certainly have, as we do have the mats and bands starting off with Double Swoosh, Kaboom Canyon, Split, Super Stadium, and if we get that far, it will be Hot Drop for a little bit of Siege.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we get that far. Noble Elite are going to be banning Bell and Primo. I think that's two solid bans for me right there. Navi banning Poco and Gene, which I think is a solid 4 bans for me, and obviously no doubling up there either. So less brawlers to utilize. Yeah, it's definitely safe for me. Getting Bell and Primo out of the mix for sure. And I think Navi fortunate as well to get the Poco ban in there also and not have that double up, because that's also another common ban we're seeing today as a result of those big tanky metas is going around Brawl at the moment.
Yeah, it's still very close to heading to the top 4. We've still got 3 teams on 2 wins. Noble Elite have managed to bag their first one today. And rightly said, you know, what you mentioned earlier at the beginning, like Navi haven't got any. They've played 5 matches, not a single W to their name, which is not something I would expect in the slightest. Don't get me wrong, Navi played some heavy hitters coming into this as well as Tribe did at the start. But now, though, this is where Navi have to turn things around a little bit and pull their finger out. And can they do it as Noble Elite? Absolutely. There's no reason why they shouldn't be. And don't get me wrong, like we said before, you know, they came out swinging for Noble Elite earlier on against Big. They need to try and continue that. And I do feel like if Navi don't win this, it could be curtains.
It really could. They've only won 1 single set so far, and that's got to be staring them quite bluntly in the face. You know, obviously as a result of that, no wins, no points. It's a real dire situation for them. They've got to bounce back from this today. If they don't, then it's really going to be a difficult thing for them to come back.
Yeah, certainly will be indeed. Hopefully that won't be the case, as both these teams, it's going to be an almost must-win scenario in order to continue to create a little bit of impact on the leaderboard here in terms of the standings leading to the challenge finals. You've got, remember, you've got to make top 4 in order to progress onto that final week in the challenge finals. And so far it's been quite close for a lot of these teams. A couple of teams have managed to excel to the top 2 as the gatekeepers, you could say, for SK and Clash. But for the rest of the pack, it's neck and neck, and they want to try and keep it that way if they can. As Andre takes down MMA, good start from him. Jason has to pull all the way back, and so does BBGs. They've taken a fair amount of damage from their nasty initial engagement. Melanie will find BBGs in that right lane. Jason's going to be with him this time round. And you've got to remember that Noble Elite do have that 3-gem lead. But saying that, though, only 2 as Jason managed to scramble for that one, just respawning so slightly in that right lane. MMA still trying to dish a bit of damage, but constantly being backed off by Andres. BBGs does take down Melanie in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a rough ride so far for Navi. I mean, they had a lot of big games, it must be said, against Clash, against XF Free Agents, Tribe, SK. You know, they've really had so many to mention. And, you know, they've got to make this one count. These are 2 teams that are so closely matched in terms of the points. So if they take a loss to Noble Elite, it's going to be a struggle for them. Noble Elite at the moment, come out to me with a decent combo, mirrored rightly so as well on the other side of things. Amber here is a go-to for me, and, you know, as well, Stu can do a great deal here. Countdown in favor, it must be said, then, of Navi. People just going in with some aggression, gets the nice connection. Down goes John. And I can't see how these gems are going to be contested. Surely safely in the pocket then for Jason, and the start that Navi needed.
Exactly is indeed 10-1 or 10-3, shall we say. Navi with the first win on the board. Hopefully they can continue out going on further. But Navi will be quite happy with this. Even if they take the entire series here today, they'll be like, well, you know, we're just taking Noble Elite quite comfortably. We can also take them maybe big. You know, it just depend on the day, really. Maybe big just had a really bad day. That's not really how we normally see big perform, especially with like Nadine and the rest of the pack actually be able to do so much work. So, you know, it could be a rock, paper, scissors thing. I'm not know. We'll have to see here. But Navi, you're absolutely right, though, Ark. Great start for them. It is only the first game, of course, so we'll see how Noble Elite coming on through. As, you know, consider how they played earlier on, we expect them to be able to adapt a lot better going to the second game.
Yeah, I mean, they've got Reply Totem lying up ahead of them as well, so they've got to get some good prep in for that particular game, because, you know, they're about the middle of the bracket at the moment on the scoreboard side of things, so definitely, you know, it's still early days. One win on Gem Grab is a good start, but there's plenty more still to come. They're going to have to maintain this kind of pace and continue to make good decisions. Now, you know, the one thing I will say about Noble Elite is they like to mix things up a lot, so I think that Navi have also got to consider matching that pace, and if they don't, they might fall behind. Really curious now to see whether Noble Elite are going to start to do that already. But for me, the comp they're running is a decent one. I think the only thing that you can really consider else, aside from this with the bans that are in play, is maybe an Ems or something along those lines. But then again, I don't know when it comes to Noble Elite. I would say that, and they'll come up with a Leon. So, I mean, my guess is as good as anyone's at this point.
Yeah, they're a bit dodgy, aren't they? It's just weird. Normally, when you see the comps come out of them, it's like, oh, okay, fundamentally, we're at a disadvantage. Let's try and switch things up a little bit to make, you know, be as much of a nuisance as possible for the opposition. But they just do it anyway. Sometimes they do it in the first game, like you said with the Leon, and you're just scratching your head thinking, what on earth are you doing? Are you trying to throw? Like, what's going on? But no, this is how they play. This is how they like to do it. And, you know, we saw it against Big, like you rightly said earlier on. So there's no reason why we'll see it come out in the woodwork momentarily for Noble Elite against Navi. But John does get the first kill onto Jason, so they'll be pretty pleased about that. Be able to get that center control already up to 3 gems. So nice early lead here for Noble Elite.
They're going to bring the Ems pick, which I said was the ideal go-to. They're going to make any kind of amendments here. So I think this is a good shout, as long as Melony's going to be cautious of the Tara for sure. The Black Portal Star Power can really cause a big thorn in the side, and also the support from beyond. Taking care of there. But watch out for the Black Portal if that is in play, and as opposed to the Healing Shade, because that's going to be able to close the gap. And you know, Ems not fare very well at the close range. You've got to keep those distances. So things like that can really cause a problem. But so far, so good. Melony able to stay in position, and now even able to contest the mid onto Jason. So this is very good from Noble Elite. Some good changes, and they are adapting accordingly.
Certainly are indeed. MMA obviously keeping the distance from Andre, but it's actually inflicted more damage than he's actually done from Andre, so we're pretty pleased about that. Means it can continue on the aggression ever so slightly. Still looking for Andre if he can, but Andre is actually hiding behind that one stack just to see if it can continue piling on the pressure onto MMA. But look at it though, 7 gems now for Noble Elite, now up to 8. Only a couple more to start that countdown and be able to back off from the rest of Navi. But Navi realised that they need to try and abuse this positional advantage that they have, but also at the same time try and collect these gems. So it's all about the positioning here. MMA, fantastic kill there on Andre, as Jason now's going to pick up another gem. But you've got to remember, even if they collect the 10, they still need to hold the positions they're currently holding right now, just due to the fact that they can't let them get the countdown as well, as Melony takes down BBGs. And it's looking not too bad for Navi here, but it looks like it's from Noble Elite, they do get the countdown started, and you can see MMA is actually right at the very bottom.
He's been very aggressive in his many opportunities, but now surely going to go down to Archery. There it is. I don't think Melony's going to make a difference here, dropping the gems. And just to be sure, John comes in for a little bit of a snatch, and just to make it to 11. That is going to be a really nice comeback from Noble Elite.
Yeah, it's going to be back and forth between these two. Could be a 5-setter here, Ark, to end the evening, which should be nice to see. Be lovely. We'll see if Navi can adapt later on in this next game, as you know, set 1's almost cleaned up and ready. So we'll have to see who's going to get that early lead in the series. But yeah, good adaptation there from Navi to begin with. MMA looked much better individually against the engagement against Andre. But you saw right at the very end, MMA was at that southern part on their spawn, was hoping to recover enough to maybe not just get a trade, but be able to inflict some damage onto, you know, a number of the opponents, not just get one kill. But sadly for him, couldn't do a huge amount, which is a little bit of a shame. But tried to give his teammates the best he can in terms of lead weight, but it just wasn't enough. But Noble Elite, much better, good adaptation. We'll have to see if they can continue that in the third game.
Yeah, MMA did some really good plays towards the end, just prior to that countdown. He really committed to get rid of the speed zoner gadget, which was replaced down quite quickly, to be fair, as that was obviously something which nobody kept in the pocket. But, you know, I think that moments like that, for me, is like, you know, that was a lot of ammo that he used to really push into that to get taken down. And sometimes you got to make those kinds of, like, you know, outlandish plays to really turn the balance. It was clearly something which was bugging the team, and they made the adjustments there. But I think we've got to see more of those things earlier on. I think the side lane with the M's Tara side lane on the left, the Tara wasn't really able to do much for me for Navi. You got to really establish yourself early on. That's where Tara can thrive, because when you're trying to push her on that left hand side lane, you can then look to recycle your super and effectively use that. So I think this is going to come down to, if we see similar comps, that Tara side lane winning that more frequently, asserting more pressure then onto the mid with the super and various things like that. It can go a really, really long way here. But when you're out of position, the Ems can shut that stuff down. The only thing that we can really have is the Black Portal star power, like I mentioned earlier, to really go on the hunt. But again, credit to Noble Elite, because they were shutting it down more often than not.
Tony, well, indeed, you know, will we see a comp change? You never know. We'll find out very shortly. And it depends really on the player. Sometimes they feel like, yeah. You couldn't even make that one up, Jesus. But yeah, you may get a brawler a player where it's like, okay, I can rectify a few mistakes and then be able to do a lot better next time around. Or suddenly, if they physically feel like you're going to get zero value no matter what you change, then it's like, yeah, in the bin you go, we'll just pick up another one instead. So we'll be surprised if we do see that. But I don't see why you couldn't really, you know, maybe a few corrections here and there, and you can stick with the M's at the Tara. We'll have to see. But, you know, with this next game coming up, whoever wins this will take the first set in the series. It does feel like it's dragged on a little bit longer because it's been so back and forth, which is what we love to see. And now, see Melny already pushing into that left lane already to see if we can do a little bit of damage onto MMA. As BBGs is actually the one who switches up here into that right lane with the Amber, as well as Andre's going to stick with the Amber in that right lane as well. Maybe he feels like BBGs feels like he can not do a better job, but to take over the Amber so MMA can make the switch into something else, something he's a little bit more comfortable with. But BBGs does take down Andre, which is a fantastic way to start things off for Navi, but not way to start things off is MMA getting cleaned up by John just there and actually dropped all the gems as well. It's going back and forth in that left lane. Jason will win that engagement and it actually gets taken down afterwards. So that was just going to be a little bit of a pointless trade.
That final tick of the fire there onto Jason. That must have been a sour taste, but yeah, at the moment, you see, Melny's in a good spot here, able to just keep his distance. He's showing really good signs for me of just knowing his ranges there of what the M's can do to him and trying to get into a spot where he can capitalize. And you know, at the moment, John is holding pretty well on the mid side of things. I'm just looking for an opportunity to go for Jason. Melny just going to the mid to get a couple of shots into Jason. Now he's got super as well off the back of that one thing. So he knew that he was close and wanted to try and obtain it, because if he can get a takedown this left-hand side on MMA, that's going to bring a ton of gems into favor of Noble Elite. So Melny's really looking to turn this game around. I'm not sure whether Navi know it yet.
I love this from MMA, just constantly timing his attacks to come on through. John gets one, Melny gets MMA as well, but MMA does get the trade, but Jason gets cleaned up in the end. But you've got Memino, the gems are all the way on the other side on Navi's, almost a Navi spawn here, but John knows it's too much of a risk as Melny's going to try and apply some pressure, but not before being taken down by MMA. Good cleanup from him as Andre's still trying to be a bit of a pain in the backside and the right lane to BBGs, but it's actually been consuming more damage than he's actually been inflicting. But saying that though, he has taken down BBGs. Now we've got, you know, a window of opportunity here as Andre and Dizon will be pushing on up, but Jason does have that 10 gems. But remember though, they could stay back and collect a couple more before that countdown even stops. We'll be able to do it here, and will he be able to do it? No, he will not, as there we have it. Navi take the first set.
And deservedly so. I think there's a couple of mistakes made from Navi towards the end of that matchup. You know, even just focusing on the speed zoner gadget, like, I kind of wonder why they were doing that, considering that they couldn't get anything from the mid. They were never going to push it back. They could have been better off preserving their ammo. There's a moment as well from Melny where in the middle part of the map, I think a couple of shots to finish off the work that John had already done after this, actually, I think, coming in. No, actually, it was a bit later than that, but that was the key moment to try and turn the gems. It was coming in here when I think John had a really good strong arm situation, but needed the support to finish off the situation, and it just wasn't quite there. So Navi just really capitalized on that, and they were able to take the first set, which is going to make a big difference. Again, they've only achieved one set this entire tournament so far, so they need to start getting things on the board, and this is the right time to do it.
Yeah, managed to bag their second, which is nice. Hopefully they'll get, just a couple more just to finish the series off. It will be nice for them here. But, Noble Elite, looking at the standings so far, like I spoke about before, you can remember 4th, 5th and 6th. There's each one of them has 2 wins. I mean, you've got Noble Elite with 1 and Navi with 0. So it kind of shows how close it really, really is between every single one of these trying to make it into challenge. Like I said, before, Clash and SK are the gatekeepers here, which is more than understandable. Everyone knows that as to why and how consistent they've been in all the competitive tournaments in the Brawl Stars scene. But looking at the rest of them so far, you got to remember at the same time that some of them are desperate for a W because they've actually struggled against teams where they should have beaten, or some of these teams have already played against SK, Clash, or some of the heavy hitters already, or XO for example. So looking to actually start their progress to try and bag these wins to then go up on the leaderboard. It's a bit of a pain in the backside when you play against the juggernauts to start off with, but at the same time, at least it removes any kind of nerves or pressure going into this. At least that way, that the hardest ones are out of the way first, and then you can continue on straight afterwards. Which is why both these teams realise that it's so important to get this W for both these teams coming up in this next matchup in this next series. But Melanie does send out Jason to start off with. Nice play from the entire squad of Noble Elite. Gets it a team wipe, which is definitely not what I expected, and has already done 17% damage onto the safe here.
Yeah, and a nice honey molasses there from Melanie, sorry, just to kind of keep everything at bay. Navi can't really get the angle right now to try to take it down. Eventually they do. Breaking the mid from Andre. Okay, interesting. It's going to definitely open things up, which could go for them or against them. So we'll see how they fare there. But good shots from Melanie on the right side onto BBGs and MMA low as well. Definitely a lot of aggression and pressure being applied from Noble Elite when it comes to the range brawlers, and that's going to be on the minds of Navi right now, is on the defense, conceding more damage. Amber was an interesting choice for me, not my kind of go-to here, but obviously, something that Noble Elite are not too worried about. They don't mind breaking open the mid entirely. They want to see their opposition be able to land these shots, and that's one more to add to it from Andre.
Nice little poke shot there. Nice little Ferrari peek from Andre. Great stuff. This is why he's using that Piper. And now already down to 62%. So a nice sprinkle of damage once again, but Andre's on 48 HP. Needs to be careful when MMA actually pushes. But this shot is coming from Andre, really, really good. But at the same time, MMA wasn't expecting it. He wasn't really trying to, dip, dodge, or dive in any way, or try and get away, or strafe out the way. I don't think he expected him to try and fire another shot the second time around. But MMA comes back, takes down Melanie. Jason takes down John as well. So Andre has to pull all the way back just to keep BBGs and Jason at bay. And this is looking still pretty good for Noble Elite, but an extra element of caution here, especially in these next 35 seconds.
Andre's just popping up right now. 1 shot, 2 shot, missed the 3rd, the 4th as well, just narrowly scathing. But nonetheless, the pressure is being applied, and this is the chance for Navi. They've got to make this moment count. They've got to get some damage dealt and get some takedowns. And yeah, Noble Elite are not allowing it to happen. Andrew now in position. More shots coming in. The first wasn't quite on point, so a couple of slips here and there. But surely enough dealt now for them to take the win on this first game, as Navi can't get out of the spawn in time. Surely, if they can, not enough to get the damage they need. Jason's going to try for it, however, and yeah, just came a little bit short on that side as well. Mistakes there, but ultimately, it was Noble Elite that got the early pressure, and that was really hard for Navi to come back from.
Team wipe at the start, dream start, isn't it, really? You have to be very happy about that. They got that 17% on the safe, and then did an extra 20 when you saw, who was the Piper player from Noble Elite? I said it a couple of times where it's Ferrari peeking back and forth. It was, of course, Andre. I knew that before it came up, don't lie. And you can see now, the amount of work he was doing with that Piper was just ridiculous. It wasn't really, don't get me wrong, his shots were great in terms of projectile and everything he wanted to do, and of course in terms of prediction, but some of the players on Navi weren't really strafing out the way of it or making Andre work for these kills, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think they've got to really start to fight for that mid control, and I'm seeing a bit today, their ability to control is a bit of a weak point for them. The aggression that Noble Elite are showing today, which is a really nice flurry, a bit of a spring in their step, I would say. We haven't seen a great deal of that so far, but today they seem to really have done a lot of background work, and that's the thing in a competition like this. You really have to keep up with changes, with metas, with your momentum and your your general headspace. You've got to be in a clear mind and be objective. Noble Elite as well, making good adaptations, as we're seeing the Byron coming out as well, and the Colette. So I do like that. I think these are really viable options here. It didn't work out too well today for XOFA with that particular comp, but I think that they stand a chance with this one working.
Yeah, Noble Elite, their start strategy is looking very, very solid. You can see Jace is still with that Piper, but they're not anymore on the side of Noble Elite. They're looking for a little bit more aggression coming into this next game. BBG's on 17 HP. How on earth he's still alive, I do not know. You can see two players from Noble Elite were just trying to clean them up. They still couldn't. Finally, he gets taken down. It took a while here, Ark, but you know, they managed to better pick him apart after about 20-30 seconds. Jason in that right lane looking to stay alive with that Piper, but hoping someone supports him against John. John's actually just going to go straight on in, but actually doesn't get the kill which he required. So a few missed shots from both players here, but John does get a couple, but Jason looking to see if he can get that frag, left on 420 HP. MMA does clean him up, and Melanie and Andre have to be very cautious now. That numbers disadvantage, and this push could come in at any time.
Good heals from Andre there as well. The peep coming in as well. Let's see what happens here with that. It was tanked last time by Melanie. This time it's going to go through with the warp portal gadget, which I knew would be ran by MMA. He's going to be able to get a ton of damage on the safe, and if not contested or not counter pushed by nobody, they're going to counter push. It's going to go all on the aggressive here. This could be a bit of a base race, but at the moment, you know, no one's contesting MMA. The slowdown from BBGs is there on John and co, and now this is a chance for Navi. Look at how much damage MMA is able to deal as a result of that miscalculation.
Oh, that's absolutely ridiculous. And MMA, with his map presence, just wasting so much time. Finally gets cleaned up, but at what cost here? 20 seconds, they're going to clean up that safe like it's nobody's business here, Ark, and there we have it. Navi responds in a fantastic way. Considering how great of a start Noble Elite had, it was almost a team wipe pretty much once again, but MMA just wasting that time in the corner is absolutely huge. Sometimes you don't have to do any damage, you can just sit there and just be a nuisance. Wasting any more time, or you know, giving your teammates a chance to be able to get full map control and any kind of positional advantage afterwards just works absolute wonders, and we saw it right then. MMA was just too much of a distraction. This bit here with BBG just staying alive actually made me giggle a little bit, not gonna lie. And yeah, it took a while to get taken down, but good start from Noble Elite, but it was Navi who adapted very well.
I mean, the damage, it was honestly a very last minute thing up until like the final 45 seconds, and I've got to say, I felt like Noble Elite had the better comp. They just didn't play it correctly in terms of, you know, calculating and assessing the risk there. Everyone knows when you're going to be seeing a Nanny on Siege that it's going to be a warp portal gadget, so you've got to be ready to defend that as well, and that's the advantage. It's the problem we tend to see too much on Kaboom Canyon. It's more of a kind of like an NA meta kind of idea, but it's still just as effective still. It's just not as common in Europe, and you still have to treat it with a lot of you know, caution. It can come and really, you know, bring your team back, but you have to go back with that. You have to take care of it before you can then advance. And sure, in the meantime, you know, you're going to probably have to fight back over the mid, but you can see just how devastating it is if left on left. If left just to do its thing.
Well, we are going to go to the final game anyway to see exactly what you know, what I'm thinking of going into this. You know, talking about the compositions before, and you were, you know, rightly what you said in terms of like Noble having that slight advantage. How that affect their mentality going into this, I'm not sure. Knowing that you had the advantage going into it and you still lost, it's a bit, you know, just, you know, some question marks there, so we'll have to see. But MMA with the 90 on that left side, still got Jason with the Piper as well, so we can find out what they can do. I must say that Navi are very, very passive. I never see them really as a methodical or calculated team. But it's not only that, it's the fact that even when they've got the numbers, they're still a little bit worried. There's something that's a bit over, you know, a bit too much caution here and there. And already, fair amount of damage taken onto that safe, but you've got to remember, on the other side of the waters, you do have Noble Elites with a fair amount of damage taken to theirs as well, down to 62%. Andre just trying to get away with his life. Oh, he missed one shot, hit two in the end. And you can see both players like, yeah, we're out of here. I'm not having any part of that.
Noble Elite have got to stop MMA doing this. And in the meantime, he was just there, and there was obviously a bit of a side battle going on because the damage kept raining in, but there was no deaths on the card. They let MMA come through again with Pete. They left him there to do his thing. Someone, I think, tried to respawn to take care of it, and obviously that's going to not do great since the patch, you know, coming in with ammo being so little in supply. MMA is having the run of the show right now, and unless Noble Elite start to really take that peepiness coming in again seriously, then they are going to struggle and they are going to lose this set.
Yeah, 1 minute left to go. BBG's just standing his ground. He's clearly not going to make that full push, and he knows for certain that it can definitely make a difference. As already BBG's taken a fair amount of damage. Andre has also taken a fair amount as well, so he's pulled all the way back. But BBG's not looking to recover as of yet. Looking to take down John instead of focusing on trying to recover as much as he can. And there we have it. He will take down John, but Andre will take down and trade out with BBG's. MMA does get one as well, so this could be, you know, room for them to either push on towards that safe, but it looks like it won't happen. As MMA just looking to stand his ground. I feel like Navi don't really want to push. It's just a little bit worried, but they'd rather just body block the safe instead of actually being able to make use of any of their advantages. But look at that, though. There's only a 7% difference with only 10 seconds left on.
Keep coming in, though. Melony's going to go down. Everyone is respawning back in. Jason jumping in. The damage is going to rain down for Navi. That's just going to be enough to seal the deal quite comfortably. So, yeah, again, just a couple of blunders from Noble Elite. And, you know, Navi are looking for those opportunities to capitalize on. This is going to be a close one, I feel.
Yeah, I do. It's just, I just find it a little bit strange where they were still on the passive, like, you know, sorry, still on the defensive, like, even after having some of these advantages. Like, I don't know if they're hesitating or maybe that's literally their game plan. They would, you know, in my opinion, offense is the best defense, really. So even if you're playing on the pressure on the respawn, it should be fine. Even without ammunition, you'll have time to get at least 1 or 2 shots off by the time they make their next attack. So, you know, maybe it's something they do that I don't know about or something they've got in terms of their game plan. But yeah, I just can't tell if they're hesitating or they just literally wanted to stay on the defensive just for that reason, just to, you know, just collect their advantages and just wait for something to go their way. Bit strange, but, you know, they got the W anyway, so that's the main thing.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're just not, like, focusing on their communication on the defensive side again. Like, MMA was just left untouched, and you really can't do that. You've got to take care of it, and you've got to communicate who's going to take care of it and whether they're actually the best person to take care of it. Are they in the right position to do so? Spawning back in, you know, since the changes is a really dangerous thing to leave the responsibility for those defenses to happen. So, you know, Navi are looking for gaps and they're seeking them out. And I didn't expect the Nanny pick, although we've seen them kind of go to a fair bit throughout the competition. It's one that I don't think they really kind of took seriously enough, and they should have really kind of looked into doing that. As this is, yeah, it's closing the gap now, and a few cracks starting to show in Noble Elite.
Yeah, a few dents here and there, isn't there? Absolutely, from both teams, really. Like, it's like I said, I'm still a bit puzzled about the setup from Navi, like, even when they won a lot of those engagements, but maybe it's just me. I'm not sure. It probably is me, knowing my luck. But, yeah, I just found it a little bit weird how, you know, you've got such a huge advantage. You want to try and punish them for it and be as offensive as possible. Keep putting the pressure on them and just trying to suffocate them on their own side of the map. Like, you know, that's the best opportunity for it. It's just a little bit strange. Maybe it could be comms, could be something else. Like I said, it could be me. It could be a lot of things. But we are going to go to set 3. We'll be on splits and we will be doing hot zones. So nice little bit of chaos and a bit of hectic massacre here and there, which I'm sure we'll see. Definitely be back and forth from both these teams. And what a way to do it for a bit of hot zone, Art.
Yeah, in a map that we have not seen really that much of today as well. And this is going to be the chance now for both teams to look to, you know, capitalize on this situation now. You know, here we go. We're going to see no Surge. Interesting. No Surge is the... Yeah, I don't what I expect. I think that Surge is probably one of the strongest brawlers actually on split at the moment. And no Rico either. Going with the Gale is a good counter to the tank. So Melony's the first to smash there. So importantly, so he'll win that right-hand side lane and start capping accordingly.
Yeah, that Frank on Frank duel. Melony just managed to win that by that 1 hit. But it looks like Jason is not too happy about that. So he's managed to go and get the trade after the rest of his teammates were clinging on for dear life. And speaking of clinging on for dear life, MMA and BBGs are trying to recover from that last engagement. But Jason and Melony just going back and forth with these attacks. But the only difference is Andre's going to be supporting them this time round. And that is going to be huge. That's going to be the turning point as well. Remember the amount of HP Frank has. If he gets involved in this next engagement, it's going to be very, very tough. But it looks like Jason's going to be, jumping all the way in. But the thing is, though, Melony's got the HP advantage here. Jason will lose out on this fight. And yes, he will. With BBGs has the chance, though, to clean up in that right zone. Will he be able to? He only needs one more shot, and there we have it. BBGs does finish him up. Thanks behind Andre and John. John just in that left lane looking to try and back away if he can. He won't. He's just going to do what he can before he gets finished up.
Really nice work there from BBGs, but will it be enough? I don't know whether it will be. Melony's getting hunkered down. There it is. Noble Elite then will take the first game, but yeah, I liked the Frank interactions. Melony was being, you know, very cautious and clever to make sure that he timed them correctly, because those noise cancellations are really important to time right. You've got to let your opposition make the first move. and then even then it could go against you. So yeah, interesting choices of brawlers. I wasn't expecting to see quite the same ideas, but as we saw, Gale on both sides, B on both sides, and Frank also is just like, yeah, it's not the go-to for me, but it's one that works really, really well. B, I think, works really, really well. Frank, though, is a bit of an oddball one for me, but again, one that can work well as well.
Yeah, I have seen him before, but yeah, like you said, it's on very rare occasions, very rare. And do you know what? That game went so fast, I wasn't even like talking as Boas towards the end of the game. It was literally like, I looked, I was like, oh, okay, they've actually done a lot more objective than I expected because they were going in and out like a yo-yo. But yeah, we'll have to see what Noble Elite can continue on doing, see if they will continue the trend and make sure to wait to say 2-0, in terms of 2-0 in the games in terms of this third set. And like I said before, both these teams, it's a must-win for them. Navi weren't looking too bad at the start. I thought they had some good flanks going on. It's a shame that Jason lost that fight against Melanie on a number of occasions in some of those duels, but Andre always made sure he gave a little bit of leadway for Melanie as well. Like, Melanie's definitely been the MVP today, and if he wins this series as well with the rest of the guys on Noble Elite, then yeah, he definitely is in my eyes. And it's quite difficult, especially in this kind of matchup where you've just won, like, your first victory like early on back in like the second match, and when you've got to play the last match of the day as well. There's a big gap here, but Navi will realise that as well. And Navi normally excels a lot better in their second matches from what we've seen anyway. I know they've got zero wins, but yeah, you know what I mean. But yeah, Navi's turn to try and retaliate here. I'm not too sure what they can do to try and respond. Maybe a comp change, maybe something different other than Frank. We'll have to see.
Yeah, they're kind of relatively good at responding to what just happened, as we saw in Heist is a good example of that, and making adaptations to then throw the advantage back in their favor. It's just in the past they had not really been able to continue to seal the deal, whereas today we've seen that start, so that's a promising sign. I think, I do feel like brawlers like Rico here have a chance to shine. Brawlers like Serge also have a chance to shine. I think that if they're going to be stubborn and keep on with the Frank, then maybe we won't see that kind of idea develop. But ultimately, there's definitely still options that teams have not explored yet on this particular map. So, definitely a chance to tick for control as well is an interesting choice. Ruffs also with S superiority for the mid to break it. Let's see if there's any big change. We can see Ruffs can see Surge as well from Noble Elite. So much more my kind of idea. But at the same time, though, Jason's bringing out the Colt. Now, when Jason brings out the Colt, I get scared because Jason has got the sharpest aim in all the West, and he's going to have to break open the map as well. And the more he does break open, the more the BBGs can then shine. And Andrew's got his first stack. That's going to dwell well for him if he stays alive. He's juking like a boss right now. My goodness, we can TP away if he wants as well. He's got a next stack. Andrew's staying firm on the zone. Wow, he is going to give Jason a run for his money then, because yeah, wow. Big change for Noble Elite.
84% already, and it's just no stopping. But do you know what? I didn't even get a chance to cast this. Not a tad, because they had like 15% left, and that was it. GG's Noble Elite. I'm not even going to say anymore, as they do manage to take that very convincingly. That's adaptation in a nutshell here, Mark. That was just ridiculous. Instead of what we saw as well, complete opposite. But Noble Elite are up 2-1 in the series. Still got a couple sets left to go. They could definitely go to that 5-setter if possible. But the fourth set will be a bit of Brawl Ball on Super Stadium here, Mark.
I am so impressed with how they were able to control that game. And again, those were two brawlers, Ruffs and Surge, that I thought would be ideal to swap and consider. But yeah, Andre on this left-hand side, man. I mean, that is genuinely a tough matchup, Surge versus Cole. You got to make sure your jukes are on point. And he was doing so at around 1,700 HP the entire time and not taking a shred. And I've got to say, a ton of credit placed on him to see that round through as quickly as it was. But again, this is what Navi do this is what Noble Elite do really well for me, is they are not afraid to make those changes, those bold changes. We've seen a couple from Navi today going to the nanny in Heist, but ultimately, that was a dominant turnaround and over so quickly.
Oh, it was just pure filth, wasn't it? It really was. And I love to see it every time. It's just great. But I didn't expect that much of a deficit, like, entirely. I thought it was still going to be back and forth. It just seemed like, I feel like I didn't get time to watch that game, let alone dissect it. It was that quick. But it was just, you talk about Jason and the Colt, and you're right, of course he's very good with the Colt, but wasn't really given much room of opportunity because, let's be honest, Noble Elite didn't really give him any room of opportunities. And you saw from then as well, he could have made like a bit of a push up, but the positional advantages they had to try and tempt him to push on that, because two of the players were weak at the time after that first engagement. And he was like, nah, you can sit back all you want and wait for the rest of the guys to, come on in and give me a bit of a hand. But they didn't. Like, let's be honest, because the objective percentages did not lie in the slightest, did they up? But we are going to go to fourth set. Hopefully we won't see a repeat, because that would be a bit anticlimactic. We don't want any of that, do we? Not at all. We want to get off on a 5-setter here and see if Noble Elite can, either continue on, if Navi can maybe take the fourth set here. We'll see.
Yeah, I would like to see whether Navi can make another comeback, and they do like to play an aggressive game of Brawl Ball. Super Stadium is a good map for it, I've got to say. I think there's a lot of opportunity to be a bit creative here. You can sometimes even see some Sprout making an appearance, which we've not really seen that much of today. But ultimately, I think Ems is always a safe bet. I'm just going to revise with the bans as well for my own peace of mind, because I'm just realizing that it's been a long day. So Bell, Poco, El Primo, and Jin. So El Primo having it out the mix here is a big important factor, as well as Poco. Those heals will not be coming in as much. So that's going to mix things up. Navi have a chance here to sort of bring this back, and if they don't, well, it's going to be very, very bleak for them, and they're not going to rest easy tonight.
No, certainly will indeed. If they get any rest, could see 10 tiebreakers between these two teams before we know. This is the thing we're going to be talking about. But the way Noble Elite were playing that last game, I still can't believe how quick that was. That was ridiculous. Yeah. I know I'm trying to move away from it, but I just can't. I just can't. But we have to, I'm afraid. We are going to go to that full set. We'll be on Super Stadium. We'll be Brawl Ball. And remember, guys, if it does go to the final set, it will be a bit of bug drop, a little bit of seed. So that could get a little bit messy as well.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Absolutely. And, I think Navi, have done pretty well on Siege in the past. And I think Bounty would have been better for them, to be honest. They sort of have a lot of ability to control the outcome in Bounty. And it's probably one of their best modes from what I've witnessed. But definitely now, what are they going to be thinking going into Brawl Ball? Because, they've got so much pressure on their shoulders. They're bottom of the points. They're behind to Noble Elite and going into a game of which could end equally as quickly as we saw in Hot Zone, and Noble Elite did do a very, very quick turnaround in Hot Zone. So I don't know, they've got to be stressed, worried and concerned, but they've got to put all that aside to remain focused on the objective.
Yeah, just waiting for a couple of players to connect. And actually, speak of the devil, as I say it, we're just going to start. So that is absolutely typical. As John in that left lane did a little bit of damage onto Jason. Melanie and Andre taking a bit of damage themselves, just trying to recover if they can, which should be okay. Jason needs to back away though. BBG's looking to maybe support him, but John knows not to push that anyway. But it looks like he will do now that Melanie has been able to join him and to try and continue the aggression even further. So looking pretty good and a nice early start here for Noble Elite.
Yeah, really good start, and Sprout is going to come out as well, which is interesting. Wasn't too sure whether we would see it, but it is a solid choice here. Melanie was thinking about the shot there, didn't go for it, chose to think better. Oh no! A drop of the ball from Navi, and oh my goodness me, that was a really crucial opportunity, and Melanie did very, very well in that one.
That's not the first time Melnie's done that either. He's done that about 3 times, I think, in today's play day. It's been ridiculous. It's filthy. But John in that left lane almost got taken out by one of those shadows, but he'll be okay. Melnie's still managed to stay alive as well. It's taken way too much damage, so they're not really in a position to, even pick out the ball and kick it to their side, let alone be able to push on forward to make some kind of aggressive attack with that block coming in as well. Andre just trying to pile on the pressure on that right lane because no one really is in the right lane. He's gone so far deep, but he's going to be laughing right now. He's keeping MMA back and he's actually done a fair amount of damage to him and also taken him out as well. That means only one member left standing, which is BBG's. This could be their opportunity to push on in. Melanie, top goal scorer by an absolute mile here today. And not only has he won the game for his team, but also that will be match points as well coming to this next game. But of course, it's the whole team. Every single one of them have been playing so well. But Melanie, just a little bit of style, a little bit of flair there.
Yeah, I mean, seeking the opportunities and for what they were, making the most of them as well. That was very impressive. Again, Brawl Ball can be over so quickly, and they just were able to find the gaps. And Sprout's a great control brawler to do just that because one that we don't necessarily always see now in the current meta. Ultimately, a lot of brawlers can counter Sprout, the Primos and such, but they are banned in this instance, so it does make it a viable option. So great to see that brawler coming out, and Melanie just showing us how good it can be at control, getting supers and making opportunities.
It's just disgusting, really, isn't it? Shouldn't be playing. Unbelievable. Melny's been really good, though, and like, you are right. He's, like I said, if they win this series somehow out the bag, somehow, some way, like, Melny definitely one of the MVPs here. It's, like I said, Andre and John have also been playing remarkably well. Like, every single one of them have definitely done a bit here and there. You know, they've been doing the dirty work, like, quite a lot of the time, and they've done so much for it as well to give Melny these opportunities to make these great plays here and there. We see it time and time again. He's been basically the Messi of the team so far from what we've seen throughout the entire course of Brawl Ball today in this play day. So yeah, remarkable stuff from him so far. But yeah, every single one of them, it's nice really, because all the way back in ladder 1 and ladder 2, like, you know, their ratio, their win-loss ratio in terms of everything going in, I was a little bit skeptical and worried because they've had a lot of struggles along the way, and then some of the victories, a lot of the losses they had were convincing against some of these top teams. But yeah, what a massive milestone they've made to be, you know, a bit of a thorn in a lot of these teams coming into the ESL Mobile Challenger and continue to do work like they have done today. As now we're going to see what they're going to do in this next one. John does get the first frag onto Jason, with Andre Melny looking to push on up. But MMA and BBG is also just trying to stay alive behind the structures on their side of the map here. So looking pretty bleak to start off with.
I like the search pick, but already Navi so far back in the spawn, and John coming in with a fast and swift takedown. Just Jason and BBGs. Look at the way that Nobly are exploding in Brawl Ball.
Oh, what is going on here? Like, already it's getting a little bit messy. John gets the first kill. There's already gone another one. MMA almost cleaned up here. Has to back away, 948 HP. Jason trying to slither his way into the right side, into that right lane to see if he can take down Melny. Melny knows he won't be able to take him out yet. Let's see, although John has actually been able to give him a little bit of a helping hand here, with BBG's also pushing up, and MMA in that left lane. Got to have an element of caution there. The flank comes in, but should be able to score it nonetheless. Yes, they do. Nice. And they tight things up. Good job, goal from BBG's. Good flank from MMA as well. And nice stuff from Jason, just piling on the pressure.
Well, speed coming in. Max is a little bit lesser of a common pick now since the patch update. Melny trying to find the gap, but it was spotted off quickly by BBG's. Good awareness then from Navi. Not out of the woods yet. Jason goes down. BBG's and MMA just trying to spread themselves out to do the 3 versus 2, but the pressure now coming down from Noble Elites as they're sort of hunkering down their lanes in the mid. Jason going to try to bring out the ball here. It was a nice comeback. The goal was scored pretty comfortably for me. So Navi not going to take this one lying down, and MMA has got full stacks on his search. As long as he stays alive and in the mix, he can assert more pressure, and he's going to have to do just that because BBG goes down.
Oh, and Jason takes down John, but John also takes down another before he was cleaned up as well, as Andre just looking to do a little bit of damage on the respawn against a couple of players on Navi. 15 seconds left. This will be the first overtime in this matchup. Andre looking to push around that left lane, knows that Jason's a tad bit weak, but Melny takes down MMA, so win of opportunity here they could exploit. But remember that, the ball is in that top left-hand corner, but now all the structures gone. This could be their moment as John takes down BBG's. They definitely haven't got the numbers. They've been pushed all the way back here, and literally no room for them to breathe it. But look at this, they've had to pull all the way back. Navi's been able to survive to fight another day.
Speed from BBG is so crucial in this moment here to get the ball out the corner quickly. Nice Jukes has got to be set from MMA as well. The ball passing through. A great chance for Navi if they can make this count, but no supers can be seen. Down goes MMA. Can the ball get from Jason? The ball, the shot of it, it connects. Navi with a saving grace then in overtime, and just going to survive on.
I can't believe this is happening. It looks so bleak. They were on, you know, okay, they're on the back fence, but if they could go any further back, that was where I put Navi in that position. That was just remarkable comeback there from Navi. They could easily just sit down and just took it, but they absolutely didn't. They fought on back, and that was remarkable stuff there from Navi. But can they be able to pile on the pressure in this next game? We'll have to see.
My goodness me, Nobly are just looking so good for me right now. They're just able to make good decisions and change and adapt accordingly. And despite these flurries from Navi, though, you know, that's something that they've got to bear in mind. They dropped the ball just a little bit there and did allow that goal to come in. But despite that, you know, in the lead up, it was pretty evenly matched. I think the overtime kind of, you know, was quite favorable actually to Navi in the respect of that max pick. You could see how much the speed really came into effect to be able to push up as quickly as they did, because it applied so much pressure that nobody couldn't really do anything about.
Yeah, you could Yeah, I kind of felt like it was Noble Elite dictating the pace, but what you said was absolutely spot on. They had to just try and survive out to the overtime, and then they'll have that advantage without any of the structures taking place and getting in their way to make it more favourable for Noble Elite. But, you know, in terms of the very last goal as well, like they had that pretty well defended, I don't think it was too bad. Just that one slot on the left side, which they was also be able to score in. But of course, he was just biding his time. A lot of patience there from Navi on the push as well, trying to make things work. But I don't know if they can do it a third time. Like, they might be able to. I don't know. I'd love for this game to go into bot drop for Siege, just the final set of the final series of the evening. But I still don't know yet. Still a few question marks, I think.
Yeah, and just one brawler pick here, left or right, you know, not quite the way it should be, can make all the difference. So that now the pressure is on to get these brawler picks correct and right, and you know, that's something that nobody like to play around with a lot. I wonder whether Navi will see the ideas that they're going to bring coming, with the Noble Elite are going to go back to maybe having Sprout, or they're going to kind of stick with this idea. I think Sprout could definitely struggle against the Max. So, you know, how's this mind game going to develop? Oh, no, Navi going to stick with the Max, and then Noble Elite go with the Sprout, and it's going to then, you know, be a big, strong counter. Or maybe something that radical that we've not seen today. We haven't seen any of Mortis, or just any of those kind of, like, you know, more shot pick based type choices. But one thing's for sure is they are really going to have to consider carefully what they bring in next.
Yeah, they certainly will have to, but I feel like nobody don't really care what they bring out. You know, we've seen it right at the very get-go in different matches, and sometimes they actually haven't. So yeah, we've seen a right mixed bag from these guys here, and now we're going to find out what they can do. Now, if Navi can take us all the way to a set number 5, which we will definitely love to see, but Melanie and Andre trying to stop that from happening, trying to keep the rest of the guys on Navi at bay. MMA already taken half damage, also down to a quarter. Will it clean up though? Oh, that was so close. That last one might do a little bit of damage. Oh, it does. He actually walked into one of the other previous shots, so that don't matter. John gets the first goal. This is a replica of what we saw from the last game, but remember, this is Noble Elite's second match point.
Oh my goodness me, what a quick start for Noble Elite as they look to be closing the gap as well. Jason's got no stacks as well, so this is a really, really difficult scenario for them to be in. Let's see what they can make of this one as everyone is on the back foot. Maybe just with the speed coming in, but the ball being passed through. Can they make it happen? Oh,
no! Yeah! Couldn't make up if you tried, Ark. John with the 2 goals in a row within that first minute. I think you saw what the plan of action was there. We're just trying to get that super into at least get 1 kill, just to say, just go away. Like, just give us a bit of room to breathe. Do you know what I mean? But it just did not work. They took a lot of damage, but the kill wasn't there, which meant that there was a exploit for them to pass it and then obviously take the shot straight after. So you're going to see it right at the very end, but you know, managed to stop it on the goal line. BBG's fair play to him, but then couldn't stop it again on the respawn. It was just a convincing win nonetheless. Absolutely dominating performance, and Noble Elite now up 2 wins today. So not what we expected at all in the slightest. Completely ruined every single one of our predictions. Yours, Chats, D-Man's, you name it. They ruined all of ours. And I'm happy that Noble Elite have shown a lot more flair in this competition. It's what you love to see, but I do feel sorry for Navi. That makes them 0-6 now on the table.
We're going to 5th set. I was looking at the scoreboard on the stream and thinking that I thought that for me Navi won the first set of gem grab, but I think that it's 2. Yeah, I was.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
Your face
Oh my god!
Mine. Yeah. No, but I was the same. I was the same. I was thinking that this is maybe it's been one of the longest, because it's the longest set so far at the end of the day. I was in the same position, and I was just chatting in the background as well, because I thought that was Navi on match point 2. I'm with you. We're going to be going to.
Maybe we're just on some other universe and everyone else is watching something different. Why did I feel like that was the final set? I have no idea. Apologies about that.
I think it must have been a quick turnaround then in gem grab, because I felt like Noble Elite had the gem grab game. Obviously, Navi brought back in heist, and then we saw that quick game. And maybe it's because Hot Zone flew by as quickly as it did, because
yes.
that was probably the key turning point which threw us, because yeah, watching through, I was under that impression. So we're going to be going all the way. And this is going to make things very, very interesting then, because ultimately in Siege, you know, it's going to come down to control, and that's going to be a really key thing to consider now. What brawlers are picked, and they're getting that most important first push for me as well is going to be an important factor.
Do you know what? I'm glad you thought the same as well. There's
I
me
was
going,
hoping
oh,
about
it's
every
match
game."
point. Oh, what's going on here? This is going to be crazy. And then we find out actually it's going to go to a set 5 anyway. So thank you. Like,
I
very
was
happy,
timing it
very-
anyway, hoping the games would go on for longer, actually.
Do you know what? I'm actually skeptical. I'm actually going to watch this back to double check and see, but I wasn't wrong because I find that just a tad bit weird. I don't know. Do you know? I don't know what's wrong with me today, but let's see what's wrong with both of us. Exactly. So, okay, completely scrap everything I just said. We are going to go to a set 5 between these two titans. It's going to be bot drop for Siege. But yeah, what you said about before, the conversation, what we're going to find out and what's going to be happening. Very, very excited. And yeah, unbelievable. After all that, it was actually Navi's match point. Apologies, Navi. How dare we... we know where we're wrong. We rectify our mistakes. It's fine. But very excited to see how things will pan out. I'm going to be annoyed if Noble Elite do end up winning this after all that. We can just say we predicted the future arc. It's fine.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean it keeps the predictions all alive still, I guess, on that side of things. We was definitely something to consider here. We were definitely expecting some different results today, but it goes to show, just how much the players want this competition to be in their favor. They're going to fight until the very end, and I think we might see this even develop more so as the weeks go on, because as players can get a taste of the feel of the competition, they're going to want to make every moment count. Brawl Stars is a game that changes very, very frequently, and you've got to keep up with that fast pace and nature, not just in terms of your thumbs on the joysticks, but also with a lot of the changes and new coming to the mix. Buzz is one of those brawlers which we haven't seen at all today as a result of a global ban, but one that will in later weeks come into play. And I look forward to seeing how teams are going to utilize things like that to their advantage to gain the edge, as it seems that Noble Elite are doing just that, gaining the edge in terms of the pulse. They're about to bank 9-10 is sitting there, but no, shut down by BBGs.
Level 9 Siege bot heading to the way of Navi. They've already defended the first one. How are they going to defend this one? And you've got to remember as well that Noble Elite do have that 2-bolt lead as well coming into the next one. So how well can they defend this? Let's have a look. It's looking pretty good so far, but not till right at the very end. It only took 17%. So they can't complain really. It's been very good from the get-go in terms of their defense, but this is where they need to try and work out how to break this setup here. Still got Melanie in that right lane. Oh, what a great way to come out against MMA. Gets that first initial kill. Andre gets BBGs as well. Jason, in that left lane, he's going to be stuck into a corner. He's been trapped. He's been taken down by Andre, and that's going to be a team wipe. And you can see from the 8 bolts, no getting out here for Navi, and that is going to be the first game in favor of Noble Elite. And now it's match point.
Yeah, that's a really, really dominant early display of pressure. Noble Elite just absolutely making swift work of this game, breaking up the mid as well, so the bots can go straight through. BBGs is demoralized, sitting in the spawn, not even moving, and that is a dangerous thing going into our next game then, because Noble Elite, against our predictions, against your predictions at home, moving on to match point.
I still think it's 3-1 in my head. I just don't know what's going on. Let's just finish this as we're going to go into this replay. As you can see here, but like we said before, Noble Elite just looked remarkable, really convincing. Barely any deaths taken on their side. And it's just great support and great bait and switching once again. And they both played very similar in terms of trying to get angles and dominance in that way. But I must say that Navi defended that first 2 attacks very, very well indeed. But of course, with the third one, they've got absolutely no chance there in the slightest. And now it will be match point for Noble Elite.
Wow, what a turn up, especially if they can seal the deal here, because that's going to make a huge, huge difference here. As, for Elite, have got a chance now to keep Navi suppressed and on no wins, and that's going to be huge for them. I'm looking back, and actually the reason why we're probably confusing gem grab, it came down to 1 gem, and it was actually a really, really impressive turnaround from Navi, and one that I, looking back now, I can see there, I thought that, nobody had gem grab. It came down to the wire on that one, and then, this is a chance for Navi. They've got to really make this moment count. This is their chance to get another win on the board. That could be huge for them, especially with some of the heavy hitters still to come. Navi have played a lot of them already, so to take a loss here would be very, very punishing for them.
Yeah, huge amount of adaptation required here for Navi going into this second game, but it could be the last one. Like I said, it's going to be match point for Noble Elite coming into this last set. As you can see so far, let's see what Noble Elite can do here going forward. BBG's always pushing up very, very aggressively, you could say, on that front line, but it's going to take a fair amount of damage from John as well from that left lane. Andre looking to decide exactly how he wants to push it on further. Andre takes down BBG's. MMA is left in that left lane all on his lonesome, but Jason has to pull all the way back without Piper, and with the Pam coming into play, still looking very good here, but it will be a tied siege, so no bots will be going either way. At least Navi was able to stop that from happening. And the question is, though, how are Navi going to try and get any kind of map control? They've been kept all the way back here. BBG's left on 203 HP. Can't actually help Jason recover any longer, or at least support him in any way. But again, Noble Elite is looking really, really solid.
Yeah, they've come up with the Byron pick here, which is an underrated one, I would say. But ultimately, if Navi now can hold this position and assert some dominance in the respawn, then it could help a little bit as a saving grace, because these balls are all going to matter later on down the line if they can get the defense on point. It's got to be said, though, Piper is a difficult one on the defense. Those 2 bolts are going to be crucial here to fight over, and they might just go for the tie. It might be a smart thing to do just that. Maybe just banks it. Is it too early to do for the tie? Brilliant timing from Navi, and a really crucial moment for them, as this could then go to the last siege and have a push for them. It could be on a match point. If Jason can survive jumping away. Melody gonna bank 2 in the mid, though. This is so close, but I think Navi might just have the edge here.
They certainly might do indeed. There's certainly a few more bolts to come, plenty more here. At least we've got another 5 or 6 to be able to give him a little bit of leadway here. BBG jumps on into the middle. Jason needs to stay alive as well, but MMA is coming in to see if he can inflict that extra damage with Jason. Jason's on 625 HP. Finally gets the chance to recover, but Melnie's taking down MMA here. Look at the bolt count so far, up by 3 bolts. And Navi just running out of room to, to get any ideas going here. 19 bolts here. This is going to be a ridiculous bot to say the least. Unless they defend it with perfect execution, it's not going to happen. A level 21 siege bot coming their way.
That is a BB boy coming in.
He is a big boy.
I'll leave my words. I said that I thought Navi might have the edge, but they need to establish the control to maintain it. Noble Elite have done a wondrous job today. They will be so proud with that win, and what a day for them.
Now I can finally say that Noble Elite get their second win on the board. Navi are sadly in 0-6 at the bottom of the table. Still got 4 more play days left to work with. It's going to be a real struggle from here, but we'll see what happens in the coming weeks.
Yeah, they're going to have to win every single matchup, and then probably hope as well with a little bit of luck on their side that a couple of the people that are out in front will maybe not continue on when they run into some of those bigger teams later on down the lines. But still plenty of unpredictability still to come. But one thing's for sure is that Noble Elite today, despite being in a really difficult spot, have done exceptionally well under the pressure. And yeah, I've got a lot of eyes on them in the future. I think some of the predictions we might see shift a little bit now in the weeks to come.
Yeah, mine are going to shift. Absolutely, from what we've just seen so far. Don't get me wrong, we'll probably predict him like tomorrow, and then we'll find out actually they've gone back to how they used to play back in the first couple of play days. But I'm just very impressed with the amount of improvements they made and the adjustments as well. Like, they seem to be a lot more of a solid force to be reckoned with in comparison to what we've seen back in the play-ins and the ladders as well. So it's great to see. I like to see, I enjoy seeing teams like may make small little improvements here and there, but to make that big jump, like that next skill ceiling, like that plateau, it's very difficult, and it takes quite a while. But you can see they've just hit their stride and be able to find something that works. So I do hope that continues for them.
Yeah, they're gonna just keep training, keep thinking things through, keep mixing things up and trying things out in scrims, because ultimately that's the key, really, is just to kind of come in as prepared as possible. Everyone at the moment is at the top of their games right now. There's such a small margin for error. There really is. Like, one little shot here, left and right, that misses and can just completely throw you and your team into the deep end. You've got to really keep your game going if you're going to stay in the mix, because everyone is coming out fighting. And today was just super exciting to watch. So many explosive plays and moments, and just players are really just demonstrating their skill at the game and their passion for Brawl. It's a great thing to see.
It certainly is indeed. They came out fighting, and it definitely worked out from today. A little bit surprising against the likes of Big, and of course the likes of Navi as well. Some big names, some big orgs as well, and to be able to topple them, it's going to give him a nice little bit of leadway leading into the future days as well. Remember, guys, we are going to be back tomorrow as well with another set of 7 matches for you lovely people to enjoy, and make sure to find out exactly how things will pan out at the end of that, because it will be the halfway stage pretty much. Remember, we've got 8 play days. This is play day 3. then by the end of the tomorrow, we can see how things are going, who's swinging, who's not, who's got a lot of momentum in their favour, who's gatekeeping, who could be, you know, having to be able to make a huge difference to their gameplay in order to go on, like especially Navi. They're definitely some of the teams we're looking at here. But yeah, I do feel sorry for Navi. Like, I do feel like there's, you know, maybe some problems like internally they need to try and fix or sort out here and there, because something clearly isn't right. And we have seen a bit of flair from here and there, but not enough to kind of make us think twice about them.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, one of those things that at the beginning of this competition, especially like the ladder stages, I felt they were looking so good. And you just never really know behind the scenes, you know, how things can be going. It could be, you know, IRL, could just be simple, something as simple as communication, and meta shifts and those kinds of things can, you know, really change and impact the way that players are able to make their choices. Because, you know, we saw Max just completely drop off in terms of the meta recently, and you know, that can really favor a lot of the more aggressive teams, and they were able to utilize that brawler and combine it with many others to really make a statement. But whereas now, Mess completely shifted, and you know, it could be a number of reasons as to why, but yeah, definitely gonna have to go back to the drawing board a little bit, have a little chat through and try to determine exactly where the problem does lie, and try to resolve it ASAP, because again, you know, this is the sort of thing in the competition that moves as quickly as this one. You got to keep up with the pace.
Yeah, certainly indeed. Good comeback from Noble Elite, we have to mention as well, especially in that guest set 4 as well. That was a fantastic way of convincing. They made it a bit anticlimactic for us, but the main thing is in that last set, they definitely shown why they're in this competition as one of the strongest teams here in the region, and it's just great to see.
Yeah, I really liked a lot of their ideas. Some of them I didn't like, but I was pleased that they were able to make work, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's like I would like to see the consistency continue with those ideas if they do bring out those picks, and you know, and I wonder how many teams will be looking at that and try to like figure out, okay, right, shooting star, well, let's prepare for the Leon pick and various things like that, which you know, at the beginning were kind of like wild cards and kept deep in their pockets, but now we've had a chance to see them, so they've got to keep up with that same expectation and make sure that they're able to still make it a surprise as opposed to something that's expected.
Well, we do have an interview maybe soon, eventually with Tadamari, if we do get him on the line. But before we do that, let's have a look at the leaderboard just to give everyone a roundup and an update to see exactly how things has panned out. And it's like I mentioned earlier on today, Clash and SK, they are the gatekeepers of the top 2 spots here. 5-0, they are pretty much laughing right now. But look how tight it is between the other 5 teams. 3-2, 2-3, 2-4. And this is what I'm trying to say. Even though Navi is 0-6, I hope they don't get down on themselves too much. They've still got 5 more play days. And look, literally, it's only 2 series wins. If they just have one good day, they can keep up with the rest of the pack.
Yeah, it's a difficult scoreline down the bottom of the 0-6, 2-4 there. The middle part of the pack, Big, Reply Totem, and Tribe Gaming. That's going to be an interesting one to watch develop as the weeks go by as well, because you know, the top 4 is where you want to be right now, and Clash and SK are right at that peak, and showing again like that they can really just stand their heat to some big players, and that 5-0 is, it's got to be feeling good for them today. They can definitely be, you know, having a well-earned rest, but not for too long, you know, because there's still plenty more to come.
Yeah, everyone's trying to fight for that top 4 spot, because as you know, Ark's where the cool kids go, isn't it, in terms of those spots to the challenge finals. Everyone's trying to fight for dear life to get there. But this is really exciting. I didn't think it would pan out like this, so I expected maybe, I don't know, EXO would be 4-1, Try might be 4-1, and Totem and Big might be able to make a little bit of work here and there. But no, it's much closer than I expected, and it's been a lot more competitive than we expected as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a pretty, you know, even spread, so to speak. So there's still plenty of chances that if teams can really, you know, grind it out and be consistent, even at the bottom stages of the leaderboards, they can really start to shine back through and make that top 4. So I do like the way it's you know, panning out, so to speak. And I think a couple of those score lines are due largely to the fact that they played some really strong contenders early on, which means that at the same time, I think that we might end up having a very tight leaderboards as we go through this competition.
Yeah, I hope so. You know, it's definitely much time than we expected already. But before we go to the interview, because we're not too sure, we're still trying to get ahead of Tadamari at the moment. So stay tuned for that if we do manage to get hold of him. But before that, I was going to say, any final thoughts, Art, just in case that we don't actually get to go to the interview? Any final thoughts? Anything, you know, which really comes to mind from what you've seen happen over the course of the day?
I think it was really interesting to see how teams had adapted to the kind of like El Primo fiasco, should we call it? Like, you know, Primo's in a really good place right now. And I think that teams, as opposed to last week when we saw that kind of occurring a lot, I think now we're kind of seeing Primo being reined in a lot and being more map and game mode specific, but more often than not being banned on both sides to be a good safety net. And that's made things very interesting, a bit more of a level playing field. Poco as well as a ban now we're seeing kind of creeping in a lot as being one of those ones which is very, very good to support those tankier ideas despite Primo being out of the mix. So I think as the competition progresses, those bans will be more commonplace. And again, we might see some more tweaks in the weeks to come as well. So like, Primo's definitely, I'm sure, no doubt on the Supercell radar in terms of something which might need a bit of a tweak here and there. And, Buzz as well coming into the mix. So how is that going to shift everything? Because the introduction of one thing can throw everything out the window. So there's a lot of things still to come, that's for sure.
Yeah, it certainly is indeed. I mean, curious to see like what happens in future updates and future patches as well. Because like we said before, Primo was a bit of a meme. Now he's the complete opposite of that. It's like, hi, you laugh now, but now look at you, like, literally weren't touching him at all in the slightest. Now he's getting banned every single time. I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen such a drastic change with a champion, brawler, anything you've seen in the esports scene. He's literally just turned things completely around. And we spoke about in terms of Poco and how we're seeing him banned quite a lot. That kind of makes a bit more sense because we're going to see too many, tankier compositions if we have the Poco in check. Don't have the Poco in check, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a bit of ball coming into the mix from SK today, which is a great thing to see, and they made that work despite, being pretty much out-comped in that game as well. So I think that the more teams are experimenting with those ideas and being bold enough to bring them into competitive and see how they fare, just to try to test the waters, because it's one thing scrimming those things out, but you've also got to see what you like in scrims, but then take it into a competitive setting and to really know whether it does shine or whether it's just like a good day on the scrim against the right team that weren't able to handle it. So as those things progress and time goes on, we'll see whether some things come up in the balancings of things or some things drop off. Again, Max is a brawler we can just kind of completely drop off, but today it did kind of work out well for Navi. So it could be things that teams are going to consider as well on those maps to provide that overtime boost that they sometimes need. Whereas I think brawlers like Ems as well might be banned in the future because we're seeing her so much used to counter a lot of these tanky ideas. And that could be something which teams then start to put into their bans as a solid ban, or brawlers like Surge and Skyrex playing that particular brawler and Semantic on Stu, they could be targeted bans. So I think that as the competition progresses, teams need to consider those things with a lot more weight, actually, and kind of maybe go for some more targeted bans rather than the kind of broad overview.
Yeah, we've seen SK do that earlier with the Ems ban as well. Like, we speak about how with some of these bans, but I don't really play it to anyone else's weaknesses. It's just to their strengths, really. Get a couple out of the way here and there. Yeah, that's fine. That gives a little bit of leadway. Do you know what I mean? And then afterwards, though, we've seen SK, one of very few teams who are actually targeting these banned brawlers against a lot of these teams. And it just shows how much the coach and analysts have to put in order to actually be able to figure out what's their primary brawlers to select in terms of like the game modes coming up, which is fantastic to see. But guess what? We have an interview. I wasn't expecting it, but we do. We've got Totem on the line to see how he's doing, how he's feeling. Congratulations, getting yourselves on the board once again. How are you feeling? But you're feeling pretty great right now, pretty chuffed.
Yes, first of all, thanks for having me. It's always a pleasure to be here with you guys. Of course, we are very, very relieved right now. We are feeling very good, but we're also feeling very exhausted. We've been playing for 8 hours straight today now, and my head is really hurting right now. Yeah, but of course we are very happy, of course, to have done it, and especially the reverse sweep against my friend Auge. Shout out to Auge. Yeah, it's always awesome to play against Navi.
I mean, you guys look phenomenal today. I think, from what I've seen, you've clearly been doing a lot of prep, and maybe you want to talk us through a little bit about those ideas. And I've got to ask, Leon in Shooting Star, fill me in. You had some interesting ideas as well with Pam. Like, what is the method behind your madness right now? And I say that because, you definitely like to experiment with ideas that are outside of the go-to picks.
Yes, so I would explain it like I already said it in the first interview. I think our biggest advantage is having a wide variety of comps, and especially our comp building and thought process behind this is like on a really high level, I think. Credits to me, I have to say it, sorry. Yeah, but that's why we are that's why we are working with like a lot of these comps. And like, for example, if you think about it, Leon and Shooting Star, Leon has decent range, he gets a super really fast, and with his super, it's basically a guaranteed kill all the time. Plus, he has his gadget to take shots. He's fast to dodge shots, and yeah. So I mean, it's a perfect assassin for this mode, and it's also kind of a bit of a surprise for the opponents as well, of course. Last time against Totem, unfortunately, it didn't work out. We went too aggressive when we shouldn't have done it. But now against Big, I think it worked perfectly fine. And so we won that game, yeah.
Yeah, so I wasn't laughing at you, I was laughing with you because I was like, yeah, I did that. I love that entirely. Final question as well, because I know you guys are, pretty tired from a very long day. Just out of interest, I remember seeing back in the planes and the ladders, back in the ESL mode, and of course, back in a few other competitions I've seen you in as well. There's been a lot of changes, and I kind of feel like over the last week or two, especially this week, you guys look like a completely different team. It's like someone else took over the devices. It was that different. Would you say it's something to do with these, off-meta compositions which you've been creating in order to give a bit more variety, or is it just, a bit of both? It's a bit of that, and also like all of your individual skill and your team talents going forward.
I would really say it's a combination of basically everything. I think we already had these comps in like our repertoire beforehand, but beforehand they weren't really as strong because it wasn't this kind of rock, paper, scissors meta, and also you couldn't really, of course it was the rock, paper, scissors, but like the picks couldn't really shine like now. And also one of our players, he just got a brand new device, so now he upgraded from 60 Hz to 120 Hz. This always, of course, helps. Wow. We had like a small break and practiced a lot also after this break, so we could reset our minds and then go for these games. And of course, I think it helped that today we played so long, so we were like in a really good flow, if you will. But as I said, now we are all really exhausted and we really want to go to sleep. Yeah.
I can see straight away, but I must say thank you for such a great interview with such well-detailed questions as well, considering you've just done an 8-hour marathon of just constant competition. It does do wear and tear on your mind and your mental fortitude, so I'll let you guys get some sleep. But I must say congratulations once again, getting those first 2 wins on the board, giving you guys a bit of leadway on the leaderboard as well, and we're very excited to see how you get on tomorrow and next week.
Yes, thanks a lot for having me. See you.
Take care.
Oh, he's a really nice chap. I really like him, actually. Yeah. He's a good lad. He's a good lad. But, what you were saying as well, it just feels like, everything came together, one play, changed one of the devices to give him, a bit more of, a bit more leadway again, like, going from 60 Hz to 120 Hz. It does make a lot of difference. People don't really notice it until they actually switch to these upgraded devices. Like, switching from a 60 to 144 monitor. Like, when you notice these kind of differences, you notice it like that straight away, like without a shadow of a doubt. But Ark, I've already gone through your final thoughts. I won't ask him again. I'm not going to put you in that position because I don't think I need to know your final thoughts twice in one day. But I'm sure you need some sleep as well as I do. And of course, not only that, thank you to Ark, thank you to D-Man, thank you to everyone at the ESL production. But not only that, thank you guys at home for watching all the matches throughout the entire course of the day. But don't forget, we've got more matches to come. It is Playday number 4 tomorrow, and not only that, we've got Playdays 5, 6, 7 and 8 week after week over the next couple of weeks as well, so make sure you stay tuned for that as well. No, for now though, I have to wish you good night, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
Na 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 na